Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
The last of the enemies aboard the Hercules had finally been wiped out. Vers walked up beside Rogge, his expression tightening when he saw the wounds covering him. "Rogge, the fight's over," Vers said quietly. Rogge exhaled, his body trembling slightly. "Yeah, all of them are dead." "This was one hell of a battle," Vers replied. "You need to get those wounds treated fast." Now that the adrenaline was fading, the pain was catching up to Rogge. Every breath hurt, his muscles screamed with each movement. "Thanks," Rogge said, forcing a smile. "What about Zoro? How's he doing?" Vers nodded. "He's fine, took out another airship on his own and finished off one of their strongest fighters. We can confirm both enemy airships are down." Rogge finally relaxed, his shoulders easing. "Good, that's good." The fight had left him battered, but at least it was over. 3 warships had been sunk, and the remaining 5 were heavily damaged. The 2 advanced aerial battleships from Baroque Studio were completely destroyed. Their leaders, Mother's Day and Number 6, were dead. Vers wasted no time. He started shouting orders to the surviving crew to begin emergency repairs, rescue the wounded, and capture any enemy soldiers who had escaped the airships. At the port down at the harbor, Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper had witnessed the whole thing. "That was incredible," Usopp said, eyes sparkling. "When those airships exploded, boom, it was like fireworks." Chopper tilted his head. "Rogge and Zoro are amazing. Were they always this strong?" Usopp grinned, puffing out his chest. "Of course, you want to know why?" "Why?" Chopper asked. "Why died?" "Because I'm the one who trained them," Usopp said proudly. "Whoa, really?" Chopper gasped. Usopp nodded with mock seriousness. "Obviously." Meanwhile, Luffy adjusted his straw hat, staring at the returning ships. "That was awesome, but now I'm starving. There's gotta be food left on those warships. Shame the one that sank had the victory banner. That's where the best meals were." 5 damaged warships limped into the port, smoke still curling from their hulls. Rogge, Zoro, and Vers disembarked, their bodies wrapped in blood and exhaustion. Chopper immediately rushed over, already pulling out medical supplies from his backpack. "Sit down, both of you," he ordered. While Vers went back to work commanding repairs, Luffy raided the galley and came back with armfuls of food. Inside one of the port houses, Rogge and Zoro were being treated. Chopper ran a small scanner across Rogge's chest, listening closely to his heartbeat. "Your ribs are fractured in 3 places," he said quickly. "Left arm's broken too. You've got some internal bleeding, but it's not critical. You'll need antibiotics, coagulants, and some fast recovery potions." He set down a row of bottles and pills, some collected during their time in the Zingang Kingdom. Rogge swallowed them all without hesitation, grimacing at the taste. Chopper moved efficiently, cleaning and bandaging every wound. Sweat beaded on his fur as he finished wrapping Rogge's shoulder. "There, all done." Rogge smiled faintly. "You really are something, Doctor. Thanks, Chopper." The little reindeer's face turned red. Don't say it like that, it's embarrassing." He stammered, covering his cheeks with his hooves. Rogge laughed softly. "I mean it." Chopper's ears twitched. You're welcome." Zoro sat on the next bed, his body covered in fresh bandages. His 3 swords rested beside him, gleaming faintly. Usopp was talking a mile a minute, but Zoro wasn't really listening, just testing the stiffness in his shoulder. "You were awesome out there," Usopp said. "But if I'd been there, Mother's Day wouldn't have lasted 5 minutes. Zoro gave a half-hearted grunt and rolled his neck. The pain was gone thanks to Chopper, but the swordsman's biggest weakness was his impatience. He'd probably tear his bandages off before the night was over. Just then, the door creaked open. Luffy stepped in, a massive bag slung over his shoulder and a roasted beef leg hanging from his mouth. "Hey guys, I brought food." Rogge grinned. "Good timing, I'm starving." "Got any dessert?" Chopper asked hopefully. "I want juice," Usopp added. "Any wine?" Zoro said. Luffy dropped the bag on the table. "All of it." The 5 of them sat together, eating and laughing despite the bruises and bandages. Outside the house, the port was alive with activity. Injured soldiers were being carried into nearby houses for treatment. Mechanics and sailors were already patching the hulls of the damaged ships. On the pier, Vers stood with a dozen senior officers, reviewing the aftermath. "We took heavy losses," one officer reported grimly. 3 ships sunk, including the flagship Victory banner. Over 1,200 casualties. About 4,400 troops remain. The 5 surviving warships need at least 2 days of repair before they are seaworthy again. Vers looked out at the battered fleet, jaw tight. The decks were scorched, the sails torn, but they'd survived. 2 days, he said finally. "Make it happen. We're not done yet." "Everyone," Vers said firmly, standing before his officers. "We'll do everything we can to repair these warships. The coming battles will be even tougher, and we must be ready for them." "Yes, Commander," the officers replied in unison. One officer stepped forward. "Sir, we've already begun purchasing supplies from the city, but the fleet needs a large amount of food, metal, and medicine." Vers nodded. "Good, but be careful. The city is crawling with Baroque Works agents. Every shipment must be checked thoroughly. I don't want to see a single crate tampered with." "Yes, Commander." Vers crossed his arms, eyes sharp. "Also, we captured several enemies this time. Interrogate them strictly." "Understood. 14 prisoners in total. They surrendered quickly, but we'll verify everything they say," the officer replied. "Good," Vers said, turning toward the harbor. "Keep the repairs moving. We can't afford to stay vulnerable for long." He walked along the pier, watching sparks fly as workers hammered metal plates and patched cannon holes. The sea breeze carried the smell of salt, smoke, and medicine, a reminder that their victory had come at a cost. Inside the port house, in the small house near the harbor, Rogge sat with Chopper and Usopp, still bandaged but finally able to breathe. "Our side's stable for now," Rogge said, leaning back in his chair. "But I can't stop thinking about Vivi and Sanji." Chopper licked frosting off a slice of cake. "I really hope they're okay." Usopp took a sip of juice. "They landed at Rapeseed Port in Alabasta. There are rebels there, but it's safer than here. I reached them with the transponder snail. They said things are calm." Rogge nodded slowly. "That's a relief." Rapeseed Port, Alabasta. The day before Rogge's fleet reached port, Vivi, Sanji, and Nami had arrived at Rapeseed, a bustling harbor city on the edge of the desert. 8 warships anchored in the bay, their sails casting long shadows across the sand. As Vivi stepped down the gangplank, the desert wind brushed against her face. This is Alabasta," she whispered, eyes soft with nostalgia. Beside her, Karu, the loyal duck, waddled down, eyes brimming with tears. "Gah!" it cried, wings flapping. Sanji lit a cigarette, exhaling a thin stream of smoke as he looked out over the golden dunes. "So this is Alabasta, the great desert kingdom." His tone shifted, eyes narrowing. "But we're not here for sightseeing." He turned toward Vivi and Nami, his voice steady. "Our mission is to stop the war. I'll protect Princess Vivi and Miss Nami with my life. That's the duty of a gentleman." Then, in true Sanji fashion, he immediately moved closer to Vivi, his expression softening. "Princess Vivi, you can count on me. Any fool who tries to harm you will be kicked straight into the sky." Vivi smiled warmly. "Thank you, Sanji." Sanji's heart nearly burst. "For you, Princess, I'll fight to the end." Karu puffed out its chest, flapping its wings fiercely. Gah, it wasn't about to be left out of the heroics, this was its homeland too. Meanwhile, Nami's eyes darted across the port, analyzing everything. "This place is still thriving, even with a war going on," she said. "That means there's money moving through here and opportunity." Sanji sighed. "Only you would think about profits in a war zone." She ignored him. Vivi turned to both of them, her expression serious now. "We're here to end this war. The people are suffering. We need to stop the fighting between the rebels and the royal army." Nami nodded. "So, what's the plan?" Vivi took a deep breath. "We'll contact the leaders of the rebel army first, convince them to agree to a ceasefire. I can handle the royal army myself." "That sounds good," Nami said. "But how will you reach the king's forces?" Vivi pulled a sealed letter from her coat. "This is my personal message to my father in Alubarna, the capital. The king's army has fortified the city. It's heavily defended. If they receive this letter, they'll hold their positions and stop attacking. Nami frowned. And who's going to deliver it? Karu, Vivi said, kneeling beside the duck. He knows every stretch of this desert. He has friends among the oasis caravans. He'll make it. Karu raised his wings proudly, letting out a determined cry. Gah! Sanji crouched beside them, his voice softening. Then we'll get him ready. I'll pack supplies for desert travel, food, water, and a drink that keeps your body cool. Within minutes, Sanji had prepared a small travel kit, compressed food, a barrel of Sanji's special hydration drink, and a pouch tied securely around Karu's neck. Ration it carefully, Sanji said, patting Karu's neck. Gah! The duck replied, giving a brave salute. Vivi tied the sealed envelope under Karu's wing, hidden from sight. It's all up to you, she said gently. Karu saluted again, eyes burning with resolve. Be careful, Vivi whispered. With a final cry, Gah! Karu turned and sprinted toward the dunes, sand flying beneath its feet. It would cross the desert northwest of Rapeseed, then turn north toward Alubarna, home and the heart of the war. As the silhouette of the duck disappeared into the horizon, Vivi stood in silence, clutching her cloak. Please, she murmured, make it safely. After successfully bidding farewell and running fast, Waiwei turned her eyes to the rapeseed flowers in front of her again. This port city was the largest port in Alabasta before Kingdom Newport was established, and it is now one of the two largest ports along with Kingdom Newport. Although due to the war, the prosperity here has been greatly affected. But it's still pretty busy here. Because of the turmoil in Alabasta, some foreign merchant ships are still selling supplies here, including food, meat, medicine, and various daily necessities. There are also some antique businessmen who took the opportunity to come here to buy some antiques. Because Alabasta is an ancient civilization, many cultural relics have huge reserves. Coupled with the war, many businessmen want to take the opportunity to buy the antiques they want. In addition to the above two main categories, there are also some arms merchant ships who also come here. The owners of these arms merchant ships came to Alabasta from all over the world full of arms because they smelled the huge profits brought by the war. However, many of these merchant ships have undergone strict camouflage because after the Alabasta Civil War, the world government strictly blocked the transportation of weapons to Alabasta. Therefore, these arms merchant ships have undergone strict camouflage. The port city before Waiwei's eyes was like Alabasta, calm on the surface, but actually hidden in crisis. In addition to all the trouble to deal with, there's also the Baroque studio to watch out for. Let's get ready. Next, we need to contact the rebel army in Catalia. Catalia is the base camp of the rebel army. It's in the east of Rapeseed Flower. Waiwei said to Sanji and Nami, Okay, now is the most critical step. Sanji said, Yes, the rebel army is now on the offensive. If we want to negotiate, we need to spend far more energy than appeasing the king's army. Waiwei said, The most difficult thing is coming. Now you need to appease the rebel army. Vivi, how do we appease the rebel army? Sanji asked. This is really difficult, but I need to meet their senior management. Waiwei said. Sanji picked up the cigarette in his mouth again and took it away from his mouth. Waiwei, I have an idea. Since we need to be able to make the other party willing to listen to us, then we also need to show that we have strength. Didn't Vers give us half of the fleet? These can be used as backing. After all, in this world, in many cases, strength is still needed to speak. Sanji looked at the 8 warships moored at the port. 8 large warships meters long with powerful weapons and troops. These people can be said to be extremely powerful mobile troops along the coast. Waiwei looked at these warships and thought for a while. Nami also said from the side, Waiwei, this is very good. Let's use them. For such a dangerous matter, Nami is naturally willing to have more backing. Waiwei was silent for a long time and said, Although I think the most important thing in negotiations is facts and sincerity, under the current circumstances we still need to use all available resources. Nami said happily, That's right. Sanji was also very happy and said, Although it is enough to have me as a gentleman, but the opponent has thousands of troops, so it would be better to have more helpers. Sanji thought for a while and said, One more thing. We can use the name of the mediation envoy from Drum Kingdom to contact the rebel army. This way they will not reject us all at once when they see that we have some strength. Well, your method is very good, Waiwei said. Although Waiwei admires sincerity and facts, strength still speaks in this world. Therefore, in many cases, some strength is needed for backup work. Nami also suddenly had a good idea and quickly said, I also have a good idea. Didn't we bring a lot of supplies and treasures from the drum country together? Can we give the rebels a sum of money before the negotiation, so that they can? It is even less likely that they will refuse our request for negotiation. Because everyone had made great contributions to the magnetic drum country, the entire magnetic drum country was grateful to everyone. So a large number of gold treasures were given. After arriving off the coast of Alabasta, the battle plan was formally established, and the fleet was split into two. Naturally, Nami installed all her treasures on this fleet for safety reasons. This kind of proposal can be said that Nami voluntarily spent money to do things. After Sanji heard this, he looked at Nami with great admiration. Nami, you really impress me. You don't hesitate to spend money to help your friends. Sanji said very appreciatively. Nami waved her hand and said confidently, Where is it? But you need to know, Waiwei. After it's done, I need 3 times the reward. Sanji's appreciative smile froze immediately. Nami is worthy of being Nami, and this little effort should be rewarded with high rewards. After hearing this, Waiwei stayed for a while and said, If you want to say it's cash, it's because of the long-term civil war in Alabasta, but if you give everyone priceless antiques, then it's no problem. After hearing this, Nami's eyes still glowed golden and said, That's okay. We can just exchange the antiques ourselves. Waiwei looked at the warships and said, Then we have decided on a big strategy now. We can open the door to negotiate with the rebel army first, but we still need to discuss it with the people in the fleet. The three began to discuss with the officers of the fleet, preparing for specific actions as soon as possible. Rapeseed flour is mixed here, except for Waiwei, who just arrived and can have a decisive impact on the situation. There is another powerful force at work here. On a remote coast of Rapeseed flour, a Navy fast-mast warship is moored here. The ladder is set up. Please get down, Colonel, said a strong-armed Marine sergeant. Thank you for your hard work. A burly, exaggerated man descended a ladder on the side of the warship. The man was wearing a navy jacket on his upper body, and the muscles on his chest were as developed as steel. Behind him is a 2-meter-long 10 hands. The man had 2 cigars in his mouth, and his face was not only tough but also a bit ferocious. This man is Captain Smoker. Smog, known as the Smoker Hunter, was very angry because the Mary entered the Great Route and led Dashiki to the Great Route on his own initiative. Smoker stepped firmly onto the land of Alabasta. Behind him, Dasky, wearing a jacket and holding Zan Shigyur, also stepped onto the ground. Smoker looked up at the sky. The clear sky was cloudless, but the dry and hot wind kept blowing on his face. Alabasta, one of the oldest countries among the countries under the world government, we are finally here. Smoker said. Dasiki looked around. This desolate scenery was full of mystery to her, a girl full of persistence. But she knew very well that she came here to track down her target, the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro. Colonel Smoker, let's start to find a way to chase those pirates. Dasiki said. Smoker looked back at her and said, The situation here is very complicated. If you are right, Alabasta is already in a period of civil war. It is very difficult for us to come here to catch those pirates. Easy. Dasky and Smoker said. The enemy intelligence we eavesdropped on before seems to have some internal problems in Alabasta, and it seems that the group of pirates was involved in the Revolutionary War of the Drum Country. They seem to have become local heroes, but there's no doubt they got here. Smoker turned his head to look at Dasky again and said, The pirates are here, and they seem to be following an important figure in Alabasta. Now that Alabasta is deep in civil war, they must be fighting against the civil war here. It has a huge relationship. After listening to Smoker's words, Dasiki was thoughtful. Then Colonel Smoker, what should we do next? Looking for clues about the pirates here is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Dasky said. Smoker moved his wrist and pulled the 10 hands off his back. 10 hands pointed at the ground below and poked down hard. The ground on the ground was shaken by Smoker's strength, and a group of cracks were formed. This is also the problem we face. After all, we are a group of pirates, but we have to find a way like this. Smoker said. It was because of his bravery and experience that Smoker dared to go to sea without authorization. In the past, there were times when information was insufficient and difficulties abounded. But Smoker still caught the pirate and brought him to justice. This time, Smoker is determined to capture Rogge and Luffy. For Smoker and his party, there are many difficulties at the moment. About 150 elite soldiers of the Naval Landing Force on the warship disembarked. A Navy sergeant came up to Smoker and saluted him. "Colonel Smoker, please give instructions on the next step," the sergeant said. Smoker looked at him and looked at the town of Rapeseed Flower with his eyes. "Let's land in the town first for supplies. We can collect intelligence on the way," Smoker said. "Yes," the sergeant said. "The warship Smoker was on is still moored there." Smoker and Dasky led 150 elite soldiers to the port city of Rapeseed Flower. While walking in Dashiki, observe the surrounding scenery. The scenery of this desert kingdom is really vast. It's just that the surroundings of this port city are filled with spectacular deserts and go-by deserts. To find a group of pirates in such a vast desert kingdom is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Dasky looked at Smoker and said to him, "Smoger, you are my senior, and more importantly, you have served in the Navy for many years. Don't you know anyone in Alabasta?" After hearing this, Smoker was silent for a while, and finally a cloud of smoke came out of his mouth. "You're asking me if I know the Navy who works in the Alabasta area. I do know her, and she is a person who has a very good relationship with me, but I don't like to trouble her," Smoker said earnestly. Dasiki didn't say anything after hearing this. Smoker has always acted on his own, and is rarely willing to accept help from others. Smoker and his party continued to the city of Rapeseed Flowers. After Smoker arrived in Alabasta, 2 other forces also subordinate to the world government were in action. But unlike Smoker and the others, these 2 forces act here under direct orders from the world government. In the urban area of Rapeseed Flower, in a hotel facing the sea, in a room on the 3rd floor of the hotel, a slender middle-aged man sat on a chair. Keep flipping through the files in front of you. Beside him, 2 burly men in black suits stood aside. Their suits all had the 5-beaded cross-shaped logo of the world government. The long face of the middle-aged man bears 2 fine mustaches that glance to one side. He kept stroking his beard while fiddling with the papers in front of him. The document he was looking at clearly stated, "About special operations in the Alabasta region, investigation into the origin of the Civil War." CP3 submitted. The middle-aged man was a little annoyed after flipping through the document repeatedly and put the document back on the table. "It's difficult. The conspiracy of this Civil War is really hard to solve," the middle-aged man said with a sigh. Just as the middle-aged man felt annoyed and drank a cup of coffee, someone knocked on the door of the room suddenly. A man in a black suit behind him, or an agent, walked to the door of the room immediately. Password: solve the mystery. The man in the black suit asked the person outside the door. Password: go all out. The person outside the door replied. The man in the black suit then opened the door, and several people in gray and white cloaks walked in. A total of 3 people walked in. They then took off the gray and white cloaks on their bodies, revealing the black suits inside. The top of the suit is the same as the previous 2 men, with the pattern of the world government printed on it. They all saluted the middle-aged man and then said, "Sir Phlox, we are back." Phlox looked at the 3 of them and then said, "Thank you for your hard work. Did you get any important information from your trip to Aruba this time?" The 3 of them glanced at each other, and the person in the middle said, "Sir, this time we conducted an investigation in Aruba. The situation in the capital is very serious now. Aruba and the surrounding areas are under a high degree of military martial law and combat readiness status, but they are on the defensive as a whole. As long as the rebels don't attack, then nothing will happen there. Well, this has been confirmed many times, but I still want more important information, that is, the mysterious organization we discovered before. It seems to be a force called the Baroque Studio, and what are their actions? Continue to ask. The agent continued. There are often attacks against the king's army in Arupana, but it is difficult to know how many of them are caused by the Baroque Studio. After all, there are people in the kingdom who are dissatisfied with the king or undercover agents of the rebel army. They could all do those things. Flux stroked his beautiful beard and said, "This is reasonable, but if the Baroque Studio arranges people there, I am worried that there will be a greater threat." At this point, everyone in the room became nervous. Think about it. Our intelligence shows that Baroque Studio is going to provoke a civil war in Alabasta. So what is their best way to make the situation more chaotic? That is to assassinate or kidnap King Neferutali. Cabra. Phlox said deeply. As soon as Phlox spoke, everyone's expressions became more serious. This is also expected. The purpose of the Baroque Studio is to plunge Alabasta into unprecedented chaos, so this is also very possible. Fox continued. He looked back at the document in hand. Since the civil war broke out in Alabasta, the world government has not made any moves, although the 800-year-old administrative machine is already very rigid. However, Alabasta is one of the largest affiliated countries under the world government, so the world government dispatched its directly affiliated spy agency, CP3, to investigate. Phlox is the commander of CP3. More than a year ago, Phlox led CP3 elite agents to come here and conduct a secret investigation. CP3 agents went to various major areas in Alabasta to explore the secrets, including Arupana, Rapeseed, Kingdom Newport, Rainland, and more than 10 important large oasis cities for rigorous investigation. Eventually, a mysterious Baroque workshop was discovered lurking here, carrying out its activities. And even more incredible is the owner of the Baroque Studio. Fox looked at the documents on the table again. "Is it really you, Crocodile?" Phlox said. All kinds of evidence previously collected by CP3 showed that the boss behind Baroque Studio was probably Crocodile. However, this cannot be believed. After all, Crocodile is the majestic king of the Kibukai. With that kind of status, why would Crocodile be like this? In terms of wealth, in addition to using enemy ship capture licenses to plunder the wealth of other pirates, Crocodile also owns a large amount of wealth and industry in Alabasta. He won't be short of money. There is no status or money, so why take the risk of subverting Alabasta? This is a very serious crime. Why Rox couldn't figure out why Crocodile did this. But there was another thought in Phlox's mind. Is Crocodile involved with forces like the Revolutionary Army? However, there is still a huge question. The Revolutionary Army does often subvert the participating countries of the world government in the Grand Route and the Four Seas region, but those countries are basically ruled by powerful people. The king of Alabasta, Neferutali Cabra, is a great monarch known far and wide. Every time the world meets, the king speaks impassionately, demanding reform. If the Revolutionary Army attacks the rule of the world government from the outside in a violent way, then there are kings and politicians like Cobra calling for moderate reforms. At least the Revolutionary Army will not be targeting Alabasta. Furox understands very well that although he is the chief of the spy organization of the world government, he is very clear about the actions of the Revolutionary Army in major issues. Moreover, Crocodile himself is sinister and selfish, and will not work with the Revolutionary Army. Could it be that he was looking for something? Phlox guessed. Even Fu Luox and CP3 cannot explain the situation they are facing now. But now it has been basically determined that Crocodile and Baroque Studio are the culprits of the Civil War. Fox stood up and looked at the 5 agents in the room. The 5 agents in front of him all looked at him. Everyone, after more than a year of our investigation, we have confirmed the conspiracy of Crocodile and Baroque Studios. Now this result basically has no other options. People who can do this kind of thing in Alabasta secretly, except he has no one else. More importantly, our agents who have managed to break into the Baroque Studio have also confirmed this. Our next step is to report the information directly to the world government and listen to instructions. As for the decision-making power, there are still they decided. I will further revise the document immediately and then report it up. Everyone will continue to monitor the Baroque studio in each city. Furok said very seriously. The agents also had no objection, but then one person asked, "Sir, besides us there is another fleet that has arrived at the port of Rapeseed Flower. According to information, this fleet is from the magnetic drum kingdom." Phlox was silent for a while after listening, and then said while stroking his fine beard, "The fleet comes from the kingdom of the drum. Yes, they just arrived today, and they are resting here. It seems that there is still action, and Alabasta is in the middle of a civil war, and the drum country has just fought a short but fierce revolutionary war." "This is a bit strange," said the agent. "I know this. A bloody civil war began in the drum country. The revolutionary forces led by former Minister Dalton overthrew the former King Wapol. Wapol himself died violently. Dalton established a new government. Speaking of this, Wapol was the king who led the Sigu kingdom into a super-industrial power during his lifetime. But it is said that he was very greedy and cruel. And at that time, the total amount of arms purchases by the Sigu kingdom was among the best in the world. Since the revolution, well, these warships, it is too far-fetched to say that forces loyal to the former king came here to take refuge, and there are countless places suitable for refuge." Phlox said in confusion, "So, sir, what should we do next?" The agent asked. "We're short on men now, but let's send someone to keep an eye on them," said Phlox. "Okay, sir," the agent said. The 3 CP3 agents who came in before were about to leave, but Phlox quickly stopped them. "By the way, there is one more thing. What about the news about the captain of the Navy headquarters, Hina, and her troops who are here to mediate?" Fox said. An agent said, "Regarding Colonel Hina, she is now serving as a mediator in Aruba instead of the Navy. She led about a few hundred soldiers in the capital to discuss information with the king. Gina also represented the Navy in contact with the rebels before. However, the rebel army is not willing to accept her mediation at all. Her fleet seems to be still in the area of the Sandora River." After hearing this, Phlox said naturally, "Of course. After all, although Hina is a colonel at the naval headquarters in Alabasta, she is only a colonel after all. She is insignificant to the king. Even Cabra, no matter how kind she is, she can't shake Cabra's ideas. Moreover, the king's army is already on the defensive. As long as the rebels don't attack, everything will be fine. When facing the rebels, Hina plays the lute to a cow, and the rebels hate the king extremely. There is no way she, a naval captain, can stop her. Besides, if we are talking about reporting intelligence to the superiors, how can she be compared with CP3? After civil strife broke out in Alabasta, the world government also ordered surrounding navies to quickly investigate the situation and mediate. The Navy on the surface and the spy organization CP3 secretly operate independently. Colonel Hinai is in charge of the Navy in Alabasta. She is known as Black Threshold. However, the Alabasta Civil War was fierce, with millions of troops fighting each other. The small fleet and force led by the Hinates did nothing to stop the civil war. The world government was exhausted from suppressing the revolutionary army and pirates everywhere. But now Alabasta is in such a big trouble again. If it is really possible to mobilize heavy troops, then I don't know how many years it will take. As for CP3, they are also worried that if Hina, who is very clear about the local situation in Alabasta, wins favor with the proposed solution, it will be the same as CP3 having no credit. Anyway, it is our CP3 that gets the most credit in the end, and no one can shake this." Phlox said. The 3 previous agents then leave the room. Fox proceeded to revise his file report. Before you know it, it's night. Under the light, Phlox happily organized the documents and took out a special encrypted telephone bug. This kind of phone can send telegrams remotely and is extremely difficult to be eavesdropped. Once this top-secret report document is in Wuleoxing's hands, it will trigger an earthquake. Fox picked up the organized documents and said admiringly, Phlox telegraphed the top-secret documents to the World Government Administration Center in the Holy Land of Mary Joel. There, the intelligence personnel who had already been waiting accepted the information and then submitted it to the world's highest power group, the 5 Old Stars. The second day of Rape Blossoms finally arrived, this day in the east of Rape Blossoms. Waiwei, Sanji, and Nami rode in a carriage together, and under the cover of a large number of fleet soldiers, they began to move towards the eastern region. Since the base camp of the rebel army, Catalia, is an inland city, it happens to be located in the northeast region of rapeseed flowers. Therefore, after discussing with the fleet officers, YY led a large number of fleet soldiers to land as a cover and headed towards Catalia. On the carriage, Sanji talks to Vivi and Nami. Waiwei, the scenery here is really nice. Nami looked around and said. Waiwei looked at Nami, knowing that her words were to ease the atmosphere. Alabasta is a desert kingdom, and there are many beautiful scenery here. Waiwei said. The surrounding scenery is indeed beautiful, surrounded by endless desert and dry wind. Not that there are some desert plants. Since it is morning now, the sunlight here is not very strong yet. Everything around me seemed to have not yet awakened from its deep sleep. Sanji looked at Waiwei and asked, Waiwei, since you dare to go to the rebels to negotiate, then I'm afraid you have some confidence. Do you know someone? Sanji has already seen Waiwei's thoughtfulness. Waiwei looked at Sanji and said, Well, there is someone I know among the high-level rebel army. Sanji looked at Vivi. The princess in front of him seemed to want to say something but did not continue. Oh, through this person, you can try to open up the negotiation. Of course that's fine. Sanji said, It's not hope, but that there is no other choice. Waiwei said. Vivi thought back to the young leader of the rebel army who had been her childhood friend. But unexpectedly, he eventually became the leader of the current rebel army. About 2,000 fleet soldiers disembarked from the warship and hired a large number of carriages and horses to go to Catalia. These wagons also carried some gold and food supplies. After all, this is a better way to open up the negotiation situation. After marching all the way, the team of 2,000 people finally arrived outside the city of Catalia. The outskirts of the city where the rebels were stationed were protected by a group of fortifications. But it is different from the powerful and solid city wall in Aruba. The city used to be undefended. It's just that in recent years, fortifications have been built for defense during wars. However, due to the absolute advantage of the rebel forces in the southeastern region of Alabasta, there is basically no need for too strict defense. Of course, the city was manned with a formidable force. A large number of simple barracks and warehouses can be seen outside the city. Sanji, who was sitting on the carriage, looked towards the east. This is it, Catalia. Sanji said. Waiwei looked at the city and said, Here we are, our destination. Seeing the city in front of her, Waiwei's heart was pounding. This was the base camp of the rebel army. Nami looked at Catalia and said, It really looks like a dilapidated city. There is no prosperity here. But the arrival of 2,000 people made Catalia immediately nervous. Immediately, 2 groups of mixed infantry and cavalry troops surrounded from both sides. The 2 rebel groups appeared to be well-dressed and well-trained. It's not like some stragglers at all. Sanji, Waiwei, and the drum soldiers were quickly surrounded by 2 rebel groups. The 2 groups of rebels each have more than 1,000 people, and their total number is about the same as the soldiers of the Sea Kingdom. However, the soldiers of the Sigu Kingdom were surrounded very tightly. The infantry and cavalry of the 2 rebel groups raised their rifles and aimed at the soldiers of the magnetic drum country. Who are you? A burly rebel officer riding on a burly war horse came out from the left and asked everyone. At this time, Sanji quickly jumped out of the carriage. Go straight to the front of the officer. Sanji walked up to the officer and looked at him. The officer looked at Sanji, who was wearing a suit and holding a cigarette butt in his mouth, and asked, Who are you? Hello, we are the mediation envoys of Drum Kingdom. We are here to meet with the high-level leaders of your rebel army. Sanji said calmly. The officer looked at Sanji and said, We have never heard of the mediator from the Drum Kingdom. You should leave quickly. Wait a minute, Sanji's tone became more serious. Then he threw the cigarette butt out and said with a serious face, "Please help me accommodate, and we have some gold and materials here to help you. After all, you rebels also need money and materials." With a wave of Sanji's hand, several military officers from the Magnetic Drum Kingdom hurriedly led the soldiers to pull out more than a dozen carriages. In front of the officer, the gold and grain on the carriage were shown to him. The officer was also moved when he saw the gold and food. After all, the rebel army was also very difficult and needed a lot of food and money. The officer looked at the gold and food and looked at Sanji again. He was still thinking, but Sanji looked at him very seriously. "You really want to find our high level, then I can help inform you," the officer said. The expression on Sanji's face relaxed a little and he said, "Thank you so much." The officer gave some orders to his subordinates and hurriedly galloped towards the city of Catalia. However, Sanji and Waiwei's team of people have always been under the supervision of the rebels. Sanji, Vivi, and Nami have been waiting for a long time. It is now noon, and the sun in the sky is getting stronger and stronger. I saw the horse galloping for a while, and finally the officer came back. "Everyone, you can enter Katria City now. However, only the envoys responsible for negotiations can enter. The other soldiers are stationed in the area around the city and we will make arrangements," the officer said to Sanji. "It's like this, okay then," Sanji said. Sanji then said something to some officers of Magnetic Drum Country and called Vivi, Nami, and several officers to the city of Catalia. Most of the 2,000 soldiers were stationed in the area outside the city. Sanji rides in a carriage with Vivi and Nami. Several coordinating officers rode on horses. Guarded by the officer and a group of rebel cavalry, the group entered the city of Catalia. Sitting on the carriage, Vivi, Sanji, and Nami looked around while thinking. What will be faced is a more difficult negotiation. Whether the other party can cease the war is a difficult problem. Vivi, Sanji, Nami, and the cooperating officers entered Catalia City under the escort of the rebels. The inside of the city is still relatively shabby. Many old-fashioned buildings along the street are simply repaired and continue to be used. Residents in the city also serve the rebel army specifically, helping the rebel army transport and manufacture various needed items. Waiwei can use the cloak she is wearing to cover her face. After all, many people here still know her. When Alabasta was peaceful in the past, people from all parts of the country went to the capital Aruba to worship the king. So many people in the kingdom know what Waiwei looks like. If he was exposed casually here, it might trigger an attack by some people who extremely hated the king. In addition, Waiwei also needs to beware of the people in the Baroque studio, because Waiwei is the person who knows the culprit of the Alabasta Civil War, so the Baroque studio does everything possible to get rid of her. It is impossible for the Baroque studio not to have placed an undercover agent here with the rebels. After passing through a section of the urban area, the team passed through a very wide square, enough to accommodate thousands of people. Countless people were gathering in this square at this time, and someone was giving a big speech in the center of the square. "This is," Waiwei said suddenly. She suddenly remembered something. Waiwei has also been to most of the cities in the kingdom, and she has also been to Catalia. However, after the vicissitudes of the Civil War, and Catalia is an old city, it already looks very dilapidated. But Waiwei can recognize this square. This square was built by her father, Neferutali Cobra. It is called King's Renaissance Plaza. That is to say, Cobra once built this square in order to revive old Alabasta cities like Catalia. Unfortunately, civil war broke out not long after the construction of this square. The whole country is in terror, not to mention the construction of these old cities. At the King's Fuxing Square at this time, the speaker stood on a high platform and spoke to thousands of people below. "Everyone, the king's stupidity has put the country into crisis. We have to resist. A king who only cares about himself and commits absurd acts is not worthy of ruling this country. Neferutari Cobra, a hypocrite, his misbehavior on the throne caused Alabasta to fall into crisis, so we have to overthrow him. In order to monopolize precipitation and strengthen his rule, he actually used dancing powder. A loud rebellion officer was there relentlessly preaching against the populace the evils of King Cobra's rule. This is the propaganda offensive of the rebellion. In addition to the battle on the battlefield, the rebel army has incited countless people to hate the king through various propaganda and mobilization. Tens of thousands of people served the rebel army because of this mobilization, which made the strength of the rebel army continue to expand, and eventually it was on the offensive in the Civil War. Even a large part of the king's army has become a rebel army. Wai Wei's heart twitched for a while when she heard this, and she turned her face away. The propaganda on the square continued, and the high-pitched voice of the officer continued to be heard through the loudspeaker. Dear people, King Wapol of the Drum Kingdom was overthrown in a revolutionary war. He himself also died a violent death. This is also an inspiration to Alabasta, which is also facing a tyrant's rule. We must let Nefru Tali. The tyrant Cobra will meet the same fate as Wapol. Please cheer me on. After the officer's propaganda, thousands of people on the square raised their fists and cheered. Down with Cobra, tyrants must die. Long live the rebels, justice belongs to us. Capture of Arupana, the shouts were earth-shattering, as if they were about to push everything down. Wai Wei, who was sitting in the carriage, tried her best to cover her ears, but those voices kept coming. Her beloved father, Dr. Wang, worked hard for the prosperity and development of Alabasta, but because of the evil done by the murderer behind the scenes, the people regard him as a tyrant, and everyone can't wait to get rid of him. This pain is worse than 1,000 cuts. Sanji looked at the excited crowd with his eyes and quickly sat down beside Wai Wei. Vivi, don't be like this. Remember what our purpose is, Sanji said comfortingly. Wai Wei gritted her teeth and tried hard to hold back her tears. Well, I'm fine, Vivi said. The procession continued on, passing through some more blocks. It's finally the end. They came to a white marble building that was full of bullet holes and cracks. Apparently it had been destroyed in the previous civil war. Everyone, we have arrived, the officer in charge of escort said. Vivi, Sanji, and Nami looked at the building ahead. The three of them got off the carriage, and the cooperating officers also got off their horses. Sanji always vigilantly observes the surroundings, beware of possible dangers. Follow me, everyone. The officer continued to lead the way. This white building was also heavily guarded. The officer walked to the front, and after talking with the fully armed officer, he was allowed to pass. Vivi, Sanji, Nami, and the cooperating officers were able to enter. Entering the white building, you will soon arrive at the hall. This hall is full of documents, and some officers of the rebel army work here. When they saw someone coming in, they all stopped working. There was a big table at the end of the room, and a young man was sitting there behind it. He looked at everyone with eyes full of persistence and scrutiny. Sanji also looked at this man with his right eye under the curled eyebrows. The other's face was very resolute, even a little rough. Obviously it was caused by wind and sand in the desert. He has short hair very neatly. He is wearing a dark red coat behind him, holding a very long sword in his hand, but the sword is always in the scabbard. But the most obvious thing is the scar on the left eye. Nami on the side was a little uneasy seeing the aura of the people around her. But to Sanji's surprise, Vivi kept covering her head with her cloak. The military officer who led the way said, the leader of Kosha and other officials, the mediation envoy of Drum Kingdom has arrived. Kosha waved his hand and said, go down. The officer hurried down. Sanji looked at this young man named Kosa, who did not expect that he was the leader of the rebel army that swept across Alabasta at a young age. Kosha looked at everyone, but when his gaze fell on Wai Wei, he suddenly trembled for a while. This feeling in the dark is like seeing an old friend. You are the mediators of the Sea Kingdom, Kosha asked first. Sanji nodded and said, exactly. We are here to mediate the civil war in Alabasta. Kosha looked at Sanji. Although he was the leader of the rebel army, he clearly felt that the other man was a man full of momentum, able to knock down powerful opponents suddenly. You want to mediate, but I can tell you directly that it is still impossible. Although Kosha's tone was calm, he did not mean to waver at all. "Then you might as well listen to what I have to say." Suddenly Waiwei's voice sounded. Kosha was stunned. He was surprised to see that the man Silk had known before pulled the cloak away from his head. Waiwei, the princess of Alabasta, looked at him right now. Vivi looked at Kosha. Her watery eyes looked at him. "Kusa, you are now the leader of the rebel army. I didn't expect our former partners to meet in this way," Waiwei said. Sanji turned his face to look at Wai, thinking that Wai and Kusha actually knew each other. Kusha looked at Waiwei, and the childhood memories kept echoing in his mind. Vivi and he used to be childhood friends. Both of them are full of dreams of building a better Alabasta in the future. Unexpectedly, one is still the princess of Alabasta, but the other is already the leader of the rebel army. Is this fate or a coincidence? Fate is indeed too tricky. Now Waiwei and Kusha are looking at each other. Although the eyes of the two are calm, they are fighting fiercely in their hearts. "Waiwei, you have indeed grown up. You are a very dignified princess," Kosha said calmly after a long time. "Kusa, you are now the leader of the rebel army. I didn't expect the opposition forces in Alabasta to be so young," Waiwei said calmly. Kosha stood up and looked at Waiwei. "Okay, Your Excellency the princess, you can speak now. Just say what you want to say," Kosha said. Vivi looked at Kosha, looking straight into his eyes. "You rebels are really unwilling to cease the war. It's just a truce. Do you really think that the civil war for so many years was really caused by the king? Is the dancing powder really used by the king and them? Here, I can tell you. Really the person who used dancing powder and created a series of crises is Sand Crocodile of the Kibukai," Waiwei said firmly. Hearing the name, everyone in the hall started talking. "Crocodile, how is that possible? Why did he do this? How could Shichibukai, the king consecrated by the world government, do this? But Crocodile is indeed suspect. It's just unbelievable." The cotters in the hall started talking one after another. Kosha looked at Vivi and asked, "You said it was Crocodile who did it. Then he has been in the Rainland and occasionally fought against pirates. He has never participated in the Alabasta Civil War. Can you explain who he is?" "How to do it," Waiwei said. "Crocodile has a Baroque studio, which is a mysterious criminal group. They secretly use dancing powder to frame the king, making the people mistakenly think that the king gathered rainwater for his own use, and created a series of incidents, making it escalated and turned into a civil war." As soon as Waiwei's words came out, the expressions of the rebel cotters in the hall changed drastically. Cotters are all talking to each other. After all, although the Baroque studio is deeply hidden, some tales will still be exposed to some extent, and some irrationality still exists. Kosha continued to look at Waiwei and asked, "Then do you have any evidence?" Waiwei didn't speak but opened a backpack on her body and took out a stack of documents inside. "Here, let's take a look." Waiwei handed out the document. A guard in the hall handed Kosha the document. Kosha returned his gaze to the document in his hand. He flipped through these documents, which contained all kinds of information and photos that Waiwei collected in the Baroque studio. The photos reveal the inside story of Baroque studio and a plot to overthrow Alabasta. Kosha looked serious and looked at all the documents almost without leaving a single word in his eyes. The cotters in the hall were talking about it, and some were waiting to check the documents. But behind a relatively remote table in the hall, a gray-haired rebel cotter took out a small encrypted phone bug from behind the desk, with the pattern of the Baroque studio impressively printed on it. The encrypted telegram was sent out quickly. Kosha checked for a long time, and finally handed over the document to another cotter on the side to check. Kosha looked at Waiwei again and said, "These really look very real. It's hard for me to really judge whether it's true or not. But what I'm going to say next is the really serious thing." Vivi, Sanji's expression became very serious, and he listened carefully. Alabasta has gone through several years of brutal civil war. Now the king's army and the rebel army are at odds, and the people who support both sides are also very hostile. Even if it is successfully proved that Crocodile is the real culprit behind the scenes, the current situation is already like a flood dam, and it cannot be blocked. Therefore, if this matter is forcibly announced to the army and people on the rebel side, it is tantamount to declaring that the sacrifices for several years are meaningless. For several years, whether it is a big claim or a small personal affair, there is endless hatred accumulated from both public and private aspects. Therefore, once such a thing is announced, the rebel army may first split internally and continue the war. Alabasta can't really get peace, Kosha said earnestly. Both Vivi and Sanji looked at Koza with serious faces. The current situation is obvious. Just the hatred accumulated over the years of war, and the bloodshed has already brought Alabasta into a situation where it is difficult to turn back. So now, if it is hard to prove that the past few years have been played and applauded by a former national hero, then I am afraid it will cause even greater chaos and unstoppable turmoil. Waiwei's complexion was very ugly. He and Kosha looked at each other. Both of them knew that Alabasta was already in a mess. Sanji looked at Waiwei, who was extremely anxious, and then at Koza. "Hey, you can't continue to make mistakes like this," Sanji said. Waiwei looked at Kosha again and said after a moment of silence, "In this case, maybe the situation will continue until Crocodile is not eliminated. But what I want to say is a temporary truce. This is fine." Kosha looked at her and said, "Can a truce really solve the problem?" Waiwei said, "Don't underestimate the truce. A temporary respite can ease the situation and create opportunities for better solutions." Kosha looked at Waiwei, and after a long silence, he said to the other cotters in the hall, "Everyone, I think we can rest for a while." These cotters were shaken by the current situation and some doubts, and they were all in hesitation. However, some people immediately objected. "I object, Chief Kosha. How can we stop the attack like this after we have spent countless blood in the past few years? Now the king's army is only completely passive defense. If we try to attack the opponent again, we will completely fail." A burly man with a full face, Huza's cotter, stood up and said, "I also object. Now the general mobilization order has been issued. All the manpower and material resources that the rebel army can mobilize are in operation. If it stops like this, all the previous achievements will be wasted. Moreover, our morale and prestige will be seriously damaged. Even if we have a truce now, the people we all have to carry guns to attack Aruba." A fat but strong cotter with scars on his face stood up and said. After that, several cotters came forward to oppose it. Kosha looked at them, and then at Waiwei. Vivi's eyes were examining his judgment. "Okay, everyone. The rebel army is still in the upper hand, but our advantage is not absolute, so we need to rest for more time. As for the angry people, I will personally appease them." Kasha Yang is very calm and unquestionable, said in a tone. "Koza is not without dignity as the leader of the rebel army at a young age." Not long after, the sound in the hall stopped. Kosha's firm position, as well as the current doubts and some complicated issues, made these cotters not have much objection. Kosha looked at Vivi and Sanji again and said, "Okay, we can stop the war temporarily. But if there is still no better solution to the problem in the end, then the flames of war will reignite." Seeing that the goal was achieved, Waiwei also breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, we will definitely be able to solve the problem in the end," Waiwei said, as if promising. One by one, Sanji also showed a relaxed expression on his face, and this time his goal was finally achieved. As long as there is a truce here, then it depends on what happens to Rogge and Sauron. Each division of labor to complete their own goals, this is success. But at this time, the gray-haired senior cotter from before, or the undercover agent of the Baroque studio, it is already constantly sending out information with encrypted phone bugs. Kosha continued to look at Waiwei and said, "Okay, since this is the case, I also need some work so that the troops can temporarily cease fighting." Kosha began to arrange for the cotters to issue an order to suspend the attack and extend the rest period. Sanji took out the phone bug from his clothes and started communicating with Rogge in the kingdom of Newport. "Rogge, we have already achieved success, and now the rebel army is willing to cease fighting. Vivi from the king's army also sent a sprinter to personally deliver a letter." Sanji communicated with Rogge. There was a reply quickly from the other side. Then, congratulations to you all. We have already arrived at King's Newport, but we encountered the attack of the Baroque studio. Some losses are just a successful defeat of the opponent. Sauron and I are all fine. Rogge said, I'm not worried about that green algae head as long as Usopp and Chopper are fine, but we haven't encountered Baroque studio here yet. Sanji said, then you must be careful. Baroque studio is now a huge threat. They may be lurking in every corner of Alabasta. They may even get into the rebel army and the king's army, Rogge said. We will definitely pay attention to this. I will pay full attention to the surrounding movements. I will not let Vivi and Nami encounter any danger. Sanji said, Okay then Sanji, you have to stabilize the situation extremely and we will do our best to solve Crocodile as soon as possible. Rogge said, Okay, you have to work hard. Otherwise, I can't spare you brats. Sanji said half-jokingly. Then the two sides ended the communication and Sanji is now full of energy. After all, it is basically settled here now. Always beware of Baroque studios, though. Vivi then talked to Sanji as well. What? Rogge and the others were attacked by Baroque studio? Wei asked. Yes, but he didn't give me more details. But obviously they have been attacked a lot and we also need to take precautions. After all, both the rebel army and the king's army may have people from the Baroque studio. Shanzai said. Wei continued. You really need to be careful like this. If you run fast and get to Aruba, it will be fine. If he looks like that, he has an encrypted phone bug on him. My father or other confidant ministers have read the autographed letter. We'll respond with a phone bug later. I hope that Duck can give me some strength. It's always good to eat and drink, so run faster. Sanji said. Don't worry, you can run fast. Wei said confidently. After the rebels on Katria's side were willing to cease fighting, Kosa and the Cotters began to order each unit and area to continue resting and recuperating. In the afternoon, it was almost sunset time. Deep in the northeast desert of the kingdom of Alabasta, the majestic capital of Arubana still has that ancient majesty under the setting sun. Arubana, the capital of the kings of Alabasta for thousands of years, was built on a huge rock. Stairs hundreds of meters high extend down from the front gate of the huge city. On the high city wall, groups of burly soldiers of the king's army are fully armed, and groups of cannons are aiming at the front, capable of annihilating all incoming enemies. Because of the civil war, most of the elite troops of the king's army have been concentrated in Arubana and nearby urban agglomerations. Like the pyramids in Alabasta, Arubana is a magnificent relic that has not fallen down for thousands of years. It is both the witness of the king and the backbone of the country. Especially after the Nefertari family ruled here, there has not been a large-scale war here. However, the unprecedented civil war in recent years has put this ancient city under unprecedented threat. Despite the threat of war, everything in the city of Arubana is still stable and peaceful, and people's lives and work are still going on. King Cobra once swore to make every inch of land under his rule safe. In the king's army sentry on the high city wall, there are always people watching with binoculars. Always be on guard against any emergencies. A sentry in the binoculars saw a figure coming from the south running quickly in the desert. This figure runs surprisingly fast, which is beyond the reach of any human being, especially in this desert. Something is approaching, the sentry shouted to the others. An officer hurried over and asked, "What did you find?" The officer hastened to use the binoculars to watch the distant scene himself. Sure enough, a speeding figure in the desert was heading towards the royal capital in the north. With his common sense, the figure was definitely an Alabasta desert creature. When it comes to speed in a desert environment, Alabasta's biology is unmatched in the world. In addition to this officer, more and more other sentry posts also discovered this figure. Even the soldiers who came to guard the city wall in the end could see this speeding figure with their own eyes. Prepare cannons and machine guns at the main entrance to the south of the city wall. The officer in charge of the main entrance to the south gave the order. The cannons on the tall city wall began to turn under mechanical control, and the machine guns also aimed ahead. This figure kept rushing over. As they approached, the officer raised his hand and prepared to give an order. Wait a minute. The garrison officer finally canceled the order. He was surprised to see that it was a fast-running duck that had rushed to the front and almost disintegrated. Running fast is a kind of desert duck unique to Alabasta, which can run extremely fast in the desert. And this kind of duck is also considered rare, and almost all of them are protected animals by the kingdom. But this duck that runs fast is very similar to Princess Waiwei's duck. This officer had also seen Princess Waiwei sitting on the back of a duck before. It was already a few years ago, but that impression was too unforgettable. After all, a princess would actually ride on the back of a duck, rare in the world. This is Princess Waiwei's running speed. Open the city gate quickly, the garrison officer ordered. As the garrison officer gave the order, the south main door on the several hundred meters of Arupana began to open quickly. At this time, after a long journey, he ran fast and rushed to the bottom of the ladder. The duck rushed here after an arduous desert trip and finally saw the end. It lowered its head and drank the can of special drink hanging around its neck in one gulp. In the middle of the desert, running fast has always been very economical to drink these thirst-quenching drinks. Now that it's the finish line anyway, drink up the rest. Ga ran fast and now filled with amazing momentum. He shouted upwards. The duck turned on its full horsepower and ran up very quickly. The hundreds of meters of stairs are actually like flat ground under the fast running. Some of the defenders on the city wall were dumbfounded. For a fast runner, this is nothing. It has climbed straight cliffs. Running fast and running all the way, finally rushed to the huge south main entrance above the stairs. A large number of heavily armed garrisons stood at the opened gate, and these people were surprised to see that they rushed here. After the duck rushed here, Yulai rushed several tens of meters. Finally, feeling tired, I ran fast and finally stopped. After running almost to a stop, he lay on the ground panting for a while. After resting for a while, it stood up again and looked around. Gaw. Seeing the king's army surrounding him, he finally breathed a sigh of relief after running so fast. The garrison officer who was in charge of the main entrance came over. The garrison officer saw the exhausted but still full of strength running fast. The garrison officer walked to the side of the sprinter and looked at him. "Hey, you seem to be Princess Waiwei's duck, right?" said the garrison officer. After running fast, he quickly shouted, "Gaw, this is tantamount to admission." The garrison officer understood the meaning of running fast and continued to ask, "Then let me ask you, why is Princess Waiwei not with you? Is it because you are just delivering messages for her?" He ran so fast that he nodded and shouted, "Gone, now it can be confirmed that the fast running is to deliver a letter to Princess Waiwei." The garrison officer had a happy expression on his face. "That's great. I once received instructions from the Minister of Defense of the Kingdom, Bell. He said that Princess Waiwei might communicate here in a special way." "All right, I will notify Lord Bell immediately," the garrison officer said. The garrison officer quickly took out a phone bug and started communicating. "Are you from Belda? My Colonel Suck is responsible for the defense of the southern main entrance of Arupana. Please come here quickly because Princess Waiwei's fast-running duck suddenly arrived here. I hope you will check the information it brought quickly," said the garrison officer. There was a reply soon. "Well, you said Princess Waiwei sent her to Arupana as fast as possible. Okay, I'll go quickly." A voice whistling like a falcon in the desert said, "I am waiting for you all the time." The garrison colonel named Su-Ki said. Colonel Su-Ki hung up the phone bug and then looked to run fast. The duck now looked as if it was about to die, which immediately startled him. "Hey, run fast, what's wrong with you?" Colonel Suck said in shock. He ran fast and shouted like a groan, "Gaw." Colonel Su-Ki suddenly thought again and quickly issued an order. "Hurry up and prepare food and drinking water. Run fast, hurry up." Yes, the soldiers around him quickly took action. Under this situation, everyone will understand that after a long march in the desert, even a fast runner in the desert is very tired and needs rest, water and food. Then Colonel Suck ordered to close the gate quickly. The thick, meter-high south main gate was closed again with a sound of friction. The royal capital on this huge rock has turned into an impenetrable fortress. Those who ran fast were picked up on a stretcher by 4 burly soldiers and carried to a tower on the city wall. Soldiers quickly brought it several large barrels of drinking water and many plates of fruit. After seeing this, Run-Qi quickly stood up. "Ga, run fast and gobble water and eat fruit." The duck was indeed exhausted just now, but it was more of a joke for everyone. After all, such delicious food can be served quickly. On the top of the palace in Arupana, a man in white robes quickly transformed. His arms and legs turned into wings, and his feet turned into bird claws. His body completely turned into a huge desert falcon, with thick brown feathers covering his dual wheels and his whole body. The head also became like a huge falcon. The man who transformed into a giant falcon spread his wings and began to fly into the sky. There is always a giant falcon flitting across the sky in Alabasta. Many people consider him the patron saint of Alabasta. The patron saint of Alabasta has guarded the royal family and the kingdom for generations. Whenever the kingdom is in danger, he will stand up and soar between the sky and the earth, not afraid of being smashed to pieces. Flying in the sky is Bel, one of the 3 guardian ministers of Alabasta Kingdom. It has turned into a giant falcon and soars high above the sky of Arubana. Now the sun is setting in Barubana, but the orange-red sunlight shines on the city. Everything in it is so peaceful and full of beauty. Bel soared in front of the red sunset, which was only half left, and it looked particularly spectacular. It's like a guardian messenger sent by the sun. Even when the sun sets in Aruba, he will still guard everything. Bel spread his wings and soared towards the southern main gate. With that extremely high speed, Bel finally reached the city wall above the southern main gate. On the city wall, Bel's giant falcon landed. Bel's body changed rapidly from the beast form of the falcon to the human form. This is a slender but strong man in a white robe. At his waist is a long desert-style knife. His eyes have 2 long black patterns like an ancient totem. When the surrounding soldiers saw him, they quickly saluted. Lord Bel, many soldiers knelt down to salute. Bel waved his hand and said crisply, "No need to be polite, let me see Colonel Suck quickly." The soldiers hurriedly led the way, and Bel quickly came to the tower with swift strides. "Meet Colonel Suck here." "I have met Mr. Bel." Colonel Suki saluted. "You said it was Princess Waiwei who ran fast, let me see it quickly. There is something to be dealt with quickly. Princess Waiwei must have given us very important information." Bel said. Colonel Suki hurriedly said, "Yes, Run Fast has been here all the time." Then Colonel Suki hurriedly led the way. Now is an extremely important moment. Colonel Suck took Bel to the room where he was resting. As soon as they entered the room, the two saw various wooden barrels and many empty plates lying on the ground. Running Fast is lying on a bed with a bulging stomach and eyes to rest. The duck gobbled it up for a while, and after eating and drinking, it lay down on the bed to rest wantonly. Bel could tell at a glance that it was Princess Vivi's horse that ran faster than Karu. "Run fast," Bel said. After running so fast, he immediately sat up when he heard the sound like a desert falcon. Gaw! He was a little surprised at how fast he ran, and in front of him was Bel, one of the Alabasta King's guard ministers. There are 3 bodyguards of King Cobra, namely Ikerm, Gakar, and Bel. The 3 of them are courtiers who are the backbone of the king and even the entire king. Bel looked at Run-Qi and continued to ask, "Run-Qi, has Princess Vivi arrived in Alabasta? If you run fast, you will immediately nod your head and shout, 'Ga, you help Princess Waiwei deliver the letter, then give me her letter. I will hand it over to His Majesty the King,'" Bel said. "Run fast and spread its wings. There is an encrypted envelope under the root of the right wing, and tied to the wings." Bel saw the letter and unscrambled it, but of course he didn't check it. "This letter is very important, but does Princess Waiwei have any other important items?" Bel asked. Running Fast, he patted a bag hanging on its abdomen and took out a phone bug from it. Bel also took it over to check it and then said, "It seems that it is for communication. This is it. It is not too late. I will send these 2 things to the palace. By the way, I will take you there too." As it ran fast, its expression immediately changed and it yelled, Colonel Suker on the side asked Bell and said, "Sir, you should leave now. Everything is very critical now. We must go back immediately," Bell said. Bell immediately took the runner out of the room and the tower. At the flat area on the top of the city wall, Bell quickly changed his body. He is an animal devil fruit ability user, and it's a bird fruit. It's in the form of a falcon. It is one of only 5 flying abilities in the world. Bell directly changed from human form to giant falcon in beast form. "Okay, let's go." Bell grabbed the duck with 2 giant paws and ran quickly. He picked up the duck and started flying to the palace in the city. It seemed uncomfortable to be picked up when it was running so fast, but it could only keep making dissatisfied cries of "Gah." Colonel Suki watched as Bell ran away quickly, and then ordered his subordinates to return to work. Bell was flying quickly over Aruba. Running fast and seeing the scenery below, my whole body was trembling with fright, for fear that I would fall down at any moment. But what a superb flying skill Bell is! The things that his men can fall have not yet been born. The sun continued to set in the sky of Arubana, and by the time Bell ran almost to the top of the palace, there was only the last gleam of the setting sun. "Okay, we're here." Bell threw the speedster down, then quickly landed on the top of the palace and returned to human form. Bell led them to the palace quickly. Inside the palace, in the magnificent political hall, a very long red carpet ends, and a middle-aged man sits on a gorgeous throne. The middle-aged man wore a simple but solemn robe. His body is thin but burly, and his face is full of wrinkles caused by hard work. Those eyes are already very tired, but there is a kind of never giving up. This middle-aged man is Neferutali Cobra, king of Alabasta. This king once wanted to lead his people to build a beautiful and prosperous kingdom and worked diligently. But a bloody civil war that started a few years ago completely shattered everything. This bloody civil war turned former friends into enemies, former relatives were killed, and former ideals were dashed. All that was before has come to naught except death and constant war. Even so, King Cobra is still desperately trying to save everything. But the war is far beyond what he and anyone can control. Brutal massacres were staged every day. In addition to the fighting between the king's army and the rebel army, some other local forces in the kingdom also began to move around, secretly planning their own interests. Over the past few years, Cobra, who is only in his 40s, has gained astonishing wrinkles, making him look like a 60-year-old man. Cobra turned his head and looked at a burly and scary man standing aside. This man was wearing a long robe, with long black hair and a face like a huge jackal. There is a very long sword on the waist. The man's eyes were piercing and he looked around like a jackal. If anything wanted to hurt the king, he would detect it and kill it. "Jaka, what's the situation with the southern rebels recently?" Cobra asked. This man is Gaka, one of Alabasta's 3 major guard ministers. Jaka respectfully said to Cobra, "Your Majesty, the rebel army is always in a state of preparation. They are in the process of repairing." Cobra's expression was very complicated after hearing this. Although the rebel army has been in a stable state recently, the 2 sides have been in a state of confrontation. But the more things go like this, the more brutal battle they will face next. The rebels already control most of the southeastern part of the kingdom and have also penetrated into many other areas. And with troops, they are on the offensive. Now the rebels are in the upper hand and have taken the initiative in the war. Now the king's army is defending Arubana with all its strength and has fallen into a passive state. And the longer the time dragged on, the more fully prepared the rebel army was, and the coming battle would be extremely cruel. Jaka looked at Cobra, who was already extremely worried, and said, "Your Majesty, why are you so worried that the rebels will attack sooner or later? We can just mobilize and prepare step by step." Cobra looked at the long red carpet in front of him and said, "In addition to worrying about the rebel army, I always feel that there is a mysterious force that is performing invisible actions in the dark. They even caused this civil war catastrophe. Dancing fans have nothing to do with Cobra. They are so called behind the scenes." Cobra had long suspected this. So many dancers appeared in Alabasta in the first place, It was definitely not accidental or caused by ordinary gangster smuggling. Even Princess Vivi and Ikkerm went overseas to investigate together. Thinking of this, Cobra thought about his daughter Vivi, whom he had not seen for several years. At this time, the door of the political hall was suddenly opened. Bell and Run Fast appeared in front. Cobra looked in surprise at the fast runner beside Bell. Before he could speak, Bell took the lead and walked forward quickly and said, "Your Majesty, Princess Vivi has arrived in Alabasta, but I need to run fast and send her a message first." The guy running fast next to Bell also opened his mouth and shouted. Gah! After Cobra heard the news, his body trembled for a while. His heart beat violently. "Vive, she returned to Alabasta," Cobra said with a trembling voice. Bell and the runner quickly walked to the front of Cobra. Cobra left directly from the throne and observed with his own eyes how fast he ran. This fast-running horse is indeed Waiwei's mount, named Kalu. Bell continued to quickly take out Waiwei's sealed letter and the phone bug. "Your Majesty, the princess ran away and brought a letter and a phone bug," Bell said. Cobra took the letter very eagerly, opened the envelope, and inside is a blank sheet of paper with words written all over it. "It is indeed Vivi's. She has indeed returned to Alabasta," Cobra said excitedly. The letter contained information about the secret conspiracy of the Baroque studio and about Crocodile's bad behavior, and Waiwei enlisted the help of a group of friends. After seeing the content of the letter, Cobra's expression changed from the excitement just now to a complicated one, even a little angry. Gaka and Bell glanced at each other. "Your Majesty, how are you doing?" Jaka asked. Cobra raised his head and said with a long sigh, "It turned out to be like this. Crocodile conspired to overthrow Alabasta and he caused this civil war." Crocodile Jaka's expression became serious. "Yes, it's Crocodile. Under the cover of His Majesty Shichibukai, he has been lurking in Alabasta for many years for this conspiracy, to take Alabasta," Cobra said very seriously. In fact, Cobra once doubted Crocodile, but he also doubted the Revolutionary Army. They even sent Jaka to investigate, and it turned out that no one in the Revolutionary Army was in Alabasta. Crocodile is also concentrating on running the industry in the Rainy Land, and whether it is fighting pirates. Now everything is revealed. Waiwei personally sneaked into Baroque studio with Ikkerm and found out that the culprit behind the scenes was Crocodile. Jayaka suddenly asked again, "This is not so strange. Although Crocodile was canonized by the world government as the king's Kiwuhai, he is also an ambitious man. I have seen him. Hidden secrets of the invisible." "That's right, Your Majesty. Is Ikkerm back with Princess Waiwei now?" Asked by him, Cobra's expression became very complicated again. He turned to look at Gaka and Bell. Ikkerm, the letter said that in order to protect Waiwei and the others, the ship he was on was blown up. Cobra said with great difficulty. The news was like a bolt from the blue, shocking both Bell and Gaka. Both of their eyes were full of disbelief. "Why is Ikkerm dead?" Jaka said in shock. "Ikkerm is actually going to die." "Wait, Your Majesty. Has Princess Waiwei confirmed that she has seen his body?" Bell asked again. Cobra said with a heavy expression. "Vivi said in the letter that there was a shocking explosion on the ship Ikkerm was traveling on. His whereabouts are unknown." Jaka and Bell's faces were heavy, and in this case they were basically close to death. In the past, the three guard ministers of Ikkerm, Jaka, and Bell acted as the three pillars of King Cobra and the Kingdom of Alabasta. The scene is vivid. The three guardian ministers risked their lives for the sake of the kingdom and saved the kingdom from danger. Although the three of them are very serious in court, they are as close as brothers in their hearts. Now, such an accident happened in Ikkerm. Both Jaka and Bale felt extremely heavy. One of the three pillars has already collapsed. "Ikkerm," Jaka said painfully. Bell quickly gave him a shoulder and said, "We can't do anything about what happened to Jake Kalem, but now the two of us are brave enough to support everything. Help His Majesty Cobra defeat the enemy." Gaka looked at Bell full of grief and indignation and said, "Well, we must continue to support everything." The two guard ministers bravely looked at Cobra. "Your Majesty, now that it is confirmed that Crocodile is the murderer behind the scenes, we need to take action. Please give the order." the two people said together. Cobra looked at the two security ministers. He was silent for a while and continued. Crocodile has a criminal group called Baroque Studio. This group has a large number of powerful killers, and they may be lurking in the king's army, and the rebels are waiting for an opportunity to take action. But now we must find a way to defeat the enemy. By the way, Waiwei said that we can still contact her by phone. Belle handed the phone bug to Cobra again. Cobra picked up the phone bug and started communicating. Father, Waiwei's voice came to her after many years. Waiwei Cobra's voice was very excited. Father, I am in Catalia now. You should also read the contents of the letter. I have now reached an agreement with the rebel army, and they are willing to cease fighting for a while. But you also need to cease fighting on your side. Wai said. You said a truce, and I have no problem with a truce. The king's army has been on the defensive all along. As long as the rebel army doesn't attack, there will be no fighting here, Cobra said. As long as there is a truce, it's fine, but you still need to pay attention to safety, because the Baroque Studio may infiltrate various forces, including the king's army. Even your side is not safe. Waiwei said, Don't worry, I have Jayaka and Belle guarding here. There are hundreds of thousands of troops, don't worry. Cobra said, Then be careful, after all, the Baroque Studio is far beyond our imagination, so I hope that the father will always be on guard. Waiwei's tone was a little anxious. Father is supposed to be careful here, and Waiwei, you should be careful too. You are in Catalia now, which is the stronghold of the rebel army. You should hurry back to the capital, Cobra said. Cobra is well aware that the civil war has been going on for so many years now. Many people who hated him would definitely have the intention of harming Waiwei. Don't worry, I have friends here to protect me. They are very strong, and the high-level rebel army is also closely guarding us. They also know of Crocodile's conspiracy and are willing to cease fighting with us. Wai said. Then you have to be careful, Cobra said. He now knows very well that since Waiwei dares to go deep into the Baroque Studio, she is not afraid of these dangers. And now that the rebels are willing to cease fighting, they will also pay attention to Waiwei's safety. More importantly, Waiwei can decide everything by herself and he can't change it. Father, both the king's army and the rebel army are willing to cease fighting, so we need to see how my friends deal with Crocodile. Waiwei said, Those friends of yours, Cobra was a little suspicious. Please don't worry, they are very powerful. Before the Revolutionary War of the Drum Country, a few of them eradicated Wapol. Waiwei said. Hearing this, Cobra was surprised for a while. Why did you say that your friends participated in the Revolutionary War of the Drum Country and eradicated Wapol? Cobra asked in surprise. Exactly, my friends are very powerful. A few of them defeated thousands of Wapol's elite troops and killed Wapol himself. Waiwei said, although Cobra has been busy with his country's affairs for a long time, he also knows something about the magnetic drum country. In addition to meeting the tyrant at the World Conference, we also know that the Drum Kingdom has transformed from Wapol into a super-industrial power, and it has also purchased arms on a large scale, possessing a powerful military force that is far out of proportion to its own size. Moreover, it is said that Wapol himself is also a devil fruit-capable person, and he is very effective in combat. But just like that, Wapol and his army were wiped out by some of Waiwei's friends. This is enough to show the strength of the friends Waiwei met. That's true. Your friend is indeed very powerful, but you still have to be careful. Cobra said, Father, several of my friends are heading towards the rainy land from Xingeng Kingdom, preparing to destroy Crocodile. Waiwei said, the opponent they want to destroy Crocodile is one of the 7 warriors under the king. In this case, I must provide them with help. Cobra said suddenly, Father, don't act rashly and contact them after they have news. Moreover, the Baroque Studio is secretly sabotaging. Now we need to temporarily stabilize the situation. Waiwei said, Waiwei, okay, but I will be prepared. Once needed, we will immediately provide strong support. Cobra said, Father, the situation is critical now, so don't take it lightly. Waiwei said, Okay, Vivi, Cobra said. After an important conversation, both parties also hung up the phone. Cobra was now happy but troubled. The problem is complicated, but there is still hope. Cobra looked at Jaka and Bell again. Your Majesty, please instruct now, the two said together. Now we must stabilize first and take strict precautions. The situation is very complicated now, but the key to unlock all of this lies with a few of Vivi's friends. Now you listen to my orders. Cobra's expression suddenly became very serious. Please order. Bell and Gaka said together. Jaka, you are now ordering the king's army in Aruba and nearby cities to strictly train, prepare for battle, and start planning a combat plan to attack the rainy land. Bell, you start to strengthen the attack on all suspicious events and characters in Aruba. Investigate, try to find out how many eyes and ears have been arranged in the Baroque studio. Cobra gave the order. Jaka accepts His Majesty's order and vows to complete the task to the death. Jaika knelt down to accept the order. Bell accepts His Majesty's order and resolutely completes the task. Bell half knelt down to accept the order. Jaka and Bell went down quickly and began to carry out the order. Cobra was back on the throne, and he looked to the front door where Bell and Jaka went out to complete a very important mission. His gaze turned to the fast-running Karu standing on the red carpet in front of him. Run fast, come on. I want to ask you about Vivi and his friends. Cobra said with a very friendly face again. Run as fast as you can, yell Ga and step forward. Bell and Jaka had already walked out of the gate of the palace quickly, and the two of them stood in front of the gate together, looking towards the steps ahead. Bell, we will help Ikerm carry out his will. Gaka said firmly. No problem, Bell said in a voice like the cry of a falcon. Jaka quickly set off towards the bottom of the steps and began to complete the mission. Bell changed into a falcon form and began to fly into the air. One suppresses everything like a jackal on land, and the other scouts everything in the sky like a giant falcon. Now it no longer matters whether Ikerm is alive or dead. What matters is that the will of the three people must be realized. That is, defend the kingdom of Alabasta to the death. It is now night in Arubana, and there is no trace of the afterglow in the sky. But there are still warriors guarding the land. The situation has entered into stability. At least the civil war has temporarily eased. But in the rainy land of the desert city deep in the northwest of Alabasta, in this city that was still peaceful during the war, the top floor of the huge pyramid-like building at the end of the commercial street, Crocodile was sitting on the sofa at this time, watching the important documents sent by agents from all over the place. These documents are compiled by the Vice President all Sundays. However, Crocodile was suspicious by nature. In addition to asking him to sort things out all Sunday, he also asked some elite agents to report to him personally. At this time, Crocodile's face was gloomy. Although the light in the room was already dim, his face was even more gloomy at this time. He grabbed a telegram document from the report in his hand. This was sent by the agent who was ambushing in Catalia. The above clearly stated that the high-level rebel army was persuaded by the sudden appearance of Princess Waiwei to stop the war. The inside story of Crocodile and Baroque Studios was also exposed. Although it was not announced on a large scale, it has already caused extremely serious harm. And since Princess Waiwei showed up and even the rebel army was persuaded, then the king's army must have been notified by her. Seeing all the years of hard work, she was about to have a miscarriage. How could this be? Princess Waiwei has successfully arrived, and she began to reveal the truth about me. Crocodile gripped the document angrily. However, he still rearranged the files sensibly. Crocodile picked up another document which contained information about the kingdom's new port. The 2 armed airships dispatched were destroyed and both 6 and Mother's Day were killed. Trash, useless things. Crocodile said angrily. The situation was going well a few days ago, but everything changed after Princess Waiwei arrived. And according to the investigation, it was confirmed that the people from Kingdom Xinjiang had once traveled with Princess Waiwei. Now Princess Vivi and her friends are enough to pose a deadly threat to Crocodile's plot. Crocodile felt himself passive for the first time since the Alabasta Civil War that secretly triggered the havoc a few years ago. Just as Crocodile was annoyed for a while, a figure walked into the large room again. Boss, I have something to report now. The person who came was a tall girl with a somewhat dark temperament. All Sunday, Crocodile tried his best to calm down and looked at her. "Okay, let's talk," Crocodile said. Quan Yu walked up to him and looked at him with those bottomless eyes that seemed to be able to see through people. "Boss, I think you are very dissatisfied with the failure of Kingdom Xingang and the appearance of Princess Weiwei, but now there is news. In addition to the opponents we face, there is also one of the most powerful powers involved in this civil war," Quan Sunday said. "What?" Crocodile asked in a low voice. "Based on our investigation, it seems that the world government's intelligence organization has investigated us," Jian said on Sunday. After Crocodile heard the news, his eyes became even more gloomy. "What do you mean the world government's intelligence organization has investigated us?" Crocodile asked. Quan Yu nodded and said, "Yes, according to our intelligence, there is a mysterious force secretly investigating us. That is the intelligence agency of the world government, and it is the intelligence agency of the CP series. I don't know exactly which CP it is, but they have already lurked in Alabasta and noticed us. Even your identity, boss, and the missile secrets of Baroque Studio are known to the other party." After saying this, Quan Sunday looked at Crocodile with his deep eyes, waiting for his reaction. Crocodile stood up from his seat on the sofa and began to walk around the hall. He walked to the window and looked out. It was already late at night in Alabasta. The night sky outside was very clear and the stars were twinkling. "What was supposed to come finally came," Crocodile said. He then continued, "Alabasta is, after all, one of the largest affiliated countries under the world government. Even the royal family was one of the 20 families that founded the world government at the beginning, but they did not live in the holy land of Mary Joel. Instead, he chose to continue to govern his own kingdom. A large-scale civil war occurred in such an important country, and it was impossible for the world government to take no action. On Sunday, the reason why I chose to provoke the Alabasta Civil War in these years, do you know why?" Quan Yu had an extremely quiet expression and said, "Please explain." "That's precisely because the Revolutionary Army is inciting rebellions everywhere. As the biggest threat to the world government, the Revolutionary Army has been carrying out various activities in the 4 Seas and the Great Route. They are completely able to shake the foundation of the world government's rule. In this way, the world government the main force and other resources under his command were devoted to the encirclement and suppression of the Revolutionary Army. In addition, the pirates everywhere were very active, and the world government was even more exhausted. Therefore, I officially carried out the long-planned plan in the past few years. Action. But after all, Alabasta is still a very important country under the world government, but because the Navy has important tasks everywhere, and the scale of the Alabasta Civil War is unstoppable without 100,000 Navy. So they still sent a powerful CP agent. But which CP agent it is, have you really not found it?" Crocodile said. Quan Yu's expression remained calm as he said, "We tried our best to pursue it, but the other party's intelligence hiding ability was very good, and we did not discover the real details of the other party." Crocodile sighed and said, "You know, there are 1 to 8 organizations in the CP series of agents. Each one is full of vitality and has amazing intelligence capabilities. But there is one most terrifying thing that has not surfaced, and that is the extreme CP9 that only a few people can know." When Crocodile said this, even Quan Sunday, who had always been calm and composed, trembled and the corners of his mouth twitched. She thought of that unforgettable experience, but she immediately suppressed it and regained her composure. Crocodile seemed to notice something strange about the other party, but he didn't care. He continued, "This CP9 is the most elite intelligence organization of the world government. Only a few people know about it. Its combat power can compete with the other 8 CP series organizations combined. However, the existence of CP9 will still leak to some extent. Of course, such a powerful intelligence organization will not appear in Alabasta. They must be used to deal with the Revolutionary Army. Anyway, it is certain now. An intelligence organization in CP Series 1 to 8 has been targeting us in Alabasta. It is possible that the world government is aware of our actions. Quan Sunday still tried to remain calm and said, "Boss, what are our next steps?" Crocodile turned his head to look at her and said, "Now we have fallen into a passive position. Now that the civil war in Alabasta has restabilized, the two sides are just confronting each other. The world government is also eyeing us, and Princess Waiwei and some of her unknown accomplices are fighting against us together. Among them, the forces of the world government cannot worry too much for the time being, because it takes a long time for them to react and act effectively. The immediate urgency is to continue to reignite the civil war in Alabasta and kill Princess Vivi and her companions." Quan Sunday looked at Crocodile and said, "I understand." Crocodile turned his body completely this time and looked at Sunday. "This time Plan G is officially launched." Crocodile said, "As ordered." Quan Sunday said, "Then retire all Sunday." Crocodile returned to the sofa, sat there and picked up a bottle of wine. Crocodile uncorked the wine bottle and poured the red wine inside into his hand. Those delicious drinks fell into his palm as if they had disappeared. Alabasta will not stop bleeding, just like the red wine flowing into the sand. Crocodile said in a low voice. Outside this huge pyramid building, the night sky in the rainy land is very peaceful, but it contains endless conspiracy and evil. It's time for the sun to rise again. In Catalia, tens of thousands of soldiers and people in the stronghold of the rebel army are still preparing various supplies. Because of the orders from the top of the rebel army, most people continue to prepare weapons, food and medicine, as well as various equipment, horses and a large number of supplies. Even if some people are dissatisfied with the extension of the rest period, the high level the time to attack is not ripe, is still barely justified. After all, Arubana and the surrounding cities have very strong defenses. Although the rebel army is on the offensive, it is still difficult to capture the target. During this time, more cannons and guns can be cast, and more food and medicine can be stored, in a heavily guarded house in the busy city of Catalia. Waiwei, Sanji, Nami, and several accompanying officers had breakfast in the hall of the room. "Come on, everyone, let you have a taste of my craft." Sanji raised the plate with both hands and brought out plates of breakfast. Toast, omelets, baked cakes, coffee, and some grilled sea fish were served on the table. The accompanying officers and Nami were already very happy to enjoy Sanji's exquisite cooking. "It tastes really good," an officer praised after eating Sanji's toast. "It's really good. Even breakfast can be made so well," another officer said while eating grilled sea fish. An officer with his mouth full of omelet muttered, "Such a simple dish, ba, can be made so exquisitely in terms of heat and seasoning." Ba chirp chirp. "Are you so surprised we eat these foods every day?" Nami said with a relaxed and pleasant smile. "Really, you are so happy," an officer said enviously. Sanji came to the hall from the kitchen again, this time with a large fruit platter in his hand. "Everyone, after finishing the other breakfasts, we need to clear our mouths with a fruit platter," Sanji said. A fruit platter was placed on the table with apples, bananas, figs, chestnuts, dates, and prickly pears. There are also fruits from unknown desert regions. After seeing this variety of fruit platter, Nami and many officers cheered. "Wow, so many fruits," Nami said happily. After hearing the praise, Sanji also said with a smile on his face, "Miss Nami, it's great that you are satisfied with my cooking. It's delicious." "Sanji, I'm not complimenting you, it's really delicious." Nami picked up a piece of prickly pear and said while chewing, "It's really great, Miss Nami. Please continue to enjoy it. Everyone else will also enjoy it. And Waiwei." Sanji suddenly looked at Vivi. Waiwei was sitting on a chair at the table, drinking coffee in silence. Although Vivi seemed very quiet on the surface, Sanji could still see the bitterness in her heart. "Vivi, eat more too." Sanji walked to Vivi's side and said. Waiwei smiled, looked at Sanji and said, "Thank you, Sanji. I will eat more. By the way, the coffee you make is very good." Sanji is very clear, although the situation is basically stable now, but there are still threats. Crocodile and Baroque Studios are still ready to attack. Under such circumstances, Waiwei was naturally uneasy. Who knows what terrible plot Crocodile is plotting? Outside this building, a large number of rebel soldiers are defending. Koza personally ordered that their safety be strictly guarded. In an alley more than 100 meters away from this building, two figures are moving here. Both figures wear cloaks that cover their bodies and faces. Isn't that person here yet, my dear? Guaguagua. One of the people spoke in the voice of a young woman. After all, he is one of the few high-level agents. He will definitely arrive. Ha ha ha. Another person spoke. His voice was that of a middle-aged uncle. The two of them waited together for a few more minutes when a voice suddenly came from above the two of them. Sorry to keep you waiting. Suddenly, a figure jumped in front of them from above. The other party was also wearing a cloak, and then the person who came threw the cloak away. The person who appeared in front of them was a tall and slender man wearing ballet shoes on his feet. A man dressed in stage costume on the hips and upper body, wearing a large coat with two swan heads on it. Because the face of this visitor is heavily made up, he looks like an actor and an artist. Even like a man and a woman. The two of them quickly said respectfully, "Sir, we are waiting for your arrival." The visitor is none other than a senior agent from Baroque Studio, a dignified 2. It is different from other high-level agent combinations. Other senior agents, one man and one woman, work in pairs, but 2 is a shemale, neither male nor female, so he only needs to act alone. Hey, you two have been waiting for a long time. Thank you so much for your hard work. I feel so sorry for you. 2 said with a wink to the two of them. These two also threw away their cloaks. The person on the left is a young woman, wearing an exaggerated suit with a strong frog style. Very sexy exposure. The head is a frog hood, the upper body is a frog shirt, the lower body is a frog skirt, and the feet are flippers. Those faces are as youthful and cute as a frog. The limbs are also extremely slender. The man on the right is a middle-aged man wearing a long purple coat, wear goggles. The whole body was tightly covered except the head and hands. There was an exaggerated white hair on the head, but it was arranged very delicately. His chin is surprisingly long. A pair of eyes is always with a very complacent smile. Father's Day, I will listen to your instructions, sir. The young woman said. 7, I will listen to your instructions, sir. The middle-aged uncle said. 2 looks towards 7 and Father's Day. These two people are also the top-notch people in Baroque Studios among the middle-level agents after the senior agents. They are also good at long-distance assassination, which senior agents do not have. Okay, there are important things at hand now. You two don't need to be polite. 2 said. 2 He is quite polite when doing things, unlike some other senior agents. This made it easier for the two of them. Then Sir 2, what kind of battle are we going to do? Ha ha ha. 7 said. Our boss asked us to carry out Plan G. Specifically, he asked us to do 2 things. First, assassinate the leader of the rebel army and then frame the blame on the king's army. Second, kill Princess Waiwei and her friends. 2 said. After hearing this, both 7 and Father's Day were silent and thinking. This is not easy, but we can consider assassinating the leader of the rebel army. Guaguagua. Father's Day said. 2 winked and then said, that's enough. Our actions are based on division of labor. You two are responsible for assassinating the leader of the rebel army, the man named Kusha. I am responsible for killing Princess Waiwei and her companions. 7 After hearing this, he felt that there was no problem and said, we will complete the task this way. But the other party is the leader of the rebel army after all, and assassination is not that easy, so you must do your best, and you must not forget to frame the king's army. 2 said, no problem. We are a super assassin duo capable of killing thousands of people. Guaguagua. Father's Day said proudly, never underestimate the enemy. Ha ha ha. 7 said, 2 continued to warn, I wish you success. The slave family needs to leave here quickly. After saying that, 2 jumped up and disappeared. 7 and Father's Day looked at each other. As expected of Sir 2, you really acted quickly. Ha ha ha. 7 said, it is said that his boxing and kicking skills are very powerful. Guaguagua. Said Father's Day. 7 added, but we are not bad either. In Baroque Studio, except for 6 and Mother's Day who were killed in the previous battle, we are only second to the senior agents. Ha ha ha. Father's Day blinked and said, That's right, if we talk about sniping, no one in Baroque Studio can match it. 7 turned around again and said, "Okay, let's prepare to look for opportunities to assassinate the rebel leader Kosha. However, we still need to think about how to frame the king's army." Father's Day said, "Yes, this requires some preparation." 7 said. The two men acted together and began to prepare to assassinate the rebel leader Kosha, which was the most critical step in Plan G. In Baroque Studio, 7 and Father's Day are two special agents responsible for long-range sniper assassinations. They have super powerful sniper capabilities. The accuracy of the marksmanship is unimaginable. When the two of them act together, there is no time to fail. And 2 is to find a way to kill Princess Vivi and her partners Sanji and Nami. 2 left. 7 and after Father's Day, he quickly jumped on the top of the building and finally came to the building where Princess Vivi and Sanji lived. In this group of buildings, a large number of rebel soldiers are guarding here. The front of the building, as well as the sides and back, are protected by the rebel army. There are so many people, it's really a headache. But don't worry, I'll keep an eye on her for a while, as long as she doesn't go to other places. 2 said. Now for 2, just watch more. And to complete Plan G, you need to prioritize assassinating Kosha. A very good plan comes from 2's mind. By the way, according to the report of our intelligence personnel, Kosha and the rebel high-ups did not make any big announcement about Princess Waiwei's mediation. So once Kosha is assassinated and blamed on the king's army, all he needs to do is claim that Princess Waiwei is here. If so, many rebels will be triggered to kill Princess Waiwei. I don't have to do anything at all. The new family is so smart. 2 said very narcissistically. The ladyboy continued to observe the building where Waiwei and the others lived, and considered how to spread the word when the time came. A conspiracy is afoot in Catalia, but the rebel army didn't know it at all. On the road leading to the King's Renaissance Square in Catria, the leader of the rebel army, Kosha, was riding on a strong horse. Several cadres of the rebel army also followed on horseback. Many people and rebel soldiers along the street were in awe when they saw him. What is the Kosha leader going to do again? Our great leader. Kosha is really heroic, and he is able to take on such a heavy responsibility at such a young age. Compared to that old fool Cabra, our Kosha is truly a hero. But I really hope he can issue another combat order soon. I really want to drive that old tyrant off the throne. Many people and soldiers are talking about Kosha. Besides being young and promising, he is still very responsible. His decisions are strictly considered and never let the rebel army shed blood in vain. In fact, Kosha was not the leader of the rebel army at the beginning, but stood out in the brutal civil war, successfully won the support of the main rebel leaders with his ability and sincerity, and finally became the leader of the rebel army. After Kosha became the leader of the rebel army, it really gradually dominated the situation of the civil war. Even a large number of the king's army turned against Kosha's plan and turned into a rebel army. Even the king's army, which was on the offensive in the early part of the civil war, now has to defend the area around Arubana. Kosha and his party rode on their horses and marched quickly towards the King's Renaissance Square. The group arrived at King's Renaissance Square. This wide square is the largest square in Catalia, where thousands of people can be accommodated. After the rebel army used Catalia as their base camp, they used it as a place for propaganda. Telephone bugs were also used to broadcast to more areas. Kosha got off his horse and walked to the side of the high platform where he was in charge of preaching together with the cadres of his entourage. This tall platform used for preaching is fully 50 meters high. When preaching on it, coupled with a telephone amplification, it can be very powerful. The rebel officer in charge of the high platform saw that Kosha had arrived in person and said respectfully, "Chief Kosha, if you have any orders to come here, please feel free to tell me." Kosha looked at him and then at the high platform and said, "I'm here to preach something to the people. There is no need to deliberately mobilize, just let them listen to as many people as there are in this square. But to the people in other areas, the broadcast phone bug is still on." "Okay, as ordered," said the officer. The officer ordered his men to go down and get ready. Kosha began to climb the high platform. As the steps under his feet were stepped up one after another, Koza was getting closer and closer to the top of the high platform. Finally crossing the long stairs, Kosha finally reached the top of the platform. At the top, here is a square of about 100 square meters. Here Kosha is delivering that great speech. Kosha looked at the square below. Every time he gave a speech in the past, there were huge crowds of people below. And once he appeared on the stage, there was a wave of applause. In addition to his wonderful speeches, there is also his powerful personal charm. Now, even if there is no deliberate mobilization, there are thousands of people in the square below. Next to Koza, there are two rebels who are in charge of preparing the amplified phone bug and the radio phone bug. Let me ask how long it will take to officially start. Kosha said in a gentle tone. The two rebels looked at each other and said, "It will take about 30 minutes. Please wait." Kusha also looked at the sky. It was already morning here, and the sun was already shining. The bright sun shines in the city of Catalia, shine on this square. The vicissitudes of the civil war for many years seem to have branded these buildings, which gives people infinite emotion. The hot and dry wind blows around, and you can see everything about Catalia clearly from here. Many of those comrades who fought so hard have passed away. The original ideal is still going forward. However, all these struggles were planned by a conspirator, Crocodile. Thinking about all this makes people feel extremely sad and angry. However, this fact cannot be made public in any case, because that means that the huge sacrifices made in the past few years have been in vain and will instead cause greater chaos. Today, the speech Kosha needs to give is to further stabilize the mood of the people and soldiers. After all, they had been mobilized many times before, and their morale was already high. Now he has issued an order to extend the rest period, so that he can calm down many people's dissatisfaction by giving a speech in person. On the plaza below, some of the populace recognized Koza. Through the binoculars, they saw that it was Kosha, the great young leader of the rebel army whom they had admired for a long time. One word spread the word, and soon more people and rebel soldiers came to the square. Soon the original thousands became tens of thousands. Kosha looked down at the people and soldiers who had become extremely lively again and also sighed. No matter what, he must stabilize the situation. "Chief Koza, the speech can now be made," said the rebel officer in charge of the loudspeaker bug on the high platform. "Broadcasting to various places is also good." Another rebel officer in charge of broadcasting, the phone bug, also said. Kosha nodded and said, "Okay." Kosha strode forward a few more steps so that everyone in the square below could see him. The two rebels placed the amplified phone bug and the broadcast phone bug beside him, and they were always paying attention to adjustments. "Dear citizens and fighters, I am the leader Kosha." Kosha's resolute and resonant voice sounded. After the tens of thousands of people and soldiers below heard Kosha's voice, they quickly became quiet. Then there was an earth-shattering applause. Kosha, our great leader." Countless people and soldiers raised their arms and shouted, and the applause was like thunder. Since Kosha became the leader of the rebel army, he has continuously led the rebel army to victory. Already the actual leader and spiritual leader of the rebel army. Every speech of Kusa played an infinite role in mobilizing the people and soldiers. Young faces carry the expectations of countless people. At this time, Kosha stood on the high platform, looking at the excited people below and waving his arms. "It is my great honor to be able to stand on this high platform again today and give a speech to you. Even now, I still stick to my promise to be the leader of the rebel army. I will live and die with you and lead Alabasta enters into a bright future." Koza's voice began to resound throughout the plaza through the loudspeaker bug. The radio phone bug broadcasts Koza's voice to various places in Catalia City, as well as more cities in Alabasta. To this day, our hard work has made great progress. We have already gained an advantage, but if we want to achieve victory, we need to prepare harder. The enemies we are targeting are not some ruler. It's evil, whoever that evil is. Thousands of people in the King's Restoration Square and everywhere in Catalia listened to Koza's speech. Men, women, children, and people from all walks of life listened to Koza's speech. However, some people also felt that the tone of Koza's speech today was very peaceful and not as strong as in the past, but they still listened. While countless people were listening to this speech, they were in a building on the west side of the King's Fuxing Square. In this building, two figures looked at Koza, who was giving a speech in the distance. "What a young leader. I envy him so much," said Seven, who was observing here. Seven has long white hair. Although he is only middle-aged, of course his face is not too old. Father's Day on the side said with a smile, "You envy him, but he is indeed young and promising." Guaguagua. Seven turned his head again and said to Father's Day, "But I am also old and graceful, ha ha ha. You are right, I like you more than him." Guaguagua. Father's Day said. Father's Day looked at Kosha on the high platform outside again and said, "Hey, Uncle Fengdu, let's get ready to kill him." Guaguagua. "You're right, it's best to take action now, and our evidence to frame the blame is ready, ha ha ha." Seven looked behind. Behind him lay a fainted man in a corner, his body tied up. Mouth is also blocked. He was dressed like a rebel officer. "Okay, it's time for us to take action, ha ha ha." Seven took out a pistol and turned it around in his hand. This is a pistol made of fine steel with a three-dimensional shape. It is much more advanced than ordinary pistols. Father's Day glanced at him and took out a pistol from his waist. The pistol was decorated like a frog. I said, "We won't rely on this kind of firearm for sniping." According to the calculation just now, the high platform he is on is more than meters away from here. Although our pistol can snipe, the maximum effective distance is only meters. Most of them in this case, only 300 meters is effective. If one shot fails, wouldn't it give the other party a chance to escape? Asked Father's Day. Seven shook his head and said, "Of course I won't use a pistol to snipe. Once it exceeds 300 meters, the hit rate is uncertain, so I will never do it. So I prepared a special weapon. Ha ha ha." On Father's Day, I saw this middle-aged uncle walking aside, taking a box that was 1.5 meters long and opening it. "This is our weapon," Seven said. I walked over on Father's Day and saw a very long rifle inside the long box. The rifle is very well made. From the black alloy barrel to the oak handle and body, they are all very exquisite. There is also a special sight on the top of the gun body. There is also a bi-legged stand made of metal. This is the Death Sniper rifle that I got by collecting almost all the gun masters on the Grand Line. It has extremely high accuracy, can reach a range of 1,000 meters, and is highly effective. Even the wind direction and temperature have a great impact on it. Small. Seven said. Seven, take out the Death Sniper rifle from the box. Father on the side looked at this sniper rifle and praised it. "You have rich experience. I have never heard of this kind of sniper rifle, but its power is definitely very exciting." On Father's Day, I picked up the Death Sniper rifle and further observed the high platform in the square outside. He also used the Reaper sniper rifle, but that was only to kill some small people and animals. This time, he wanted to really take away the life of the leader of the rebel army like a god of death. Father's Day is a constant vigilance, paying attention to everything in the nearby square. The rebel army is also on high alert around, so there are guard posts around here. However, the two had already simulated at least 3 escape routes in advance and blocked the pursuit of soldiers and possible escape routes. As for the camouflage before the gathering, the room in the old building they were in looked very dark from the outside, and the sunlight couldn't find it here, so the sniping could be done safely here. Seven opened the chamber of the Death Sniper rifle, install a long black bullet, and then close the chamber. Then he placed the Death Sniper rifle on a table about 4 meters away from the window, set up the bipods, and repeatedly checked the integrity of the gun body. However, the reason why he was some distance away from the window was that there was a risk of exposure if he was too close to the window. "Okay. Wait and prepare to escape. I will definitely hit him with 1 shot, and the bullet is also coated with poison. Even if it misses the vital point, it will be fatal." Seven aimed the Death Sniper rifle at Ku on the high platform, sand. Inside the scope, the reticle was aimed at Koza. Koza didn't use excessive motion in his speech this time, so it's easier to snipe. The god of death in the darkness has locked Koza. However, at this time Koza was still giving speeches on the high platform. Everyone, the situation we are facing is still grim. Even if it is a temporary advantage, don't be too anxious. We must ultimately win and defeat all evil people, so we need more time to prepare. Therefore, we just ordered the extension of the rest period with the Cotters. Now is the time to prepare to draw the bow and shoot the last arrow. We need to wait. Just as Koza on the high platform was trying to give a speech, he saw the west side, that is, the left side of his body. A fire flashed in the windows of a building. Then he was hit in the body by something. Then the voice rang out. That was gunfire. Koza's body then fell down and fell heavily on the high platform. The young leader who had led countless rebel armies to fight bravely fell. The gunshot and Koza's fall shocked the people on the square and the rebels responsible for the surrounding security. Whether it is the people and soldiers who were listening carefully in the square, or the Cotters waiting for Koza under the high platform, they all looked at the high platform in shock. The two rebel staff who were also on the high platform looked at Koza, who fell in front of him with shocked eyes. The loudspeaker phone bugs and radio phone bugs in their hands are still on. In the city of Catalia and more cities in Alabasta, the gunshot and Koza's speech that stopped abruptly shocked countless people who listened. Countless people's hearts were filled with extreme fear and disbelief in this short period of time. They are unwilling to believe that this is true, or some accident happened. On the square, thousands of people and soldiers watched Koza fall on the high platform that everyone was watching, and they all looked up silently. Under the high platform, several Cotters of Koza's confidantes rushed up to the high platform. They all looked anxious and wanted to see how their leader was doing. Several Cotters rushed to the high platform. What they saw was Koza lying on the ground. His blood had soaked the masonry of the high platform. The blood looked very dazzling under the sunlight, but quickly changed to another color. They quickly turned into dark purple blood. It seems to contain a highly toxic substance. Koza! The shouts of the Cotters resounded through the sky under the loudspeaker, so that the crowd in the square could hear them clearly. The tens of thousands of people in the square couldn't believe that the leader of Koza, who they had spoken so generously a moment ago, was actually assassinated. The people and soldiers on the square were at a loss, and many people immediately sat on the ground. The young leader who led the rebel army to victory is now assassinated. This speech turned out to be his farewell. The Cotters on the high platform helped Koza up and shouted hard, "Koza, cheer up, you have to lead us to victory." "You can't die." Under the shouts of the Cotters, Koza's lips moved. He opened his eyes again and looked at the anxious-looking Cotters who had been through life and death with him. "Koza, you have to hold on and quickly bandage his wounds," a Cotter said quickly. Another Cotter quickly got down. He took out a small knife and started to aim it at the right rib of Koza. There was a hole as thick as a finger, and the surrounding area was already dark purple. "Hold it." The Cotter quickly stabbed the knife down, and dark purple blood flowed across it for a while. Finally, he worked hard to dig out a long, hard bullet inside the Lara. The Cotter took out the long bullet, but immediately there was a sharp pain in his hand. This 5-centimeter-long bullet contained highly toxic substances. While the Cotter was in pain, he quickly cut off his wrist and cut off 3 of his fingers with the knife in his hand. The 3 broken fingers quickly turned dark purple. Seeing this terrifying situation, everyone looked at Koza again. A Cotter hurriedly tore off the cloth covering his body to help Koza's blast wound. Koza waved his hand and said very slowly and lowly, "Don't bother. I know I can't do it, because the toxin of this bullet has spread throughout my body." The Cotter who was about to bandage him just now was also moved by the audience, and tears gushed out of his eyes like spring water. Koza's complexion became more and more dark purple. "You have to continue." Koza firmly grasped the corner of the clothes of the nearest Cotter. The Cotters all looked sad but listened to him seriously. Koza used the last strength in his body and said, Maintaining our truce is the only option for the kingdom of Alabasta to face the future. Wait for the coming of real light. Koza's hand holding the hem of the officer's shirt froze, but the breath of life in his eyes was disappearing. The expression on his face stayed at the last moment, that sense of trust in your partner. The Cotters were silent here for a few seconds. The Cotters knew that Kosha had passed away, but none of them wanted to take their eyes off his face. People in the square cannot see anything on the high platform more carefully, but they were all in unbelievable grief. The officer in charge of security around the square quickly ordered to chase after the assassin in the building on the west side of the square. Inside the building on the west side of the square, Seven took his eyes away from the scope of the death sniper rifle, leaving a lot of sweat on his forehead. The shot just now was the key to the success of both parties. "Okay," Seven said. His words were flat, and although the mission had been completed for them now, the real danger was just unfolding. "Okay, let's get ready to leave here. I'll get this evidence thoroughly first." Father's Day walked over to the rebel officer who had passed out here before. She aimed at the temple of the rebel officer, pulled out an ordinary pistol used by the rebel army and shot it. The rebel officer lay in the corner. Blood spurted from the temple. Father's Day quickly used a dagger to cut off the rope on his body and the cloth on his mouth and took him away. She arranged the pistol again, pretending to be the rebel officer committing suicide in fear of crime. She placed a stack of documents inside the rebel officer's clothes. "It's all done." Father's Day turned around and said. Seven touched the sweat on his forehead and said, "Okay, let's retreat." When he was about to walk out of this room, he turned his head and looked at it. "Eye Reaper sniper rifle. Since it hurts so much, why not take it away?" asked Father's Day. Seven turned around and said, "This is also evidence. After all, no matter how much I love guns, I still need to give up." The two quickly used the previously set route to escape quickly. After Koza was assassinated on the square, it turned into a violent riot for a while. Many people are emotional and want to rush to the high platform to see the situation. None of them wanted to believe that Koza had been assassinated. A lot of people hoped that Koza survived but was injured, even if they don't believe it. The rebel officers and soldiers quickly blocked the bottom of the high platform. The officers and soldiers of the rebel army quickly rushed into the building where the two assassins were assassinated just now, and went to the assassination room. In this extremely dark room where the sun cannot shine, they only saw a corpse and a very delicate sniper rifle placed on a table, and the muzzle of the gun was aimed at the top of the high platform in the square. The rebels quickly checked the corpses in the room, but found some very important documents inside. The death sniper rifle was also proven to be the sniper who assassinated Kosha. On the high platform of King's Renaissance Square, grieving officials fully protected Kosha's body and carried it away. 7N. Father's Day also successfully escaped from the area near the square. Finally, the two agents arrived in a small alley thousands of meters away from the square. This place is very remote, and it can basically be concluded that the rebel army will not be able to catch up. What a successful assassination! Father's Day gasped. Seven observed the surroundings and said, after confirming absolute safety, "We successfully completed the mission. Now it's time to report to Mr. 2. Then, Seven took out an encrypted phone bug from his clothes. "Sir, 2, I am 7. I have a very happy news to report to you. Have successfully assassinated Kusha." 7 said. "Well, I was also near the King's Renaissance Square just now. I saw him fall. You did a good job. The most critical step of Plan G this time has been completed. The next step is to try to kill Princess Waiwei and the others," 2 said in that enchanting Shemail tone. "Sir, 2, please give us instructions next." 7 said. "You successfully assassinated Kusha, but did you successfully frame the king's army?" 2 added. "At this time I received another call bug on Father's Day." 2 Sir, I captured a former officer of the king's army after verification. He was a member of the king's army who defected to the rebel army. I put documents on him that can prove that he is a traitor of the king's army. Of course, I have created the illusion that he committed suicide out of fear of crime." Father's Day said. That's it, that's good. Of course, I can also add fire to them. It is completely proven that it was the king's army. 2 said. Then Sir 2, let's kill Princess Waiwei and the other. Do you need us? Father's Day said. That's not necessary because the slave family has a better idea. You continue to be on standby and be careful at the same time. 2 said. Okay, said Father's Day. Then 2 quickly ended the communication. Father's Day and 7 look at each other. Okay, leave the rest to Sir 2. Father's Day said, but we cannot take it lightly. After this incident, the whole of Catalia will definitely be turned upside down, so we must be more careful and always be ready to attack. 7 said, looking at this middle-aged uncle on Father's Day, although the other man seemed to have a calm expression, he was actually very secretive and considered everything carefully. Let's go, we'd better not stay here long. We need to go further. 7 said. The 2 Baroque studio snipers quickly began to hide in the city of Catalia. After completing the task of assassinating Kosa, 2 was very happy. After he completed communicating with 7 and the others, he began to carry out his plan. Inside a small house hidden in the city of Catalia, 2 open a box full of clothes and start picking clothes from inside. Which one should I choose? I have specially prepared clothes for that person. But it doesn't matter. Even if the clothes are different, the face will be the same. After all, the imitation ability of the slave family is unrivaled in the world. 2 said happily. That's it. 2 picked out some robes and cloaks from the box. 2 take these robes and cloaks and put them on quickly. Next he came to a mirror, and while looking at the heavily made-up face in the mirror, he said narcissistically, the slave family is still so beautiful. Magic mirror, who is the most beautiful person in the world? Yes, 2. Okay, next time I'm going to transform. 2 began to use his devil fruit ability, and his originally transvestite face gradually became resolute in the mirror. And it was elongated a lot, almost like a jackal's head, and exaggeratedly long black hair also grew on the head. That's right, the face in the mirror is Gaka, one of the 3 ministers of defense of the kingdom of Alabasta. How about I imitate him perfectly? Jaka's resolute face appeared in the mirror, but saying this made people feel extremely awkward. 2. The devil fruit ability possessed is exactly the imitation fruit. The imitation fruit allows 2 to successfully imitate anyone's face, body, and voice, but it requires contact with that person's body. 2. I had previously pretended to be an officer of the king's army and shook hands with Gaga, so I was able to imitate Gaga. In this way, 2 has touched many people's bodies through various methods, and even King Cobra can imitate it. Even Kosha, who had just been assassinated, shook hands with him by pretending to be a rebel officer. It's possible that he pretends to be Kosha and is resurrected now. I looked at my changed body repeatedly in front of the mirror, and I felt that I was infallible. Now he will use this body to add another bomb to Catalia's already detonated volcano. Now that it's about to begin, it's time to give them orders. 2 quickly took out another encrypted telegraph and phone bug. After typing for a while, send the telegram to the Baroque workshop agents lurking in Catalia City. Of course, there is no 7th or Father's Day. In the city of Catalia, from the fruit sellers to the owners of the cloth shops, to the soldiers of the rebel army, and even the codders in the high-level rebel army, they all received orders. After activating the telegraph, 2 put away the telegraph and phone bugs, already transformed into Jaka's burly body. 2 also moved a little to get used to it better. Okay, it's time to go out and make a scene. 2 opened the door to the room. 2 dressed in Jaka walked quickly on the streets of Catalia. Now Catalia really exploded. The streets are full of people, and many people are noisy. Of course, it's all about the earth-shattering thing that just happened. Kosa was assassinated. How can it be? Some say it's just an injury. Did the rebels announce his death? Maybe he was just injured and it's not certain whether he will survive. I do not believe. Who dares to assassinate the Kosa leader? I hope this is just an accident, and I hope the leader of Kosa is not dead. How could this be like this? Disguised as Jaka, 2 listened to people's discussions while walking. This chaos was exactly what he wanted, but it needed more fire. 2 arrive in front of a group of people who are discussing. After these people saw his exaggerated body, they were immediately shocked. They just looked at the burly. Two, seeing the expressions of this group of people, I thought to myself that Jaka's burly body was really not an exaggeration. He had such a powerful, intimidating presence here, and so many people in Catalia must know him. Are you talking about the death of the traitor Kosa? Let me tell you, he betrayed King Cobra and deserved his death. Two said. As soon as he spoke, the group of people were speechless and looked at him in surprise. Two looked at them with disdain on Jaka's face and said, HMPH, if you also side with the rebels, you will end up worse than Kosha. Return to the king's rule quickly. Otherwise, the king's army will definitely end up. I'll behead you all or hang you. After saying these words, Two left here without looking back. These people looked at Two's burly back in horror. Some people still recognized his identity. This person seems to be one of Cobra's guard ministers. Two continue to walk in the appearance of Jaka in this base camp city where rebels gather. In addition to him, there were about 200 other Baroque studio agents spreading rumors about the assassination of Kosa by the king's army in various walks of life. Catalia, who was already very chaotic, is getting worse and worse. Many people rushed to the headquarters building of the rebel army angrily, demanding that the high-level officials announce the news and explain who did it. There was already a lot of noise in front of the building of the headquarters of the rebel army. Countless people and soldiers are protesting here. We want to meet with senior officials. Did the Kosa leader survive? Who assassinated? We will avenge Kosa. Did the king's army and Cobra do this? The guards in front of the headquarters desperately formed a human wall to block the furious people and soldiers. In the lobby of the headquarters, many cadres hold urgent discussions here. In a room on the side, Kosha's body was lying on a bed. Several cadres and cronies were crying on the sidelines. Next to Kosha's body, a cadre knelt in front of Kosha. His face was already red and swollen from grief and crying. Kosa, why would you? This cadre is one of the cadres who witnessed Kosa's last words before. A person on the side quickly came over and comforted him. He is already dead. Don't do this again. No, he's not dead. The cadre looked at the other party with eyes full of anger. Next he looked at Kosha's face. This face still has the roughness of a person who has been in battle for a long time in the desert, as well as the trust in his companions before his death. The cadre stood up again, looked at Kosha's face and said, we must carry out Kosha's legacy, maintain the truce with the king's army. The armistice Kosa was probably assassinated by them. One person suddenly said angrily. The cadre immediately said, no, it is impossible for the king's army to do this. The person who claimed to be one of the mediators of the Sea Kingdom was Princess Waiwei. Since she has already taken action, it is impossible for the king's army to do this. Do it. And the king's army is on the defensive. They are digging their own graves like this. There is no way Cobra is so bad. Could it be that we all saw the documents that day at the Baroque studio? Another person said. The cadre looked at him and then at Kosha and said, although those documents cannot be proved to be % reliable, at this point, the only people who can assassinate Kosha are those who gain benefits secretly. I can't think of anyone else but them. Then let's quickly find Baroque studio for revenge, one person said angrily. Wait, now our top priority is to stabilize the situation. One is to prevent the war with the king's army, but to prevent the internal division of the rebel army. The cadre said. After speaking, the cadre took one more look at Kosha and rushed out of the room. He quickly rushed to the high-level meeting hall of the rebel bureau. In this room, the rebel army was dealing with various matters. At the far end of the room is the seat Kosa used to sit on. Seeing the empty seat, the cadre suppressed the grief in his heart. As soon as he entered this hall, he heard the noisy voices of other cadres. The confidants with Kosa are different. Many of these cadres were the original leaders of various rebel forces. When Kosha was alive before, these people were united by virtue of ability and sense of responsibility. Now they are already quarreling. Kosa is dead. What should we do now? We need a new leader. What do you mean by this? Are you saying you want to be the one? Why should you be allowed to be the one? The future of the rebel army is in chaos. Now Catalia is also in total chaos. Other Alabasta cities and rural areas under our control are also in turmoil. Right now, we need to officially announce the death of Koza and the murderer to the public. Who is it? Who could be the murderer besides Cabra? Once Kosha dies, the rebel army will be scattered, and then the king's army can defeat them one by one. You can't draw conclusions like that. It's very likely someone else. We can't go on like this. The people are so angry now, it's best to mobilize the army and civilians to attack Arubana and completely overthrow Cobra. Otherwise, if the people don't vent their emotions, they will overthrow us. It's a dilemma right now, neither left nor right. We must reunite, we must create an enemy, and then Cobra is the best. We can't be so hasty. We are in chaos now. If we attack rashly, we may fail. If you want to say that, then let's break up the family. Originally, the rebel army listened to each other. Now that there is no Kosha, it is better for them to act independently. I've had enough of you. I want to take my people away. There are also those troops who have turned against the king's army. Maybe they are all traitors. I will keep my men away from the defecting troops of the king's army. Now everything is going back to chaos. Some of the differences accumulated by the Cotters in the current hall in the past have also fully exploded. In fact, some people in the rebel army are not all idealists, and there are even many people who are based on interests. Now the flag of Kosha has fallen. Conflicts broke out across the board. Human beings will never stop seeking power. People will not give up power and will fight for more power. The Cotter became enraged when he saw how these people were fighting for power and acting in isolation. When Kosha was alive, they were very respectful, but now they are so fully exposed. Just for profit. That's enough, please be quiet. The Cotter shouted loudly. Everyone in the hall looked at him, but most of them were full of contempt. The Cotter continued. Kosa is dead now, but his will is still there. We need to stabilize the situation, stay united, and continue the truce. Immediately, a middle-aged rebel Cotter said, "What is his will? Now the rebel army is leaderless and needs a new strong leader." "Oh, who am I talking about? It's Kosha's little follower. You are the only one who is qualified to talk to people like us," another Cotter in his 60s said. "You're still saying these empty words," said another Cotter with a beard. The veteran Cotters of various factions in the conference hall all dismissed this young Cotter who had followed Kosha. The only one who can make them obey is Kusha, and now Kusha is dead. For example, Kosha's former confidants and Cotters were not taken seriously by them at all. Forget it, Rocker. You have been following Koza for a long time, but you don't know the seriousness of the situation we are facing now. Now we are facing a messy situation. Even if you work together with Koza's confidant Cotters in the past, it is also unable to save the overall situation. A middle-aged Cotter with few hair said. This young Cotter, named Rocker, was one of the first comrades to fight with Kusha. But now faced with this group of divided veteran Cotters, he was powerless. How can you be like this? In the past, you all claimed how loyal you were to the future of Alabasta. Now you are fighting here for personal gain. Locke said angrily to these veteran Cotters. The rebel army is now in chaos, and Rocker and Kosha's former confidants are helpless. By the way, we should announce the details of Kosha's death to the public as soon as possible. Then there is no doubt that Cabra did it. Suddenly, a gray-haired old Cotter said. Locke looked at the veteran Cotter and said angrily, "How can we make such a conclusion now? Cobra cannot destroy the good situation of the armistice by himself. Crocodile and Baroque Studio are the real culprits." The veteran Cotter was dismissive and continued. The authenticity of Crocodile and Baroque Studio's document has not been truly determined. A corpse was found at the assassination site, which was an officer who originally belonged to the rebel unit of the king's army. Evidence was found on him that confirmed that Cabra planned the assassination. Moreover, the public is now emotionally agitated, and if Cabra is not used as a target to divert the conflict, then we will be attacked. Several other veteran Cotters agreed after hearing this. Yes, an enemy is needed to vent the anger of the people. The Neferutali family has ruled Alabasta for thousands of years. It is time for them to fall. We need an enemy to unite, so who else can be the enemy except Cobra? After so many years of bloody battle, the blood of so many victims cannot be shed in vain. It must continue. These veteran cadres who agreed were all in favor of the North Korean people, announcing the fact that Cobra was the murderer. In fact, there are many people in the rebel army, including high-level people, who still have personal enmity and dissatisfaction with Cobra. They are naturally dissatisfied with the previous decision to cease fighting in Koza. Taking the opportunity now, he wanted to target Cobra. The anger in Rocker's heart became even more unbearable, and these people were simply showing a stubborn attitude now. All they want now is power and lust. Damn, Rocker was helpless in the face of these stubborn senior cadres and rushed out of the conference hall angrily. After Locker left, the quarrel continued in the conference hall. Nowadays, the power struggle among these veteran cadres is getting more and more intense. Of course, there are a few who still hesitate or who sincerely admire Kusha, but they cannot save the overall situation. The white-haired old cadre who just advocated the designation of Cobra as an enemy showed a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. He took out a telegram and phone bug with the logo of the Baroque studio behind the desk he had made. Send a telegram quietly. The intelligence network of the Baroque studio has already penetrated into the high level of the rebel army and even the king's army. The last time Crocodile got the news of Waiwei's arrival was his intelligence. News of Koza's assassination spread throughout Katria and Alabasta. This news was also learned in the building where Vivi, Sanji, and Nami lived in Catalia City. In the hall, Waiwei was surprised and unbelievable after learning the news. What? This can't be true. Waiwei's face was full of disbelief. Oops, that Koza is really dead, Sanji said in surprise as he threw away the cigarette butt in his mouth. Now that Kusha died, it might have an extremely adverse impact on the overall situation. After thinking about it, Nami asked, "Could this be done by the Baroque studio?" "Very likely," Sanji said, lighting a new cigarette. The other accompanying drum officials also discussed for a while. After the initial disbelief, Waiwei calmed down and sat down on a chair. "Koza, he's dead," Waiwei said in a low voice. Koza, his former partner and former leader of the rebel army, was assassinated just like that. Putting aside personal relationships, Koza stabilized the confrontation between the rebel army and the king's army. Once he dies, Alabasta will fall into a bloodbath again. Sanji pondered for a while and then said, "Baroque studio assassinated Koza, then their purpose must be to further provoke the civil war. Now the situation that has finally calmed down has been broken again." Nami had a worried look on her face. She picked up a cup on the table, took a sip of water and said, "Well, I suspect that since they can assassinate Koza, they will also have the intention to assassinate us, or ours. Their arrival was also known to them. Otherwise, this kind of thing would not have happened so quickly." "It's very possible," Sanji said. At this moment, a drum official who went to the street to inquire about information suddenly rushed in. "It's bad, something bad has happened. The top leaders of the rebel army announced the results. They said that Cobra assassinated Kosha," the officer shouted as he ran. "What?" "Waiwei," Sanji, Nami, and the others said in surprise. The officer rushed to the front of the crowd and said, "The high-level rebel army has investigated and determined that Cobra planned the assassination." After Waiwei heard this, her face immediately changed from shock to calm. "This must have been framed by Baroque Studio," Waiwei said. "I didn't expect these guys to be so vile. They even framed them." Sanji said, "It's really bad enough. I'm afraid they will also follow us." Nami said with some concern, "Right now, outside this building, a large group of righteous and indignant people are rushing here. These people include civilians and soldiers. That's right here, the hiding place of that Princess Waiwei. She pretended to be an envoy from the Drum Country and came here to gather information. My father was killed by the king's army. I want to take revenge and use her blood to sacrifice. Since Cobra can't be killed, it's worth killing her daughter." Koza actually accepted such an ambitious guy. She thought that with the brand of Drum Kingdom as a shield, we dare not do anything. The angry people and soldiers wanted to kill Princess Waiwei and vent their anger. Some have resentment towards Cobra because they were killed in the war. Some want to kill Vivi to avenge Koza, and some want to take advantage of the opportunity to gain profits. But none of them knew that the logo of the Baroque studio was engraved on the arms of the leaders in the sleeves. The leading agents of the Baroque studio deliberately pretended to be rebel soldiers to spread rumors everywhere, announcing the news that Waiwei was in Alabasta and inciting the angry people and soldiers to come to the building together. "Well, we're finally here," said a lead Baroque workshop agent. The agent of the Baroque studio and several other agents looked at each other, and they all showed tacit expressions on their faces. They brought about 400 to 500 people behind them. These were angry people and soldiers. They were all armed with weapons and wanted to kill Princess Waiwei. An agent from the Baroque studio pointed at the building and said, "That Princess Waiwei is here. There are people from the Drum Kingdom with her, but we must punish the tyrant Cobra and her daughter also no exception. Do you think so?" "Yes, Cobra, his ministers and family must go to hell. Avenge our fallen comrades." Avenging family members who died in the war, this group of extremely angry people and soldiers raised their firearms and shouted angrily, "Okay, start attacking." The people and soldiers began to rush towards the building. The building where Waiwei and the others lived was placed by Kosha when he was alive, and there were some guards. But after Koza's death, Catalia was in a mess, and only a dozen or so people were left to defend here symbolically. However, when they saw the angry crowd, they quickly fled away. Angry people rushed to the gate of the building and slammed the gate violently. Inside the building, Vivi and Sanji, who were still sinking in distress just now in the hall, heard the crashing sound. "Why is it so noisy outside?" Sanji hurried to the window to take a look. "I saw hundreds of very angry people and soldiers attacking the building with weapons." Sanji, who saw the life and death hatred of the other party, hurriedly rushed to Waiwei and Nami again and said, "The big thing is not good. Someone outside is attacking here." "What?" Waiwei said in surprise. "Could it be that we were exposed?" Nami was so frightened that she fell down on the chair with tears streaming down her face. The accompanying drum officials were also shocked and ran to the window to take a look. As expected, there was a lot of excitement outside, and some people shouted things like killing Princess Waiwei. Sanji looked towards the noisy gate and then said, "I think since Baroque Studio assassinated Kosa, they must have also revealed the information about us here, allowing people who hate Cobra and the king's army to attack us. This is called killing with a borrowed knife," Nami said angrily. Waiwei's face was extremely ugly. She clenched her hands tightly and said in a low voice, "Unforgivable." Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke and said, "Okay, it's useless to hate any Baroque studio now. What is needed now is to quickly block the gate and then take the opportunity to escape." After that, Sanji kicked the table in the hall away with his feet, and the table flew towards the door. "Hey, hurry up and use the things here to block the doors and windows," Sanji said to the drum officials. These accompanying magnetic drum officials hurriedly worked in a hurry. In addition to the tables, Sanji also kicked the chairs and all kinds of cabinets and clocks in the hall. The drum officials quickly piled up the items and blocked the doors and windows. "Let's go quickly." Sanji grabbed Vivi with one hand and Nami with the other. The three hurried down the stairs to the second floor. The drum officials also piled things up and followed. Sanji and the others rushed to the second floor, where there are still some furniture and items. "Everyone get out of the way." Sanji quickly rushed to the furniture and sundries and kicked these things to the stairs. This way it can delay some more time. A group of people continued to rush up to the third floor, and on the next third floor they also blocked the debris at the stairs. Finally rushed to the top of the fourth floor. Here is the top floor. Looking around from here, Catalia is now in chaos. Hundreds of people surrounded the building. So many, so scary. Nami sighed as she looked at the crowd besieging the building. Sanji looked around, looking for an escape route. There are many old buildings in the old city of Catalia, but they are all relatively low, so you can even escape from the top of the building. "Okay, everyone, Now we can escape on the top of the building, but you need to accept the ejection from my feet." Sanji stretched his ankles and said, "Other people have no choice but to listen to Sanji now. After all, Sanji is very strong in terms of combat effectiveness and thinking ability. Vivi, you and Nami come first." Sanji looked at Vivi and said, "Okay," Vivi said. Sanji lowered his legs and let Wai step on them. Wai take off. Sanji kicked his leg towards the top of a nearby building. Wai above was also bounced by the force and flew towards the top of the building. However, this extraordinary princess landed on the roof of the building as quickly and calmly as a superficial touch. As expected of Wai, she's so handsome. Sanji didn't forget to praise. However, his head was immediately punched by Nami. "Ah, Nami." Although Sanji had a headache, he said, happily stroking his head. "Hurry, hurry," Nami urged. Sanji lowered his legs and let Nami step on them. "Have a nice trip, Nami." Sanji kicked him again. Nami also flew to the top of the building where Wai was. However, Nami's body balance was not good, and she almost hit her head on the top of the building. It was Wai who quickly grabbed her and let her land safely. "Scared me to death, thank you, Wai. But I must take revenge on Sanji." Nami gasped and knelt on the roof of the building. Wai comforted her and said, "As long as we can land safely." Sanji continued to kick away the remaining officers. "Hey, you guys, hurry up." Sanji was less polite when speaking to these drum officials. Sanji then lowered his legs and swung them away as if he was kicking Vivi and Nami, but just like kicking things away. The drum officials exclaimed for a while and flew to the top of the building one after another. Many of them were lying on their backs or with their heads on the ground. "Huh, we finally sent them all," Sanji said after sending everyone away on his feet. At this time, the excited people and soldiers below also broke through the barriers above the gate and the stairs and arrived here. "I'm sorry, I have to leave." Sanji threw away the cigarette, but he had finished smoking and jumped slightly with his knees slightly bent. In midair, Sanji quickly pulled out another cigarette and lit it. Finally, he stuffed the lighted cigarette into his mouth, and his body also landed on the top of the building where Wai and the others were located, landing like a gentleman. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke leisurely and said, "Hey, we still need to continue to escape." "Stop being narcissistic," Nami said, dissatisfied. Now the excited people and soldiers began to gather towards this building. "I think we should escape to the east. There are old towns over there which are more complicated." Wai said, "Okay, it's Wai's idea," Sanji said. Next, Sanji continued to use his feet to move a group of people between the roofs and finally fled to the eastern old city of Catalia. After escaping to the old city in the east, the group can finally take a breather. The buildings in this area are older and even dilapidated. There are very few people living here, and many old buildings here are used to store debris. "I think they can't catch up here for the time being." Sanji looked around and said. Nami was sitting next to the wall of a house, her eyes closed tiredly. "Ah, I'm really exhausted," Nami said in a low voice. The drum officers were even more uncomfortable. Some of them were injured. After all, Sanji had kicked them away like balls. "I'm going to find some water," said a drum official. He immediately went around to look for water. Everyone was very tired and thirsty after running around for a while. However, Sanji still stood upright in front of the crowd. This man had a strong resilience in his bones. This kind of running around was nothing to him. Sanji looked at Wai again, only to see that Wai's face was gloomy now. "Vivi, take a break." Sanji walked to Vivi's side and said, Wai has been standing here just looking at the buildings in the urban area of Catalia." "Ah, Sanji, thank you for your concern, I'm fine," Vivi said kindly. Wai's mood is very complicated now, and the situation that has finally settled down has fallen into chaos. The old man Kusha also lost his life. Her father, King Cobra, was framed again. Everything is like a mess. Cut constantly, the rationale is still chaotic. Vivi, Catalia is obviously in a mess now. Koza was also assassinated. This is indeed a pity, but now we can only face it. Sanji encouraged Vivi. "You're right, Sanji. We are facing a very critical situation now, but without Koza, There must be basically no contact with the top brass of the rebel army, because some people in the top brass of the rebel army once had a close relationship with my father. There is a personal grudge, so once Kusha dies, they will definitely target my father again, Wai said. After hearing this, Sanji said, "Now we are in serious trouble. Baroque Studio not only assassinated Koza, but also tried to blame the king's army, and we were also targeted. This must be from Baroque Studio. Conspiracy, but they must continue to operate in the shadows. We are really not safe in Catalia." "Then let's evacuate Catalia first," Wai said. "I think that's the only way to do it." Sanji said, "The current situation is very bad and there is no other way but to leave here first." Sanji and Wai walked over to the drum officers who were resting and began to discuss evacuation. "Should we evacuate this place?" asked a drum official. "Yes, we have no other choice," Wai said. "It seems like this is the way it is," said a drum official. "Wait a minute, we have stationed 2,000 troops in the fringe area outside the city. We cannot let them go," another officer said. "How about this? You guys should lead the troops of the Drum Kingdom to retreat alone. I will be responsible for covering Wai and Nami to go to Rapeseed Flowers together. After all, Wai's information here is exposed. Baroque Studio and the forces that hate the king must definitely, they are also eyeing those troops. If we are together, we will definitely be intercepted. If we separate, even if you leave, they will not be able to stop you outsiders from Drum Country," Sanji said. Several drum officials looked at each other and felt that there was no other way. "Well, that's all there is now. Now it is officially decided to evacuate here, but they are divided into two groups. Sanji took Vivi and Nami and quickly evacuated. Others evacuated with the large force. When everyone had finalized their ideas, the officer who was looking for water suddenly came over. "Ah, isn't this John? He has found water," an officer said happily. The officer named John who was looking for water was also one of the accompanying officers. After looking for it for a while, he finally walked over with a wooden bucket. The officer named John also shouted to everyone, "Everyone, I found this bucket of water just now. Let's drink as much as we want." Sanji looked at him, silent, and just blew out smoke rings from his mouth. An officer named John walked up to the crowd and put the barrel down. "This bucket of water is very clean, let's drink together." The officer named John opened the lid of the wooden bucket and there was clear water inside. It was already afternoon in Catalia and the weather was hot, and the hot and dry wind kept blowing through everyone. Everyone was already thirsty. "Please drink as much as you want, and Princess Wai, you can drink enough, please." Officer John scooped a jug of water from a wooden barrel with a kettle and gave it to Princess Wai. Princess Wai did not take it immediately but hesitated. "Princess Wai." Officer John sent the kettle forward more diligently. At this moment, a hand suddenly grabbed the kettle. The owner of the hand is none other than Sanji. Sanji looked at him with sharp eyes, and Officer John was puzzled for a while. "Drink a pot yourself first." Sanji snatched the water bottle and put it in the opponent's mouth. At this moment, Officer John slammed his body backwards and overturned the kettle. The water in the kettle was spilled on the ground, and the bricks on the street were fine, but there were a few beetles on them. These beetles twitched quickly and turned over in pain and died. Sanji swept the beetles with his eyes, and Vivi and other officers also saw this scene. "I guess right, you really came to assassinate," Sanji said, turning his eyes to Officer John again. The other drum officers looked at Officer John in shock. "What are you doing, John?" Sanji immediately waved his hand and said, "He is not John, although I am not familiar with that Officer John. But I was very impressed by him when I cooked for everyone before. He was always the first to drink the drinks I made. The same goes for food. When he carried the barrel just now, the corners of his mouth were very dry, which showed that he had never drank water before. And after opening the barrel, he was not the first to drink. Bring water to Wai. This is too doubtful, and no matter how similar his imitation is, you may feel a little unnatural. No matter how strong the imitator is, it is impossible for him to imitate % flawlessly." After hearing Sanji's words, everyone looked at the fake Officer John. The other party's face became filled with a gloomy smile, and then he made a strange tone for a while. It can't be helped, you still noticed it. The other party stroked his face with his left hand while talking. Rapidly his visage changed, his face becoming longer and with exaggerated makeup on top of the smoke ring. The whole face has also become very smeared, but it looks like a man again. Then he waved his clothes off. Angie and others can see the face of this person clearly. He was dressed like a ballet dancer and had a pink coat. There are also 2 white swan decorations on the back of the coat which are lifelike. Ah, that's really unlucky. It seems I still need some hard skills to kill you, he said. Report your name, Sanji said. The slave family is the imitation master of the Baroque studio, a shemale who is neither male nor female. 2 revealed his identity. He originally wanted to disguise himself as Officer John and poison Waiwei, but now he was exposed. 2, whose identity was exposed, spun around like a ballet dancer while humming a pleasant song. 2, Sanji looked at the other person and said. When Waiwei on the side saw 2, her face immediately became more serious and even a little scared. She knew very well that 2 was an extremely powerful existence. 2, he is actually here, Waiwei said very fearfully. At this time Nami also woke up after resting and she also saw this scene. This guy calls himself 2, so isn't he the powerful existence in Baroque studio? Nami said in horror. 2 is one of the strongest beings in Baroque studio. He is the only senior agent who acts alone. In addition to his terrifying imitation ability, he also possesses powerful hand-to-hand martial arts, Waiwei said. Sanji, on the other hand, kept looking at each other with a calm face. Although the opponent is crazy, Sanji relies on the intuition of a strong hand-to-hand fighter, and the opponent is definitely not weak. Don't worry, Vivi and Nami. I'll take care of him. Sanji turned his head and said. Sanji flexed his ankle and clenched his fist. Sanji quickly rushed towards the opponent like a cheetah. 2 also stopped dancing and began to make a very enchanting-looking martial arts posture. Sanji put his hands in his pockets and struck 2 on the head with his feet. Shaoru Sanji kicked 2 in the head. Sanji himself ran up and ran over and then kicked like a spear and stabbed at the opponent. When Sanji's feet were already in front of 2, the opponent's hands suddenly blocked the front very flexibly. Unexpectedly, both hands grabbed Sanji's feet abruptly. Sanji immediately retracted his foot, and the other leg swept across the opponent's waist. I saw 2's body falling sideways with amazing flexibility, almost making an exaggerated ballet movement and dodging the attack. Not bad at all. After Sanji praised him, he attacked the opponent more than 10 times in a row. However, 2 dodged the attacks as gracefully as if they were dancing. Ballet boxing technique, dreamy feet. 2 both feet are like a graceful dance, circling and kicking sideways towards Sanji. Sanji stepped back abruptly while resisting with his feet. Then look at this. Sanji suddenly jumped to a high place, and then his whole body spun like a wheel. 2 below looked up and felt that the situation was not good. Crushing Sanji's whole body was smashed down, still like a wheel spinning at high speed. 2 escaped quickly. The moment he dodged, Sanji's feet also hit the ground. The feet that rotated at high speed like a wheel were full of strength, directly cracking the masonry on the ground and flying across. 2 stepped back for 20 meters before stopping with beads of sweat on his face. It almost cost my slave's life. It seems that I underestimated the enemy. 2 said with lingering fear. If he hadn't dodged the blow just now, it would have killed him. However, Sanji did not stop attacking the lost man and rushed over again. Shoulder, Sanji kicked 2's left shoulder with his right foot, but he blocked it with his arm. Brisket, Sanji kicked 2's right chest with his left foot, but the opponent turned sideways and Sanji's foot missed him. First class minced meat, Sanji jumped up and suddenly attacked the opponent's vitals continuously. 2 tried his best to resist Sanji's intensive foot attacks, and the sounds of fist and foot confrontation between the 2 sides made the dust fly. It's really difficult, so I'll take it seriously. 2, everyone was annoyed. He suddenly jumped into the air, his whole body tumbling and spinning in an exaggerated way. It's somewhat similar to Sanji's course wheels, but it's not like Sanji's wheels. 2. When rotating, the limbs are spread out so it looks more like a ball. Shemale boxing, memoirs of that summer. 2. The whole person was smashed down. Sanji quickly dodged, but 2 still approached him. Sanji resisted violently with his feet, but was still pushed back more than 10 meters by the opponent's strength. Memoirs of that summer is less gritty than Sanji's, but more flexible. After spinning, 2 stood on the ground again. He looked at Sanji and said with a wink, "You are one of the strongest opponents I have ever seen. If we only talk about hand-to-hand combat, then you are definitely among the top 3. Sanji looked at him, regained his stance, and said, "I don't like your compliments. You know I only fight with my legs. You should only talk about your foot skills." 2's face became a little strange, and he said, "You actually fight with just your legs and feet. You are so powerful like this. I really admire you. In this case, just in terms of feet, you are the strongest person I have ever seen. However, in addition to being able to fight, you are also quite handsome. You must be very popular among beauties." Hearing this, Sanji's face immediately changed color, and he couldn't hold it anymore. He was not particularly happy to appreciate his cooking skills or martial arts, but praising him for being a beautiful woman, the stern expression on Sanji's face suddenly became a little narcissistic. "Well, although I don't like your attire and appearance, I admit that you have a good eye. Indeed, the superb chef Sanji is destined to be a beautiful woman," Sanji said proudly. Immediately, he felt a bit of sympathy with this opponent who was neither male nor female. Those who appreciate each other are real opponents. 2 immediately made a seductive gesture, holding his face with his hands and making a kissing and loving gesture. "Your name is Sanji, and you're also a chef. So do you like me, my dear?" 2 said exaggeratedly. Sanji's face, that was basically calm, changed instantly. "Don't discuss me, okay?" Sanji's eyes almost burst out of their sockets. Nami and the drum officials who were watching the battle also wanted to retching, but the meal they had eaten today had already been digested. Only Wai still looked at the 2 fighting men with a serious face. She has always been worried that Sanji's weakness will be discovered. Sanji likes beautiful women very much. However, 2 is a person who is very good at imitating, and he must be able to imitate many beauties. Once discovered, Sanji will be completely passive in the battle. After Sanji was disgusted, he quickly turned his face serious again. "Although you are not completely useless, to be honest, I hate guys like you who are neither male nor female the most." Sanji suddenly rushed towards 2 again. The 2 fought fiercely together again. Sanji and 2 used their whole bodies to fight fiercely. Although Sanji only attacks with his legs and feet, his arms are also responsible for support and coordination, so that he can exert the power of his legs to the limit. Banquet table and kicking package, Sanji put his hands on the ground, stood upside down, and kicked the opponent with his feet. 2 quickly somersaulted backwards, but he did not dare to go too far and withstand Sanji's powerful attack. Shemale boxing technique. Shemale serial cannon. 2 regained his footing and then hit Sanji with his fists like a barrage of cannonballs. Sanji tried hard to block with both feet, barely blocking the opponent's attack. In the eyes of Wai and others around him, Sanji's attacks were tough, full of power and speed. The attack of 2 has a soft and graceful feeling like a dancer. However, in the battle, the 2 people have offense and defense against each other, and they are on par. "Sanji, you must win," Vivi prayed for Sanji. After fighting for a while, Sanji was within 2 meters of 2 again. 3 points cut. Sanji's left leg kicked at the opponent's throat, chest, and abdomen in an instant at an astonishing speed. In addition to the 3 kicks being blocked at the throat, 2 was kicked in the chest and abdomen. Under this powerful force, 2's body rolled several meters away. The Shemale quickly stood up and patted the sand on his body. "Okay, your legs and feet are really powerful, but I have to use my special move," 2 said in his weird Shemale accent. 2, the whole person, danced like a ballet dancer and at the same time quickly approached Sanji. Then he kicked Sanji with amazing flexibility and quick succession of his feet. Every foot is extremely fast. Ballet boxing. Gorgeous swan dance. 2 powerful swan dance-like continuous kicks hit Sanji. Sanji tried his best to block but was kicked more than 10 times in a row. Vivi and Nami, who were watching the battle, exclaimed, "Sanji," when they saw it. Sanji tumbled more than 10 meters before stopping, regained his footing and looked at the opponent. How about the slave family's attack is very powerful. Two, which had just successfully attacked Sanji, was now landing on one foot and spinning like a ballerina. Sanji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand. "It's powerful enough," Sanji just said plainly, and took out the cigarette and lighter from his clothes to relight the cigarette, put it in his mouth and took a deep puff. Two stopped spinning but looked at Sanji and said, "It seems that you are not seriously injured. You are still so leisurely." Sanji moved his ankle again and his momentum suddenly increased. Two also saw the change in Sanji and quickly prepared to fight. Sanji jumped up suddenly, with one leg parallel to the ground and one leg straight down, and then his body began to spin like a top. Two below quickly avoid. Skewers, Sanji's whole body was like a drill bit hitting the two below. With a loud noise, Sanji's whole body drilled into the ground below like a drill. A pothole with a diameter of 1/2 meter suddenly appeared on the ground that was drilled, and the ground several meters around was shattered. Sanji, who stopped, looked at Two, who had just escaped in a critical moment, and jumped up again. Just now, Two narrowly escaped death and hid in an emergency a few meters away. But Sanji's feet flew over again. First meat, shoulder, back meat, meat under saddle, brisket, leg meat. A series of kicks hit various parts of Two's body. Two, who was being kicked, was about to resist but saw Sanji jump on top of him and reverse in midair. Sanji's right leg concentrated astonishing force and kicked towards him. Lamb shot, Sanji's powerful kick kicked Two away. After being hit hard, Two flew out and hit the wall of a nearby house hard. Under this powerful force, the wall also shattered and Two's whole body was knocked into it. After Sanji's attack, he let out a long breath of relief. It was also very difficult for him to attack with powerful moves just now, but fortunately he successfully kicked the Two away. Waiwei, Nami, and the drum officials who were watching the battle were extremely happy. "Good job, Sanji," Nami said happily. "Sanji is awesome," the drum officials said with encouragement. However, only Waiwei remained calm, and the other party was also an extremely powerful existence in the Baroque studio. It cannot be defeated so easily. Sanji looked at the broken wall and there was a sound from inside. Two, who was knocked away just now, stood up again and walked out. The Shemale's face was full of resentment. Makeup is a bit messed up. His body was slightly injured, but it was still intact. "The slave family is angry," Two said unhappily. Sanji looked very calm and said, "Then what other tricks do you want to use?" Two first he took out an exquisite makeup box from his clothes, opened the box and looked at his face in the mirror. After seeing the face in the mirror, this ladyboy's face became extremely ugly. "Ah, my beauty." Two threw the makeup box into the air in shock and anger. An angry scream followed. Sanji exhaled helplessly. "My beauty, ah ah ah." Two burst into tears, and now the makeup on his face has become even worse because of the tears. "Hey, don't you want to continue beating?" Sanji finally couldn't bear it anymore and asked, "Slave, you must fight with a different face." Two stroked his face with his right hand. The fruit of his imitation began to work, and his face began to change with the one he had touched before. Soon his face became more slender and delicate, and his eyes changed from the exaggerated style to watery and pure. The mouth changed from a big mouth to a small cherry mouth. The face is even more delicate and smooth, impeccable. There is a delicate temperament between the eyebrows. Her brown hair was tied back by two delicate braids. Two, except for the clothes, she became a pure and beautiful girl. "Well, this looks pretty good. The slave family has finally become beautiful," Two said in a very pretentious manner. Although his appearance, body, and even voice have changed into that of a pure girl, he is still the pretentious and narcissistic ladyboy in his heart. Everyone who watched the battle from a distance was in awe. Nami's face became miserable and she sighed and said, "He has become this kind of person. I must not be imitated by him." The drum officials were all very surprised and some of them drooled. "What a pure and beautiful girl, but it's a pity that he's still a man." An officer said with a complex expression of love and regret. Weiwei's face became extremely ugly. Now that Tu has changed into this appearance, then Sanji. Looking at Sanji again, it turns out that Sanji is no longer able to control himself. Now Sanji looked towards Tu with a loving look on his face. Tu, in such a few seconds, he transformed into a pure and beautiful girl. Although Sanji tried to wake up rationally, the urge for beauty in his bones made it difficult for him to extricate himself. Now, the slave family is going to fight you with this appearance, Tu now said in the voice of a pure girl. However, he soon found that Sanji was a little unnatural, or that the calmness and toughness in the battle just now were gone, and now he looked like a very flamboyant son-in-law. "What's wrong with you?" Tu asked. As soon as Sanji heard the innocent girl's voice, he put his palms together next to his face and couldn't help saying, "It's so cute." Tu was a little surprised, but he thought about it carefully and combined it with Sanji's previous remarks. "So it's like this, you like beautiful women, and you won't hurt beautiful women, right?" Tu asked, pretending to be more innocent. Sanji couldn't extricate himself and continued to say with eyes full of love, "Yes, I am a gentleman. It is impossible to bully a lady." Tu, after hearing this, he understood completely, and now he can use this to deal with Sanji to his heart's content. "Then, this handsome guy, you can enjoy my comfort," Tu said as he approached Sanji. Sanji immediately became more philandering, but head-on is kicked over. This kick was so powerful that it kicked Sanji 7 or 8 meters before stopping. Sanji, Nami, Weiwei and the drum officers who were watching the battle shouted together. Sanji, who was knocked down, quickly stood up again and said with a wry smile, "The kick from the beauty just now was really." At this time, Tu rushed in front of him again, and Sanji immediately prepared to raise his legs to resist. But when the other party's pure and beautiful girl's face flashed in front of his eyes, this gentlemanly playboy immediately just laughed again. Another 2 punches made a black circle in Sanji's right eye under his curled eyebrows, and he rolled several times. Weiwei couldn't stand it anymore and quickly shouted, "Sanji, don't look at his face." Sanji also tried his best to avoid the opponent's head. When Tu approached again, his feet had already been kicked out. However, it was successfully blocked by Tu. "What are you doing, handsome guy? You can't be so rude." The voice of a beautiful girl imitated by Tu is heartwarming. Although he doesn't look at his face, his pure and lovely voice is still hard to control. Sanji's heart immediately became pounding again, and although there were dark circles under the eyebrows on his face, he was still full of smiles. "Beauty," Sanji said with a smile on his face. Tu waved his feet and was about to attack again. At this moment, a bullet suddenly shot over. Tu relies on combat intuition and changes body movements the moment the bullet is fired. Tu's beautiful girl's face was full of murderous intent, and he looked in the direction of the bullet. I saw Princess Weiwei pointing a pistol at him. Princess Weiwei saw that Sanji had nothing to do with him, so she quickly asked for a pistol from the drum officer. And she also knew that melee combat was no match for people like Tu. It was best to use firearms to attack from a distance. "Don't just watch, hurry up and shoot to support," Weiwei said. Okay, the drum officers drew their pistols to support. Weiwei and the officers fired their pistols at Tu. The weapon is very powerful, but not to the point of being able to catch bullets. "Damn, let's ignore this lecherous guy for now. And my target is also Princess Weiwei." Tu avoided while preparing to kill Princess Weiwei first. He quickly found a wooden board and then rushed towards Weiwei and the officers in front of him. "Shoot, retreat quickly," Weiwei said as she fired. Tu raised the board and charged, but many bullets still penetrated the board. But this Shemail's amazing skills actually managed to dodge these bullets. Finally, he rushed to the front of the crowd. Suddenly, the board he used to block the front fell down, and there was no one behind. "Where has he gone?" the drum official said in shock. At this moment, there was a whistling above everyone's heads. Tu suddenly fell on top of them. Ballet boxing, whirlwind romance. Tu, the whole person, danced a ballet in mid-air and spun. But this time it kicked the head of the person below with both feet. There was a burst of screams and violent collisions, and the 5 drum officials below were all knocked to the ground. Their faces were almost deformed from being kicked, and thanks to 2, the force was not strong enough this time. In the end, Wai was left alone and pointed her gun at 2 in fear. 2 looked at her and said, "Okay, kill the princess, then I have basically completed the task. Kill the other people as much as I feel like." 2 suddenly rushed in front of Wai and kicked the pistol out of Wai's hand. Then he rushed to the front of Wai alone and lifted Wai up. As long as 2's arm exerts more force, Wai's neck will be violently severed. At this moment, 2 felt a cool breeze behind him. Before he turned his head, Sanji's foot had already kicked him on the back of the head. What? 2 turned out painfully. Wai was also thrown away. Sanji quickly rushed into the air, hugging Wai like a hero saving the beauty. Finally, Sanji knelt and half-kneeled to the ground. "Sanji," Vivi said after being put down by Sanji, "Your Majesty, the knight is here to serve you. I was distracted just now because of that shemale pretending to be a beautiful girl. I hope you will forgive me," Sanji said with great respect. Sanji and Wai looked at the defeated 2 again. Sanji's blow just now was really powerful and it hit the back of the head. 2 now also stood up in embarrassment and looked at the 2 men with a ferocious face. "Damn it, I'm going to kill you," 2 said angrily. Wai said to Sanji, "Sanji, you have to be careful." "Thank you, but princess, fighting is a knight's business, please don't interfere anymore," Sanji said. "Then be careful," Wai said. Sanji walked towards 2 and straightened his collar. There was no smoking in his mouth now. 2 looked at Sanji, but he had another wrong idea. The shemale touched his face with his right hand again and used the ability to imitate the fruit again. His face changed rapidly, but this time it was not the pure and beautiful girl before. This time his face is more slender and angular and he has long black hair. This time she turned into a sexy, mature and capable girl. "Honey, do you want to date me?" 2 said in a mature and charming voice. But he only saw Sanji lower his head this time, deliberately not looking at his face. 2 his eyes flashed with murderous intent quickly, and he rushed towards Sanji. A sharp kick to Sanji's head from the right side. Thigh meet shoot, Sanji's leg kicked hard towards the thigh of his leg, knocking him back. 2 regained his balance and said in surprise, "How could this happen?" At this time his appearance and body had returned to their original state. Sanji looked at 2 and said, "You made me discover something during the battle just now." "What?" 2 asked. "That is, once your imitated body starts to attack, then you must quickly change back to your original form," Sanji said sharply. When the secret was discovered, 2 looked very unhappy but remained silent. "So that's what happened, you discovered it. Your observation skills are pretty good," 2 said. "In fact, it's not just like that. When your body changes, you need your right hand to touch your face, and when you change back, you need your left hand to touch your face," Sanji continued. After hearing this, 2's face became even uglier. "Damn it, you saw it all. You found out the secret of the slave family. I'm really ashamed," 2 said angrily. Now, 2's whole body was trembling with anger. The secret of imitation that he was proud of was seen through. "Okay, shemale, without your imitation ability, don't even think about defeating me," Sanji finally said this time, lighting a cigarette. Hearing this, 2 became violent. "Okay, curly eyebrow boy, without imitation, I can beat you to pieces." 2 was so angry that he looked like a swan. 2 took up his posture again and made a powerful fighting posture. "Young boy with curly eyebrows, you should be lucky if you don't know the real power of new family's shemale boxing skills, because if you see them, it's time for you to go to the West," 2 winked and said with pride. Sanji's face was calm. Of course, he also understood that the opponent in front of him was not easy to deal with. He could clearly feel during the fight just now that 2 did not use his full strength. "I saw 2 take off the 2 swan-like decorations on the back of the coat behind him. 2 very long swan heads and necks were removed. Then 2 put a swan decoration on the top of his 2 ballet shoes. First of all, let me explain, the one on my right foot is female and the one on my left foot is male," 2 said. Sanji frowned and said, "Who cares?" 2 the feet move and the 2 swan-like decorations installed also move together as if they are real living swans. "Now, let you see the truly powerful human-demon boxing technique," 2 roared. Then, Tu's body rushed over very flexibly. Sanji stabilized his whole body, and the opponent's foot kicked towards him. Tu's right leg kicked towards his chest. Sanji's left leg flew up suddenly to block the opponent's attack. There was a violent sound, and Sanji's left leg blocked Tu's right leg. But something surprising happened. Tu, the swan-like decoration on his right leg, suddenly stabbed Sanji's chest with its mouth. Sanji dodged instinctively, but the opponent was very flexible and stabbed Sanji on the left side of his chest. Some flesh was cut open. Sanji jerked back. The mouth of the swan ornament just now was as sharp as many swords made of fine steel. Why is this happening? Sanji glanced at his own wounds and then looked at Tu. This is the true ability of the slave family. Don't underestimate these two decorations. Their mouths are as hard as steel, and the attack of the slave family can be said to be twice as powerful. Tu said proudly. Sanji looked at Tu, gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it." Tu charges again. This time he continues to use kicks. "Make a hole in you." Tu's right foot kicked over, and the swan decoration on it stretched directly forward this time. The mouth of the decoration was extremely sharp, and at the same time it was mixed with astonishing speed. What's even more surprising is that the swan's neck can actually be extended. Originally, the swan decoration was only 1 meter in length, but now it has reached 3 meters in length, plus to the length of its legs. Now the attack length of the swan's mouth has reached more than 4 meters in one fell swoop. Sanji dodged desperately, and a hole the size of a swan's head was pierced fiercely on the ground he avoided. From the outside, it looks like a shotgun crater, and the penetration is even worse. This attack failed, and he pulled his feet back to look at Sanji. What a pity, but it also allows you to fully experience the capabilities of the slave family. This kind of swan can freely expand and contract, and its mouth is extremely sharp. It can even open it. Coupled with the slave family's attack ability, it is almost as soft as a stick, like a spear. Tu said enchantingly. Tu's character is like this. Once he has an advantage, he will be happy. If he is beaten or at a disadvantage, he will be very irritable. Sanji looked at the cave on the ground. His opponent just kicked him normally. But this power is enough to penetrate hard masonry. Even steel has the potential to be pierced. If Tu uses that kind of powerful continuous attack technique, it will be extremely dangerous. Okay, let's continue. Sanji threw away the cigarette butt from his mouth and stretched his ankles. Tu looked at this tough man who refused to admit defeat with a hint of admiration between his eyebrows. Okay, if you have the guts, I will kill you completely. Tu then the whole person jumped into the air and then rolled. Shemale boxing, gorgeous swan dance. Tu, while spinning, he kicked Sanji continuously. Moreover, the swan's mouth, above the kicking feet, is sticking out. It was really like countless spears stabbing out in succession. Sanji violently kicked up a broken masonry on the ground, and the masonry blocked many attacks. But after withstanding more than 10 attacks, it was shattered by holes and countless cracks made by the opponent. Countless gravel flew across, and the swan's beak on. Tu's feet also stabbed at it. Sanji tried his best to dodge, but was stabbed twice in the abdomen and left shoulder. Ah! Sanji screamed for a while and rolled out. Tu, although the attack was successful, it was unable to continue the combo in midair and finally fell down. Tu stood on the ground like a ballet dancer and looked at Sanji again. Hey, it can't be so useless. Although the new family knows that they are strong, you can't help but beat me. Tu said. Of course not. Sanji struggled to get up, even though his body was bleeding. Under the scorching sun, the soaked suit was quickly dried again, and the body was hot for a while. Waiwei, who was watching the battle from a distance, was watching the battle all the time, and she was terrified. After Sanji was hit just now, she was extremely anxious. Sanji, we must win. All Waiwei could do now was pray silently. Although she knew how powerful Tu was, she didn't expect it to be so powerful. Especially the use of swan decorations, which is a secret that the senior agents in the Baroque studio probably don't know. However, facing the powerful Sanji, Tu was still used. Sanji rushed towards Tu again, this time both in speed and swiftness. It was far 10 times faster than before. Superlative ground meat. Sanji jumped into the air, kicking out intensive attacks with both legs. Even Tu was attacked and could only parry. At this time, Sanji is in midair attacking the Tu below, although Tu uses both hands and feet. The swan mouth on the feet does not play much role in this situation. You are really not afraid of death. Tu, the whole person, quickly stood upside down, put his hands on the ground, and started attacking with both feet. In this case, Sanji immediately stopped the attack. At the same time, he quickly stood upside down. Banquet table and kicking package. Sanji's feet pointed upward and started a degree roundhouse kick. Under such a powerful attack, Tu can only make a draw even if his feet have swan mouths. In some cases, Tu has certain advantages. But in this case, Sanji was able to concentrate on using the power of his feet. Sanji and Tu fought fiercely with their feet. Tu, if you look at the kicking of the feet alone, it is actually not as strong as Sanji. But the swan decorations on his feet make up for this, and he can completely compete with Sanji and even have a slight advantage in flexibility. Therefore, in the fierce battle, Tu also pay attention to looking for opportunities. Tu quickly touched his face with his right hand. Quickly his face transformed into that of a hot blonde. "Honey, don't hit me." Tu's voice has also changed into that kind of beautiful voice. Sanji's expression didn't change, but he quickly returned to his feet. Naturally, he would not attack an opponent who had turned into a beautiful woman. "Well, beauty, the left side of your cheek seems dirty," Sanji said. Tu unconsciously touched his face with his left hand. In an instant, he changed back to his original appearance. Just when he suddenly realized something was wrong, Sanji's feet were already kicking towards his upside-down head. Kick against etiquette. Sanji's left leg was straight at 2 degrees and kicked the away. This blow is enough to kick the giant beast into the air. Tu flew into the air and now regrets it. There was a big swelling on the head. "How could I make such a mistake?" Tu said with tears streaming down his face. But it's not over yet. Sanji below found another brick with a height of 1 person. "This is the best football ever." Sanji kicked the brick away and flew towards Tu, which was still in the sky. Tu, before it fell in the sky, he saw a huge brick flying towards him. "Oh my God, the slave family is going to." Tu struggled desperately, but there was no foothold in the sky, and he couldn't use all his kung fu, so he could only keep struggling. With a final loud noise, Tu was hit by a huge brick, and the whole person flew farther away together with the brick. It's best to fall into a nearby building, and there was a sound for a while. Sanji looked at the sky and pulled the tie around his neck. It's really tiring. His weapon is really evil, it almost killed me." Sanji gasped. Waiwei, who successfully witnessed Sanji's victory in the distance, was very happy and hurried towards Sanji. "Sanji, we won!" Vivi yelled at Sanji. Waiwei rushed to the front of Sanji and looked at Sanji very caringly. Sanji turned around and looked at Waiwei, although he was covered with scars, dust, and dried blood, but that face is still full of the unyielding spirit of a man. "Waiwei, we won," Sanji said. "You are amazing. You are the most powerful person I have ever seen," Waiwei said admiringly. Sanji was praised and was excited for a while. He said with a smile on his face, "Really, it is a great honor for me to be able to protect the princess as a knight." Sanji was in pain for a while from the puncture wounds on his abdomen and left shoulder. Waiwei saw Sanji's wound and said quickly, "Sanji, quickly find a shady place to sit down. I will bandage your wound." "Really, it's an honor. Ha ha." With the support of Waiwei, Sanji finally arrived at a nearby building. Waiwei also had some emergency medicine with her to treat wounds. After Sanji applied the medicine, she wrapped some bandages around his wound. It's finally over, just in time to finish treating your wounds," Waiwei said after finishing. Sanji was sitting on the ground now, lighting a new cigarette. After taking a deep breath, I felt much better than before. "Vivi, I didn't expect you to be able to heal," Sanji said. "No, I just met the imperial doctor in Alabasta's palace before, and I asked him to teach me some simple medical knowledge. After all, if I go out, I need to be prepared. These emergency medicines and bandages are what I asked Chopper. Yes, I didn't expect it to come in handy," Waiwei said. "So that's how it is," Sanji said. But Sanji looked around and suddenly said, By the way, where are Nami and the others? At this moment, suddenly another voice came from outside the old building. Hey, sure enough you are here. I've had a hard time looking for it. A light girl came in. It was Nami. Behind her were the group of drum officials who had been knocked to the ground by two just now. Now the officers are all awake and following her. Waiwei looked at Nami and the others and said, "Are you all okay? We all suffered some injuries. That human demon was really cruel, but after all we are all warriors so we can still bear it." The drum official said, "I'm fine." Nami said happily. Waiwei looked at her with a wry smile and said, "Ah, I understand." Just now, Nami saw that the situation was not right, so she ran away immediately. Nami looked at Sanji here again and said, "The battle just now was very tiring. I just found real water and some food. It is definitely not poisonous." Nami waved her hand and the drum officials brought over some wooden barrels, pottery pots, and cloth bags. "Open it. There are some water, food, and fruit. I just found these after running all the way," Nami said proudly. Waiwei looked at the water and food. On the surface she said that you have worked hard, but in her heart she understood that you ran too far for your life and found these by accident. Then Sanji, Vivi, Nami, and the drum officials all started talking, and they also know the whereabouts of Officer John. Just now Nami and the drum officers discovered the body of Officer John. Apparently, Officer John was caught by two when he went to look for water. Result, two killed him and imitated him to assassinate Waiwei. However, now we finally defeated that annoying guy, Nami said happily. "No, not yet," Sanji said. Sanji looked at everyone and said, "I did defeat him, but he is definitely not dead. In this case, he may need to recover from his injuries for a long time before he can act again. But we must leave here as soon as possible no matter what. After all, even without there will still be many other Baroque studio agents lurking here, and the people incited by them still hate Princess Vivi. We must leave here as soon as possible. After a short rest we continue action. Yes, we need to get out of here quickly," the drum officials said. Nami also complained very much. "Yes, get out of here quickly. Nami is already very disgusted with this chaotic place of right and wrong. Yes, we should leave as soon as possible." Waiwei also said, "Catalia is now in a state of complete chaos. Moreover, the agents of Baroque Studio incited the people and soldiers here to attack the group of people. It would be bad luck to stay here any longer. It would be better to leave early." After drinking water, eating food, and resting for a while, Sanji, Nami, and Vivi set off first and started to leave the city. The drum officials still needed to meet up with the drum team stationed outside the city, so they were not in a hurry to leave so soon. Sanji and the others first got 3 horses and hurriedly rode them away from here. After running all the way, the 3 of them finally rushed out of Catalia and headed towards the rapeseed flowers, just as Sanji, Waiwei, and Nami rushed to the rape blossoms. In the western region of Alabasta, Rogge, Sauron, Usopp, Chopper, Luffy, and Vers led a large number of troops and began to march north. The group purchased a large amount of grain, meat, fruits, vegetables, and drinking water that is very important to life in Kingdom Newport. There are also medicines and some special supplies for desert travel. A team of 3,000 people began to march in the desert. The fleet and some of the troops in charge of the warships, as well as the officers and soldiers injured in the previous battles, remained behind in Wangwangsingang. Everyone was walking in the desert, and the sun was shining brightly in the sky. Heat rises from time to time on the desert ground here. Rogge, Zoro, Usopp, Chopper, and Luffy ride in a carriage. Vers is here, fighting and discussing various matters with everyone. Usopp opened his cloak and looked out the window. Seeing the dazzling sunlight outside and the heat rising from the desert, he quickly pulled his head back. "It's really hot," Usopp said, and at the same time he picked up a jug and poured cool water into his mouth. Chopper beside Usopp was silent, just lying in the carriage. He was originally a reindeer who grew up in the kingdom of ice and snow, but now the heat could almost make him faint. "Usopp, I want it too," Chopper said, dying. Usopp handed the water bottle to Chopper, and the little guy put the water bottle vertically on his mouth and drank it. Motto is also bad. Usopp said. The fur on Chopper's body was very helpful in keeping out the cold, but it became a burden in this hot desert. Finally slowed down. Chopper drank the water bottle away and sat up reluctantly. Why is it so hot here? The people living here are like gods. Chopper said. Usopp stroked his head and said, well, don't you know, Captain Usopp once stayed in a desert for 10 days and 10 nights, and he still ran out of water and food. Really? Although Chopper was sleepy and tired, he still showed a bit of surprise. Usopp then blatantly brags about his adventures. Rogge also picked up a pot of water and poured it into his mouth at this time. It's really hot right now. It was just dry and hot in Kingdom Zinging before, but it was a hellish burning all the way north to the depths of the desert here. Luffy also kept fanning himself while drinking water, and he kept chanting words like so hot, so hot. Sauron crossed his hands in front of his chest, closed his eyes and meditated. In this swordsman's bones, there is a kind of patience that far surpasses everyone. Vers took a book to check. Here is a book with some information about Alabasta. Vers suddenly looked at Rogge and said, Rogge, we have reached the depths of the desert in western Alabasta, but we have encountered a big problem. What? Rogge asked him. It means that the supplies we carry are not enough. I didn't expect the desert here to be so hot, so our team consumed an astonishing amount of food and water. Especially water, the rate of consumption is unbelievable. Vers was a little distressed, said. After Rogge heard this, he thought for a while and said, really? Then I will find a way to solve these problems. After hearing this, Vers' face immediately flashed with joy. Really, Rogge? You said you had an idea, that's great. Vers said happily. Rogge took out another watch, looked at it and said, it's almost noon now, so prepare to find a place to rest. Let everyone have dinner and I will formally think of a solution at the same time. Vers said, yes, okay, I will give the order immediately. Afterwards, Vers used the phone bug to order all the troops to start looking for a place to rest. The team of 3,000 people quickly found a rocky area and began to set up camp there. Rogge and the others also got off the carriage, but everyone is wearing cloaks. After all, the sunlight here is too strong, and if they expose their skin, they will be killed. Why is it so hot? Usopp stood on the desert with his feet, feeling as if he were standing on an oven. Chopper felt uncomfortable all over for a while, and then quickly rushed to a shady place with rocks. Sauron covered his forehead with his hand, looked at the sky and said, this sunlight is really dazzling. I want to eat, Luffy said loudly. He had drank enough water in the car just now, but he was very hungry. Rogge stood on the hot desert and looked around. Surrounded by desert and rocks, there is no sign of life. Here is to find a way to get water and food. Vers stood next to Rogge and asked, Rogge, can you really find a way to get water and food? Of course there is no problem. I will definitely make it out, although it may be very laborious. Rogge said firmly. Rogge first observed the surrounding environment and then found a desert land. It's here. Rogge stood on the desert and quickly took out a plant from his clothes. This plant is a vine. Rogge buried the plants in the desert. Then he held the plant with both hands and began to use the energy of the plant fruit in his whole body to transform the vine. The vine began to grow rapidly under the desert and continued to grow downwards, looking for water. At the same time, the vine became as thick as an arm, and a hole was opened above the vine. Just like this, Rogge was concentrating on this for about 30 minutes. All right, suddenly Rogge's face became very happy, and his efforts were finally successful. Then the spring-like groundwater gushed out from the holes in the ground made by the vines. The people around were shocked when they saw it. Really water. Everyone was happy and surprised. Usopp immediately rushed over happily, patted Rogge's shoulder suddenly, and said, as expected of Rogge, you can find water like this. Chopper also rushed over, pointed the water from the vine hole to his mouth, and poured a large amount of cool water down his throat. Wow, it tastes really good. But how did you get the water? Chopper asked Rogge strangely after he was full. Rogge had just used a lot of fruit energy and was sweating profusely, but it was quickly evaporated by the dry heat here. This is after I transformed the vine that grew in the desert area I got in Xinjiang Kingdom so that it can grow underground and the inside becomes like a pipe. Finally, I found an underground water vein and can pump it up. Rogge said. It turned out to be groundwater. No wonder it's so cool. It's much better than the heated water we brought. Usopp admired the cool groundwater while drinking it. Next, Rogge also took the hole above the vine from Usopp's hand and poured the groundwater gushing from the pipe into his throat. This cool underground water is really comfortable for the whole body, which is hard to describe in words. Next, Sauron and Luffy also came over to drink the cool groundwater to their heart's content. Vance and the drum team were very happy. Now I can finally drink water as much as I want. Due to severe consumption before, everyone felt that the water was a little unable to hold on. Now, because Rogge used modified plants to pump out the groundwater, the team of 3,000 people was finally able to continue moving. Vers walked to Rogge's side and looked at Rogge very reverently. It's amazing with you here. We really don't have to worry about water. Vers praised Rogge. This is what should be done. Well, let everyone continue to fetch water, and you can quickly cook and rest here. Rogge said. The troops commanded by Vers quickly used wooden barrels and kettles to fetch water. At the same time, they can also use up the remaining water brought over as much as they want. On this land full of rocks and sand, camping began. Usopp, Chopper, and Luffy were already a little hungry, and they were waiting for food by the cooking pot. Because the weather here is hot enough, the chefs cook the food directly on the rocks. Wow, I really want fried eggs. Usopp looked at the 5 fried eggs spread out on a rock. Due to the hot climate and sunshine, this rock is already a pot stove under a high fire, and now it can directly fry eggs. The cook who fried the eggs brought a new egg, cracked the shell, and poured the egg yolk and egg white on the rock. What followed was a sizzling sound as the eggs were quickly cooked. In addition to frying eggs, the chef also arranged slices of bread on another rock, and the rock at high temperature quickly cooked the slices of bread like an oven. Fried egg sandwich is my favorite, Usopp said. Chopper was at the side of another cook, watching this cook cook. The cook put a pot full of underground water on top of the rock, and the water in the pot boiled in a short while. Then the cook put some beef jerky and dried vegetable leaves in, and it quickly turned into a pot of hot soup. Ah, it smells so good. But it would be nice to have sweets, Chopper said. The cook glanced at Chopper and said, If you want something sweet, I have some candies here, but in that bag just go and get it. There seems to be fruit candies and chocolates. That's great, thank you. Chopper quickly ran towards the cook's bag with a smile on his face. Quickly he found some sweets and started eating them. Well, it's great to be able to enjoy these delicacies in the desert. But it would be great if there was ice cream, but unfortunately that's not possible. Chopper said happily while eating the candy. Luffy is next to a cook who is grilling a large batch of salt sea fish bought from Kingdom Newport on the hot rocks here. It's delicious. I'm not polite. Luffy picked up the fish and ate it before it was cooked. Hey, it's not cooked yet. Forget it. The cook continued to grill the fish. At this time, the 3,000 troops were cooking in full swing. The food was quickly cooked, and everyone began to eat it eagerly. Rogge and Vers continued to discuss the issue while eating. Roger ate a sandwich and drank broth while thinking. Now the team's water source has finally been resolved. Vers said. However, there is still a big problem, which is the food problem you mentioned before. This, I am also under pressure to solve it. Rogge said. Vers looked at Rogge and said, The food problem is not as serious as the water problem, but the consumption is relatively high. Please do your best to solve as much as you can. Anyway, I can also produce a lot of food as long as it is used reasonably together with the original food. Then I will definitely be able to get through this desert. Rogge said. Okay, it's all up to you. Vers said expectantly. Roger also continued to enjoy egg sandwiches and broth, and later ate some corned beef jerky and biscuits. After the soup was full, Rogge, Vers, and Sauron went to a piece of sand together. Rogge buried a cactus brought from Xinjiang Kingdom, and then began to inject fruit energy into it with both hands to transform the cactus. This cactus grew rapidly under the energy of Rogge's plant fruit and finally grew as huge as a 3-story building. "What a big cactus," Chopper said in surprise. "Hey, Rogue, what are you doing?" Usopp said. Sweat was all over Roger's forehead, but it dried quickly. "You will all know soon," Roger said with a deep breath. Then Rogge injected more fruit energy into this fruit. This huge cactus blossomed and bore fruit, and then more than 10 cactus fruits as big as wooden barrels grew out of it. In this way, you can eat the fruits of these cactus. Rogge obtained a high-yielding variety in the desert area in the kingdom's new port. Now through its own plant fruit ability, it can grow further and grow fruits. "That's it, everyone can pick," Rogge said. "It turned out to be like this. We happen to have a lot of dried meat and bread, but we are almost done eating fruits and vegetables. These cactus fruits are so huge, they really are good things. Thank you, Rogge." Vers was very happy said. Before anyone else could pick them, Luffy was already drooling at the sight of these huge red cactus fruits. "Wow, it's delicious." Luffy stretched out his hand and quickly brought him over. Rogge looked at Luffy, who was about to speak, and said, "Wait a minute." But Luffy had already spoken, and he howled quickly. "There are many spikes on the cactus fruit. After Rogge made the cactus gigantic, the spikes on the grown fruit are even more like long nails." Luffy was in severe pain for a while and quickly jumped to the ground, rolling in the sand. Zoro and Usopp looked at him in shame. "Foodies are that bad." Chopper rushed to treat Luffy. "Luffy, don't move." Chopper quickly took out painkillers and anti-inflammatory drugs from his backpack to help Luffy treat him. Then, with the help of Chopper, Luffy pulled out all the spikes in his mouth, relieved the pain and inflammation, and recovered soon. But then Vers also ordered the troops to come here to pick these huge cactus fruits. Every time after picking a batch, Rogge used the plant fruit ability to make the giant cactus display a new batch of giant cactus fruits again. In this way, a total of more than 200 large cactus fruits were picked. These cactus fruits are as big as wooden barrels, and the pulp inside is also sweet and sour, delicious, juicy, and nutritious. And because it is a desert fruit, it is very easy to save during desert travel. Vers was very happy. These cactus fruits, plus the remaining bread and dried meat, were enough to enable the troops to cross the long desert. Everyone continued to move forward, approaching the rainy land in the north. In the sky, there was a vulture hovering over the team with a civet cat on the vulture's back. It was the unfortunate combination of Baroque Studio Mr. 13 and MS. Friday. They paid close attention to the situation of the team below, but no one paid attention to them. After all, looking up from the ground, I thought it was just a desert vulture waiting to eat a corpse. Nothing is airtight. The Baroque Studio also learned that everyone was going from Kingdom Newport to the rainy land in the north. Inside the Baroque Studio headquarters in the Rainlands, inside the magnificent pyramidal building of Crocodile. Inside the hall at the top, Crocodile was chatting with MS. Quan Sunday about the current situation. Crocodile sat on the sofa, exchanging information with MS. Quan Sunday, who was standing in front of him. "Boss, now that Kosa has been assassinated, Catalia has fallen into chaos." MS. Quan Sunday said. Crocodile's sinister expression was also calm. "Now that Plan G has been implemented, Alabasta has returned to chaos. For him, in order to finally seize control of Alabasta, he must make the situation even more chaotic now, so that he can win in chaos. Very well, now Alabasta is back in chaos again. They really thought they could prevent the destruction of Alabasta in this way. That's really naive. But Princess Waiwei has his companions to protect her, so I'm afraid it's still possible. It's really difficult to deal with," Crocodile said. MS. Quan Ju nodded and said, "Yes, the plan led by Mr. 2 to eliminate Princess Waiwei failed, but he will continue to work hard, but I would like to ask if it is necessary to send more manpower there." "This is not necessary. Just let Mr. 2 do it with all his strength, but we must kill Princess Vivi as soon as possible," Crocodile said. "But there is another important piece of information. It is Princess Waiwei's accomplices who defeated our elite troops at the kingdom's new port. They used a large number of troops to move here. Currently, the unfortunate combination of Mr. 13 and MS. Friday has been monitoring them. MS said all Sunday. Crocodile looked at her, was silent for a while, and said, "That group of people are really good. All the elite agents and elite troops we have sent out so far have been eliminated by them. They actually want to come here to die. But if this is the case, then the right people will be dispatched. You know who I am referring to." "I understand." MS, Quan Sunday said respectfully. Then MS retired all Sunday, and Crocodile was still enjoying the darkness here. Although Alabasta seems to be returning to chaos now, it is still unknown what will happen in the future and whether his conspiracy will be successful. Before all this is really realized, Crocodile dare not really relax his vigilance. Another 6 days passed in the desert south of the Rain Land. After a long journey, Rogge and Vers and their team of more than people finally arrived in the southern area of the Rainland. I also encountered some old cities and oases on the way, but they were either sparsely populated or were attacked by sandstorms every day. Roger was talking with Vers and others in the carriage at this time. On the table in front of him was a map of the western desert region of Alabasta with many marks on it. "It's almost here, me. After a long journey, we finally arrived at the desert in the south of the Rainland. Here, we can continue to walk for a day to reach the Rainland," Vers said happily. Rogge was also very happy and said, "Finally, we are almost here. But although we are coming, we must really meet the challenge. After all, there is a King Shichibukai lurking here. He still has a lot of people under him." "That's great, but are there any swordsmen inside?" Zoro said calmly. "It seems like you can eat meat as much as you want," Luffy said greedily. The team consumed a lot of meat these days, and even in the desert they captured some large desert animals such as the Sandora lizard, which was not enough to eat. Another time, a group of deceptive birds pretended to be injured, all trying to deceive people. However, they were eventually discovered, and the group of deceptive birds became barbecued to satisfy everyone's appetite. But when it comes to the Rainy Land, the city deep in the northwest of Alabasta, you can get enough supplies there. Although Udi is located in the inland area, the transportation is convenient. There is a trade route through the mountains in the north, the Sandora River in the east, and a trade route leading to King's Newport in the south. Of course, in order to deceive others, the group did not take the more convenient business route. Instead, head north on a more secluded desert route. In the Rainy Land, you can take a breath. But that was also the beginning of the real battle, Chopper said strangely. "There must be candies there too." "Of course, as long as there are children there, there will be candies for sale. But when you get there, you will also have to face the terrifying crocodile," Usopp said while scaring Chopper. Chopper was frightened, and Usopp immediately patted his chest again and said, "Don't worry, Captain Usopp will kill him." For a group of people, arriving in the Rainy Land is both the end of the arduous journey and the beginning of the real danger. It is necessary to fight against Crocodile, a super powerful opponent, head-on. Rogge looked at the map and then at the crowd. But now there is very bad news. According to the communication between Sanji and the others, Kosha was actually assassinated. This triggered an earthquake in Alabasta. The rebel area that now dominates the southeast has fallen into a high degree of chaos. There are either internal forces of the rebel army killing each other, or some people are going to continue to attack Aruba in the north. Vivi, Sanji, and Nami are still safe. They are trying to stabilize the situation in Alabasta, but because of Baroque Studio, the chaos cannot be eliminated. So everyone, it is up to us in the end. Defeat Crocodile, Rogge said firmly. To defeat Crocodile, everyone said with high morale. As long as Crocodile is defeated, everything will be fundamentally resolved. As the team of 3,000 people continued to move north, everyone's morale improved again. In addition to the upcoming battle with the enemy, this painful desert trip is almost over. But on a huge rock in the southern desert of the Rainlands, 2 men were standing here watching the procession. One of them was tall and burly, and his burly body was surprisingly strong. His upper body was only covered with a small amount of clothing, hanging casually on his body. The muscles on his body are as hard as steel, and it is obvious that his body has been forged into this shape after many battles under many harsh conditions. His head was shaved bald, giving him the air of an ascetic. But the most eye-catching thing is the big, Chinese letter character carved on his chest. At first glance, this strong man looks like a powerful monk. Beside him was a beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure and extremely slender figure. The beauty has dark blue fluffy hair and a very sexy face, which has not been roughened by the desert climate here in the slightest. Those red lips full of charm are opened from time to time, and he puts the pipe into his mouth to take a puff. Her body is also relatively revealing, with very little clothing on her chest and abdomen, but her limbs and legs are tightly dressed. The burly bald man spoke and said, "Hey, MS, Two Fingers, now our prey is finally here. Yes, there are quite a lot of them, but our people are enough to deal with them. Of course, let me ask, if it weren't for me and those elite troops, could you kill them all by yourself, Mr. 1? He took a puff from his pipe and said, "These two people are the top senior agents in Baroque Studio, Mr. 1 and MS, Two Fingers. In terms of loyalty and ability, this pairing is the most powerful. However, in order to complete the task perfectly, MS also dispatched elite troops from the Baroque Studio to participate in the battle on Sunday. These elite troops, with two people as the core, destroyed Rogge and Ver's team. Mr. 1 continued to watch the team, was silent for a while and said, I think I can do it, but the most important thing is, even if I can defeat thousands of people, I can't stop some of them from escaping. After all, I can do it alone. No matter how invincible we are, we cannot surround these enemies." MS smiled charmingly with both hands and said, "You are really a strong-willed guy. Okay, let's kill them together later." Mr. 1 continued to observe and said, "Now they have reached the predetermined area. They can order the elite troops in ambush to shrink the encirclement." Okay. MS put away the pipe with both hands, then took out a phone and started communicating. In the rainy desert ahead, Baroque Studio deployed a large number of elite troops. It is specially used to surround the team of Rogge and Vers who are coming. At this time, the team of 3,000 people continued to march north, but they did not know that 4 enemy armies were surrounding them. Although it is said that this is a desert, it is also uneven. Many places are high and low, so the view is limited. A large number of officers and soldiers of the Drum Kingdom drove carriages and rode on horses, but some officers and soldiers at the front noticed something in front of them. Because the sand is soft, it effectively eliminates the sound. Is something approaching? An officer looked forward doubtfully. I saw a huge, 10-meter-long scorpion suddenly appeared in front of me. What is this? The officers and soldiers said in shock. But they were then ready to take out their weapons against the scorpion. After all, they also saw some huge desert creature, such as the Santora lizard in the desert before, so they reacted quickly after being initially surprised by this huge scorpion. However, more giant scorpions also appeared next. Then a total of 30 huge scorpions appeared in front. These huge scorpions really frightened the officers and soldiers a little. But what's even more weird is that there are actually people on the backs of these giant scorpions. Behind the giant scorpions is a group of people who are controlling these giant scorpions like animals. What's even more surprising is that the people who drive them have cannons and machine guns installed on the backs of these giant scorpions. In addition to the front, about huge scorpions appeared on the left, right, and rear of the magnetic drum army. A total of more than 100 giant scorpions surrounded the team from the front, back, left, and right. We were attacked, ready to fight. The officers and soldiers of the magnetic drum kingdom hurriedly stopped and marched, and quickly prepared their guns and cannons for battle. But it was too late. The cannons installed on the backs of these huge scorpions fired first. There was a burst of cannon sound, and swarms of shells were fired from the cannon on the back of the giant scorpion and flew towards the magnetic drum army. There was a violent explosion, and the bodies of the officers and soldiers of the Drum Kingdom, as well as carriages and horses, as well as ordnance and supplies, flew across. The desert was soon covered with human remains, broken weapons and vehicle wreckage, as well as blood. These giant scorpions are equipped with cannons and machine guns on their backs, making them a powerful desert armored force. Moreover, it has extremely high firepower and mobility, and immediately trapped the strong Sigu army. Rogge, Sauron, and Vers, who were in the carriage, were all shocked by the attack. They hurried out of the carriage. What's going on? This is. Several people looked around in surprise. Their own large army was besieged by a group of huge scorpions coming from all directions. There are actually people and cannons on the backs of these scorpions. The giant scorpions continuously bombarded the surrounded magnetic drum army. Drum country troops suffered heavy casualties. The opponent is constantly shrinking the encirclement. "Oh my God, what a huge scorpion," Usopp shouted in horror. "It's terrible," Chopper cried and hugged Usopp's thigh tightly. Luffy shouted in surprise. Scorpion Vers had a look of horror on his face. He saw the miserable situation on his side and said, "I'm afraid these are." Sauron held the handle of the knife at his waist and said, "Our enemy." Rogge clenched his fists and said, "Baroque Studio." Rogge looked around and his troops were completely in chaos. Now that it has suffered a serious preemptive strike, it is completely passive. However, there are still some drum soldiers who rush to use the remaining weapons to fight back. Machine guns and some cannons fired at those giant scorpions. Rogge looked at Sauron and said, "Okay, it's time to fight." "No problem." Zoro had already drawn out 2 katana swords. Luffy also stretched out his hands and prepared to fight. Rogge looked at Vers again and said, "Hurry up and prepare to stabilize your position, or there will be more people who will not die. And Usopp and Chopper, please." After hearing this, Vers said, "Okay, leave it to me." Rogge then ran towards the giant scorpions, approaching them. These huge scorpion shells actually have the logo of the Baroque Studio. Sure enough, the Baroque Studio made these evil weapons. Rogge said, "The person on the back of the giant scorpion closest to Rogge can already be seen clearly. There are 4 people in total, one of whom is responsible for driving the giant scorpion. 2 men man the cannon and 1 man the machine gun. These Baroque Studio agents control giant scorpions and the weapons on their backs, just like a group of tanks, able to maneuver in the desert and suppress their opponents with heavy firepower." Seeing Rogge approaching, the Baroque Studio agent on the back of the huge scorpion immediately pointed the machine gun at Rogge. A burst of bullets came, and Roger quickly hid behind the wreckage of a wrecked carriage. The enemy's firepower is really good, and the mobility is very high. Roger took a pumpkin out of his clothes. This pumpkin also has a bunch of vines on it. "Okay, it's time for you to play your role." Rogge concentrated the plant fruit energy in his body with both hands and injected it into the pumpkin. Accompanied by the energy of the huge plant fruit, the pumpkin began to grow rapidly on the ground. This pumpkin had actually been modified by Rogge a long time ago, but now the energy of the fruit was further enhanced, making it grow rapidly. The pumpkin eventually became 15 meters wide and 2 stories high, and in front is a huge face, like a huge Halloween monster. The vines that connected the pumpkins also grew more rapidly. They were as thick as a human thigh, and they could actually support the pumpkins while walking in the desert like spider legs. This weapon has finally come in handy. It's up to you, Pumpkin Beast. Rogge jumped on top of the pumpkin beast and began to control this huge guy like a house. After Rogge used the giant pumpkin, everyone present looked at Rogge in shock, whether it is the troops of the Drum Kingdom or the agents of the Baroque Workshop. Usopp and Chopper also saw the weapons used by Rogge. "My God, it's Rogge. He used this huge monster," Usopp said in surprise. "So handsome," Chopper said, even more surprised. Rogge stood on top of the giant pumpkin beast, driving the giant beast under his feet. The agents of the Baroque Studio were all stunned. Rogge suddenly used this powerful weapon, leaving them defenseless. "What is this, giant pumpkin? Why is there a scary Halloween-like face on the pumpkin? It's as big as a villa." Rogge stood on top of the giant pumpkin and looked at the agents of the Baroque Studio who were driving the giant scorpion. "Since you can control the big guy, so can I," Rogge said, full of fighting will. However, the agents of the Baroque Studio quickly recovered, and began to attack the giant pumpkin. Don't be afraid of this monster. Attack with all your strength first. 5 huge scorpions rushed towards the giant pumpkin, and the cannons on the backs of these scorpions began to fire. One shell after another hit the giant pumpkin, and Rogge felt a violent tremor under his feet. However, the gunpowder smoke and flames dissipated, but there were only some small cracks on the hard skin of the giant pumpkin, which did not cause much damage. Okay, it's time for us to fight back. Rogge commanded the giant pumpkin. There was a terrifying ghost-like sound from the pumpkin monster's mouth, and its thick vines immediately entangled a huge scorpion, and the 4 Baroque studio agents on the back of the scorpion were thrown off. The huge scorpion struggled violently, but the vines of the giant pumpkin were getting tighter and tighter. Then there was a scream of the scorpion. The body and head of this huge scorpion were crushed abruptly, and the body tissue and juice inside were splashed all over the desert. Rogge took a look and felt disgusted, but he also understood that this giant pumpkin monster was even more powerful than he imagined. "Well done. Keep killing them," Rogge said loudly. The giant pumpkin roared for a while, and then the giant vine threw away the scorpion remains. These huge vines hold the pumpkin giant and move on. The agents of the Baroque studio also felt that their opponents were terrifying, and it was the first time they had seen such a huge plant capable of fighting. What a scary monster. We need to attack from a distance. The remaining 4 huge scorpions quickly retreated, and then opened fire with the cannons on their backs. The shells and bullets hit the giant pumpkin's body, but they couldn't cause too much damage. Rogge saw the huge scorpions pulling away. These huge scorpions actually far surpassed the pumpkin behemoth in terms of speed and maneuverability. Okay, giant pumpkin, now I need your long-range attack. Use the sand here to spit out a powerful storm. Rogge continued to give orders to the pumpkin monster. Woo! There was a ghostly roar in the mouth of the giant pumpkin monster. This huge monster opened its huge mouth like a Halloween ghost. This mouth is big enough to chew a carriage into pieces in one bite. Then a large amount of sand was sucked in. After the pumpkin giant sucked enough sand, it pointed its mouth in the direction of the 4 giant scorpions. Boom! A huge desert storm spit out from the mouth of the giant pumpkin and rushed towards the 4 giant scorpions. The Baroque studio agents on the backs of the 4 huge scorpions looked at the oncoming desert storm in horror for a while, and they were overturned together with the huge scorpions below. "Here you go," Rogge, standing on the back of the giant pumpkin, clenched his fists and said happily. Under Rogge's command, the giant pumpkin rushed towards the 4 overturned giant scorpions. Some of the agents of the Baroque studio just got up when they saw the giant pumpkin rushing towards them. This time, the giant pumpkin directly lifted a huge scorpion and stuffed it into its huge mouth. Then there was a burst of screams from the scorpion, and the huge scorpion was chewed by the giant pumpkin. "Oh my God, the pumpkin eats the scorpion!" The Baroque studio agents shouted in horror. Rogge, who was standing on the back of the giant pumpkin monster, also felt strange in his heart. It is indeed very strange for plants to eat animals in turn, not to mention pumpkins. The pumpkin monster not only eats giant scorpions, but also eats people. Rogge said. The thick vines of the giant pumpkin quickly entangled 2 agents of the Baroque studio and stuffed them into their mouths. After chewing again, flesh and blood flew everywhere. Some of the remaining Baroque studio agents were terrified and fled quickly. The pumpkin monster chewed up the other 3 huge scorpions one after another, wrapped them in vines, and squeezed them to death. Right now, the pumpkin monster had successfully killed the 5 huge scorpions as soon as it entered the battle. Rogge commanded the giant pumpkin to continue its attack. The Drum Nation troops on the battlefield were greatly inspired by the power of Rogge and the pumpkin beast. After the giant scorpion appeared at the beginning of the Baroque studio, it dealt a fatal blow to the Drum Nation troops in terms of attack power and psychology. The psychological failure was even more serious than in actual combat. Even with Ver's emergency command, it was difficult for the Kangoo army to stabilize its position. But one thing falls one thing, I didn't expect Rogge to use the more powerful pumpkin monster to have an amazing, shocking power. Even Baroque Studios' gigantic scorpion pales in comparison. Although there was only one giant pumpkin, its aura made Rogge and Vers overwhelm the Baroque Studio to some extent. We actually have the help of such a powerful monster, too strong. This is a pumpkin. It pushes the enemy back. Everyone fights to the death. Those scorpions just look scary, but they are also afraid of shells and bullets. The troops of the Drum Kingdom regained their ground and began to fight back violently with cannons, machine guns, and various firearms. At the beginning, the scorpion troops of the Baroque Studio, which had an advantage in terror, high mobility, and firepower, had to fall into a bitter battle. These huge scorpions actually don't have much defense against shells. Generally, their shells will be shattered when they are hit by a shell the size of a coconut. If it hits the head and vitals, it is also a one-hit kill. Of course, it still has strong resistance to bullets from machine guns and other firearms. Giant scorpions were killed one by one, and some were killed by cannonballs along with the Baroque Studio agents on their backs. However, these giant scorpions are still more difficult to aim because of their high flexibility, so they give the officers and soldiers of the Sigu Kingdom a headache. At this time, Usopp also played a huge role. Usopp and Chopper, who were almost paralyzed by fright, recovered their morale and began to calm down after Rogge's pumpkin monster appeared. "It's really amazing," Chopper said in surprise. Usopp raised his chin, thought for a while, and said, "Rogge is really making rapid progress. He is able to achieve what he is today thanks to Captain Usopp's cultivation and guidance." Chopper turned back to look at him and asked in surprise, "Really?" Usopp said very proudly, "Of course, it is precisely because of Captain Usopp's teaching that Rogge can use his abilities more powerfully." Chopper suddenly realized, so that's the case. But thanks to this kind of training, Rogge was able to be so strong. He can help us boost our morale. But we can't stay here. Usopp's face suddenly became very serious. "But these huge scorpions are still terrifying. I really don't want to fight them at close range." Chopper said, "Why do you want to fight at close range? You just come with me." Usopp took Chopper away quickly. In the end, the two arrived on a small sand dune higher up on the position in the melee, where two soldiers from the Drum Kingdom happened to be manipulating a cannon. Usopp walked up to the two people and said, "Hey, now the sharpshooter Usopp is going to receive this cannon. I guarantee a perfect hit." The two soldiers looked at it and said nothing. Usopp quickly got behind the cannon and adjusted the cannon. "Chopper loaded the cannon," Usopp shouted. After hearing this, Chopper also reacted and said, "Yes." Chopper's body quickly changed shape, from the original scary little guy's shape to a very burly 3-meter-tall human shape. Under normal circumstances, Chopper's child-sized figure is in human beast form, which looks furry and short, very cute. After changing into this human form, the antlers that had been protruding from the hat retracted and disappeared. The whole body has become very tall and burly, and the face has changed from an animal style to a more human style. The chest and limbs are the first to reveal the strong muscles. "Wow, from a fox to a gorilla," the two drum soldiers said in surprise. "What? I'm neither a fox nor an orangutan but a reindeer," Chopper said angrily. But there is no other time now. Chopper quickly picked up a shell the size of a coconut and loaded the cannon. Usopp aimed the cannon at the target, which was a huge scorpion moving at high speed. "It's about 100 meters away from here. You can move really fast. This is the only way you can go." Usopp grasped the position and pulled the cannon's drawstring. With a loud noise, a cannonball was fired. Finally, the giant scorpion that was moving at high speed was concentrated. The shell hit the giant scorpion's head, blowing up all kinds of tissues in its head. The huge explosion force knocked 4 Baroque Studio agents on its back. They are also thrown away. "It worked," Chopper and the two drum soldiers said happily. Chopper raised his thumb to Usopp and said, "That's a really accurate shot." Usopp had a serious expression but seemed to say nothing. Even for sports opponents, there are certain routes that can be judged. Only by judging their progress in advance can they hit the target. Usopp said very maturely. Usopp continued to use the cannon to aim again, and Chopper helped it load the cannonball. Next, one giant scorpion after another was hit. Usopp's godlike shooting ability has been fully utilized here. After the agents of Baroque Studio suffered a big loss, someone also noticed Usopp's location. Two huge scorpions rushed towards the cannon on the small sand dune from the side and rear at irregular high-speed movements. "Usopp, it's not good, please take a look," Chopper suddenly shouted to Usopp. Usopp looked around and saw a huge scorpion rushing towards him on the left and right sides. "Oops, I kept paying attention to the distance, but I didn't expect these two giant scorpions to use the sand dunes and the wreckage of the wrecked carriage on the battlefield to rush over. Okay, I'll leave the one on the left to you, Chopper. I'll deal with the one on the right," Usopp said fearlessly in the face of danger. Chopper said with sweat on his face, "Okay." A huge scorpion rushed towards each side on the left and right sides. Usopp turned the cannon to the right. Just now, Chopper added an extra shell to the cannon, but if the cannon missed, the huge scorpion driven by the opponent would have rushed up the small sand dune before the next shot could be fired. The huge scorpion on the right rushed towards it with an astonishingly irregular route, making it impossible to predict. Usopp aligned his eyes with the barrel of the cannon. "Okay, it's up to you." Usopp stared at the approaching giant scorpion. The huge scorpion didn't stop attacking while it was marching, and the opponent even fired machine guns in this direction. The barrel of the cannon in front of Usopp was hit by a lot of bullets, creating a lot of sparks. One of them hit less than half a meter away from Usopp. Go at this moment, Usopp's eyes were facing straight forward, in the same direction as the cannon body, and the cannon's shells were also aimed at the head of the giant scorpion. The pull rope was pulled, and a cannonball was fired with a loud noise. The shell hit the giant scorpion's head hard. The huge force squeezed the scorpion's head flat, and there were continuous violent explosions. The huge scorpion was hit, and the 4 Baroque Studio agents on the back were also affected by the explosion, and their flesh and blood were flying everywhere. "Okay, hit." The soldiers from the Drum Kingdom who had been hiding beside Usopp and the others shouted long live when they saw this. Usopp breathed a sigh of relief and lay down on the ground of the small sand dune. After close attack, Usopp successfully killed the huge scorpion on the right. Together with the Baroque Studio agents above, they were also killed. On the left, Chopper had already rushed down the small sand dune to face the giant scorpion. Chopper waved his arms while charging hard, clenching his teeth inside. He is overcoming his inner fear. "I must defeat it," Chopper said through gritted teeth. The Baroque Studio agents on the back of the giant scorpion aimed their machine guns at Chopper. Accompanied by the sound of gunfire, a series of bullets shot at Chopper. The dense bullets came, and it was difficult for Chopper to parry. "Take this." Chopper quickly took out a blue pill the size of a pigeon egg and swallowed it in one gulp. This is Chopper's special medicine Rumble Ball. After taking the Rambo Ball, Chopper's body changed further, from the original burly human form to a huge fluffy plush ball. The agents of Baroque Studio who were controlling the giant scorpion were all shocked. Why the gorilla turned into a giant fur ball? The current Chopper looks like a giant hairball, which is shocking. It surprised you. This is the effect of the Rambo Ball. Now I have become a fur-enhanced state, Chopper said confidently. The Baroque Studio agents on the giant scorpion also continued to attack Chopper with machine guns. The dense bullets hit Chopper, who was like a giant furball, but the bullets were like hitting a sponge, causing no damage. The bullets that couldn't penetrate Chopper's now strong fur fell on the surrounding sand. Attack with cannon. Baroque Studio agents on the back of a giant scorpion aimed their cannons at Chopper. There was a loud bang, and a shell fired at Chopper. Chopper's body was hit hard by the shell. The impact was really huge, and Chopper rolled backward like a giant hairball. However, the shell did not kill Chopper but bounced to the sand beside him, and then exploded violently for a while. The explosion kicked up a huge plume of smoke and dust. "Okay, let's kill him," the Baroque Studio agents on the back of the giant scorpion cheered. but the smiles on their faces soon froze again. The giant hairball that Chopper turned into rolled away from the explosion site. After stopping, Chopper took a breath and said, "Rolling is really dizzying, but my reinforced fur cannot be damaged by this level of explosion." Even if he is attacked by 10 shells at the same time, Chopper's current fur will not be hurt. Seeing that Chopper was still unharmed, the agents of Baroque Studio on the back of the giant scorpion were also annoyed. "Rush over and let the scorpions kill them with hand-to-hand combat." The agents of Baroque Studios drove the giant scorpion towards Chopper. The huge scorpion 10 meters long rushed to the front of Chopper quickly. The giant scorpion's 2 giant pincers came towards Chopper. At this critical moment, Chopper's body changed rapidly. Jump enhancement. Chopper's body's huge fluff shrank, and he returned to a strong and burly shape. But unlike his previous form, his legs became extremely strong. When the 2 giant pincers were about to clamp Chopper, Chopper jumped up. What a flexible move! It's not over yet. Chopper suddenly jumped to the left side of the giant scorpion. But immediately the terrifying tail of the giant scorpion stung me. Originally, this huge scorpion was 10 meters long and its tail was as thick as a wooden barrel. The spikes on the tail are as thick as a sharp sword. Out of the corner of Chopper's eye, he saw this terrifying weapon. 2 seconds before the giant scorpion's tail spike fell, Chopper quickly jumped away. The sand was pierced. Chopper landed 7 or 8 meters away. In addition to the long-range attacks of the cannons and machine guns of the Baroque Studio agents on its back, the giant scorpion can also use its pincers and tail for close combat. Now Chopper relies on his jumping ability to avoid the opponent's attack even in close combat. The reason why this is possible is entirely due to Chopper's rumble ball. Originally, Chopper only had the transformation ability of animal form, human beast form, and human form, which are 3 common animal devil fruit ability users. However, Chopper developed the blue wave ball with his own medical knowledge, which can add 5 more deformations. So there are a total of 8 forms available. What kind of monster is this guy? Is he a devil fruit user? How can he have so many transformations? But he seems to be a reindeer. The Baroque Studio agents on the back of the giant scorpion were all shocked. Chopper, who had become jump strengthened, now looked at the giant scorpion. He knew very well that although he was very strong now, but it doesn't come without a price. Blue Wave Ball is able to increase its transformation ability by disrupting the animal devil fruit's transformation waveband. But this effect only lasts for 3 minutes. Once 3 minutes have passed, it's a huge risk to use more blue balls. In addition to causing a huge load on the body, there are also more dangers. The battle must end within 3 minutes. Chopper quickly transformed again. This time his body rapidly became smaller. It is not much different from the normal human beast form. But at this time, Chopper's head became extremely useful. Let you have a taste of brain-strengthening. Chopper put his front hooves together in front of his eyes. In this range of Namas, Chopper looked at the huge scorpion and the agents of Baroque Studio on the back. As if scanning, Chopper could clearly see the functions of each part of the giant scorpion's body, as well as the weapons and functions of the various agents of the Baroque Studio on its back. Under such circumstances, Chopper's ability to analyze battles can even make even experienced human fighters feel ashamed. I see Chopper stopped analyzing, and at the same time came up with a way to deal with the enemy. The huge scorpion started to rush towards Chopper again, and the surrounding sand rose up. Chopper's body began to deform again. Strengthening, Chopper lay down, his body quickly becoming very long and strong. It looks similar to a reindeer, but the whole body becomes stronger and the 2 antlers on the head become extremely huge. Now the 2 huge antlers on Chopper's head are as majestic as the 2 antlers of a mammoth. Any animal in the way, whether it is a lion, tiger or rhinoceros or a hippopotamus, cannot resist his impact. Chopper ran quickly. The speed is unimaginable. Even the fastest horses are dwarfed. The Baroque studio agents who were on the back of the giant scorpion looked at Chopper with some confusion and fear. What is he doing with all his strength? Chopper jumped up like a cheetah in a state of intensified wrestling, and finally landed heavily on the back of the giant scorpion. Under Chopper's huge impact, the 4 Baroque studio agents on the back of the giant scorpion were all knocked into the air. What? After a while of screams, the 4 Baroque studio agents rolled down the huge scorpion, but the gigantic scorpion continued to move. Chopper quickly transformed his body into another form. He stood up again, and the huge antlers shrunk again. Chopper's arms became extremely strong, full of exaggerated muscles like a strong man. Give you a final blow, Chopper put the front hooves of his 2 strong arms together. Chopper's 2 iron-like front hooves were aimed at the giant scorpion's head. Carved hoof cherry Chopper's 2 iron hooves hit the giant scorpion's head like a cannon. This blow is powerful, although it has no explosive damage. But the force hit a point between the 2 iron hooves, and the force penetrated the giant scorpion's head completely. The giant scorpion let out a harsh cry, and its huge body fell heavily to the ground. Tissue from his brain spurted out of his mouth. Chopper stood on the head of the giant scorpion with sweat on his face. The time now has just reached 3 minutes, which is the time he can bear. When the time was up, Chopper's body quickly changed back to the human beast form. Looking at the huge scorpion corpse under his feet, Chopper was a little at a loss. At this time, Usopp's voice suddenly sounded. "Well done, Chopper." Usopp and the 2 drum soldiers rushed over. Usopp and 2 soldiers rushed in front of the huge scorpion's body, looking at the behemoth killed by Chopper. Usopp gave Chopper a thumbs up and praised. "Well done, you really deserve to be Chopper. You are so powerful, you can actually kill such a huge scorpion in hand-to-hand combat. You are my idol, and I want to be as strong as you," the 2 magnetic drum soldiers also said adoringly. After hearing these compliments, Chopper touched his head with his hand and said with some embarrassment, "Am I that powerful?" In the battle just now, Chopper perfectly played the power of the blue wave ball. The 5 normal forms of jump enhancement, fur enhancement, brain enhancement, wrestling enhancement, and wrist strength enhancement were used. During the 3-minute safety period, Chopper can use these forms freely. In battle, the seemingly small Chopper can display extremely powerful hand-to-hand combat capabilities. Chopper and Usopp successfully defeated 2 giant scorpions that were sneaking up on them, and then they joined up with more drum army troops. Under the cover of these drum army troops, Usopp used cannons to bombard them better. Giant scorpions, because Rogge controlled the giant pumpkin and changed the situation on the battlefield. The side keeps turning the situation around. In addition to Usopp and Chopper fighting hard, Sauron and Luffy fought bravely. Sauron wielded his blade on the battlefield like a god of death to harvest the lives of Baroque studio agents and giant scorpions. A huge scorpion oxygenated dust, and the machine guns and cannons on its back fired violently forward. Sauron is ahead. Open fire and kill him quickly. Baroque studio agents on the back of a giant scorpion shoot violently. But what surprised them was that Sauron was like a phantom, very flexible and even exaggerated dodge. In fact, Sauron wasn't able to dodge bullets quickly, but he dodged in advance based on that amazing observation ability and intuition for murderous aura. However, as he approached, the range in which Sauron could evade became smaller. "Haha, you're so close and you can't hide away. Take a shot from me." A Baroque workshop agent manning the cannon fires a shell. Zoro ahead was only less than 20 meters away, but when the shell was about to hit Sauron's body, the 2 samurai swords in Sauron's hand crossed and cut open. The cannonball turned into 4 halves in front of the Baroque Studios agent's line of sight, and then scattered around and exploded. How can it be? While the agents of the Baroque studio were surprised, Sauron's figure had jumped above them. 4 lights and shadows flickered. Sauron stood on the back of the giant scorpion. Blood flew from the necks of the 4 Baroque studio agents, and the 4 fell down. 4 enemies were killed, but the giant scorpion still stabbed its tail towards Sauron. The ghost in Sauron's right hand slashed upwards, and the barrel-like thick scorpion tail was severed. Sauron looked at the giant scorpion's head again. Gitch and Zuzu stabbed twice in their hands. The brain of this huge scorpion was pierced, and finally struggled a few times before lying on the desert. Killing bugs is so boring. After Sauron left a word, he jumped away again and continued to fight on the battlefield. This time, 2 giant scorpions rushed over. Zorro quickly ran over from the left. The cannons and machine guns on the backs of the 2 huge scorpions fired continuously. This time the opponent's firepower was relatively intensive, and Sauron took advantage of some obstacles on the battlefield. Finally, when he was less than 30 meters away from the 2 giant scorpions, Zorro suddenly gathered the strength of the 2 samurai swords and crossed them forward to kill them. Eagle Wave. The huge sword energy flew over like 2 blue eagles. The Baroque studio agents on the backs of the 2 giant scorpions each received a sword aura. After they were knocked down, 2 huge scorpions rushed towards Sauron by instinct. Sauron ran and jumped over for a while, using a small sand dune to jump to a height of more than 10 meters. The 2 huge scorpions also stabbed them with their huge scorpion tails. The spikes of the 2 scorpion tails are like 2 sharp swords. Sauron swung the samurai swords in both hands very quickly, and the light and shadow flashed at the half of the tails of the 2 huge scorpions, accompanied by the sound of the hard shell being cut, and finally disconnected. Sauron fell to the ground. Although the 2 huge scorpions lost their huge tails, they attacked Sauron with their huge pincers that could crush a horse. I don't like dismembering bugs. Sauron rushed over again, first to the left and then to the right, chopping off a total of 4 pincers of the 2 giant scorpions. The giant scorpions without weapons were also frightened and started to retreat, and Sauron ignored them. Subsequently, the 2 giant scorpions that lost their combat capabilities were killed by the drum forces with cannons and machine guns. I really don't like killing bugs, but since there are so many soldiers, they are relatively stronger. At least there are some masters to hold the battle. Sauron muttered to himself and continued fighting. Luffy is very happy on the battlefield. This fun-loving boy uses his rubber powers to engage in various battles with his enemies. Wow, that's so fun. Luffy started dealing with a giant scorpion. The Baroque studio agents behind the giant scorpion aimed their cannons at Luffy. Fire. A shell was fired from the cannon, hitting Luffy. Luffy's entire body was dented in the back by the cannonball. Luffy finally bounces the cannonball back in the direction of the giant scorpion. What? The Baroque Studios agents were shocked. The artillery shell then hit the giant scorpion, and the huge explosion set off strong smoke and dust. The giant scorpion was hit by a shell bounced by Luffy. 3 of the 4 Baroque Studio agents above were blown up, and the giant scorpion was also severely damaged. Before the last Baroque studio agent and the huge scorpion below recovered, Luffy rushed forward again. Rubber. Machine gun. Luffy's fists punched dozens of times in a row, attacking the last Baroque studio agent and the giant scorpion intensively like a machine gun. After screaming for a while, the Baroque Studios agent fell to the ground. The giant scorpion also lay on the ground, losing its ability to fight. It's such a big scorpion. If only Sanji was here, you can roast the scorpion. Luffy said carefully, looking at the huge scorpion that was beaten to the ground. After knocking down the huge scorpion, Luffy set his sights on another huge scorpion on the battlefield. Luffy rushed to the huge scorpion quickly, and used the rubber ability in his body to continuously grab various objects and move forward. The huge scorpion was constantly moving at this time, and the agents of the Baroque studio on the back used machine guns and cannons to attack more than a dozen officers and soldiers of the Drum Kingdom. The troops of the Drum Kingdom are very troubled by this fast-moving desert monster that is comparable to an armored vehicle. Many shells were missed, but the dust was blown up for a while. Damn it, why can't I kill this monster? The magnetic drum soldier said angrily and helplessly. In addition to the high-speed movement of this huge scorpion, the agents of the Baroque studio on the back can use machine guns and cannons to bombard it. The cannons used by these Baroque studio agents are also unusual. They are an advanced new type of stable aiming cannon smuggled from the public arms companies of the world government. They can accurately aim at the target while traveling. Therefore, you can attack the Drum Nation troops on the backs of these giant scorpions. What's even more frightening is that, in addition to long-range attacks, the giant scorpion can use its huge double pincers and thick tail to attack once it gets close. The officers and soldiers of Magnetic Drum Kingdom were simply unable to resist. "Go ahead and kill them," shouted the Baroque studio agent on the giant scorpion's back. The huge scorpion rushed towards the officers and soldiers of the Drum Kingdom with that terrifying roar. At this moment, a voice came from a distance. "I'm coming too. I saw that Luffy used some objects on the battlefield to bounce his body over." Luffy, who was bounced, directly hit the back of the giant scorpion, knocking down the two Baroque studio agents. The landing wasn't very good. Luffy stood up uncomfortably. When he landed just now, his whole body was in pain. At this time, he was standing on the back of the giant scorpion, and two Baroque studio agents were looking at him in surprise. Luffy said with a smile on his face, "I'm sorry for overwhelming your friends." The two Baroque studio agents immediately shouted in surprise and anger, "We are enemies from the beginning." Luffy had another look of realization on his face and said, "I almost forgot." The two Baroque studio agents immediately took out pistols from their waists and attacked him, while Luffy knocked the two enemies away with two punches. But it wasn't over yet. The giant scorpion under Luffy's feet stabbed Luffy with its tail. Luffy started to dodge quickly. The scary tail is as thick as a sharp sword. "Scared me," Luffy said as he dodged. Luffy is a rubber man who can bounce back against spherical and not-so-sharp objects, but he is most afraid of such sharp weapons. Luffy kept avoiding the tail of the giant scorpion, but in the end, the tail of the giant scorpion accidentally stabbed too hard. As a result, the sharp tail tip got stuck on the carapace on its back. "Wow, you are so funny," Luffy said after seeing the huge scorpion hurting himself. Luffy then raised his right foot to a very high position and kept throwing it upward, reaching a height of more than 20 meters. Rubber. Tomahawk Luffy's right foot then smashed down at a high speed like an axe. Finally, Luffy's right foot hit the giant scorpion's head heavily. This blow caused the giant scorpion to get down completely. "Isn't he as strong as he looks?" Luffy continued to fight, eliminating more giant scorpions and Baroque studio agents. Everyone was fighting hard on the battlefield, and Rogge even drove the giant pumpkin to deal heavy blows to the enemy. The battle lasted for less than an hour. Under the control of Rogge, the giant pumpkin beast killed more than 30 giant scorpions and a large number of Baroque studio agents. Zoro, Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper also fought hard to kill more than 40 giant scorpions and a large number of Baroque studio agents. In this way, the five of them, Rogge and Sauron, killed nearly 80 giant scorpions and hundreds of Baroque studio agents. Although the officers and soldiers of Magnetic Drum under the command of Vers did not perform as outstandingly as Rogge and the others, but also killed more than a dozen giant scorpions and a large number of Baroque studio agents. Baroque Studio invested a total of giant scorpions in this battle, and the loss has reached more than, most of which were eliminated. At this time, the two aces of the Baroque Studio standing on the cliff in the distance, Mr. 1 and MS, saw all this with their fingers. Even if they saw the astonishing reversal of the battle situation, they were not too surprised. However, MS opened her mouth with both fingers. "What a group of tenacious enemies, or our desert scorpion troops are too superficial," MS said while smoking her pipe with both fingers. Mr. 1, however, kept looking towards the battlefield. On the battlefield, Rogge's giant pumpkin successfully attracted most of his attention. "Look at the man who controls the giant pumpkin monster. He really has incredible power," Mr. 1 said calmly. "Rogge's strong performance on the battlefield just now is unforgettable for Mr. 1. MS also looked at the battlefield with both hands and said, "It is simply unimaginable that someone can use this magical plant as a weapon. Of course, this world is so big and full of wonders. It is said that there is a Devil's Triangle sea area deep in the Grand Route, where are the living dead and living skeletons. Mr. One, besides caring about Rogge, he also cares about another person. That man wielded the katana as if he were in a deserted place. Although Mr. One was extremely confident in his own strength, he also wanted to fight swordsman-like enemies. That's the fun. As for Luffy, he looked down upon him because the rubber man's ability seemed very powerful, but his own ability was specifically designed to restrain rubber. Therefore, Mr. One thinks there are two main enemies that need attention. That is Rogge and Sauron. MS looked at this sturdy monk-like man with both hands and asked, "How are you? Have you found the prey you want?" Mr. One then nodded. "Okay, it's time to get ready." On the battlefield, Baroque Studios' Desert Scorpion troops were at the point of complete defeat. The last giant scorpions have gone through a long and fierce battle, and now only a dozen of them are still able to fight. Rogge controls the giant pumpkin and fights fiercely with these enemies. Woo! The giant pumpkin sucked in huge sand from the desert again, and then spit out a huge desert storm from its mouth. A powerful desert storm overturns the giant scorpions. "Don't even think about running away. There will be no way for you to come back," Rogge said as he controlled the giant pumpkin beast. The giant pumpkin used vines to support the front of these giant scorpions and directly pressed heavily on a giant scorpion. Then the thick vine wrapped around a huge scorpion and threw it into the mouth, chewing again. The Baroque Studio agents who control the giant scorpions saw that the situation was not good, and now they are completely at a disadvantage. "It's not good. Retreat quickly, damn it. We have already lost. We are no match for them at all. Especially after this pumpkin monster appeared, we were defeated all the way." Seeing the bad situation, the huge scorpions quickly retreated, but just as he was about to escape, shells shot over suddenly, blocking the retreat of these giant scorpions. At this time, Usopp, Chopper, and Vers were together, and Usopp was in charge of commanding the remaining artillerymen of the Drum Country to suppress the shooting with cannons. "That's great, Usopp. You are really a sharpshooter. Not only do you shoot every shot by yourself, but you also know how to command troops to shoot." Veils praised Usopp very happily. After Usopp was praised, his face was full of pride. "Ahahaha, Captain Usopp is a shooting genius," Usopp said proudly. Chopper said in admiration, "It's really Captain Usopp." The escape routes of the giant scorpions were also blocked, and now they had to be killed. "Surrender," says a Baroque Studio agent on the back of a giant scorpion. "How can you surrender?" Another die-hard Baroque Studio agent took out his hand and shot the agent who wanted to surrender in the head. The body of the pro-surrender agent rolled off the back of the giant scorpion. "Everyone, listen up. We are the loyal eagle dogs of Baroque Studio. We must not make any attempt to surrender to the enemy," this die-hard agent shouted to others. Most of the Desert Scorpion troops of Baroque Studio are composed of die-hard elements. In addition to the pursuit of interests, they also have the principle of loyalty, which is the principle that soldiers would rather die than surrender. Buoyed by this die-hard, the rest of the Baroque Studios agents went wild. Despite everything, break out of the siege, the remaining 10 or so huge scorpions, under the control of the agents of the Baroque Studio on the back, began to break out of the encirclement towards the west of the battlefield. Their desperation didn't take into account the constant falling artillery fire and the pursuit of Rogge and the others. On the way to escape, in addition to Rogge driving the pumpkin monster to pursue, Sauron and Luffy also pursued. Several giant scorpions were killed. In the end, only 6 huge scorpions finally managed to break through to the west side of the battlefield. "We finally succeeded. Finally escaped. Don't relax. They are still chasing just as the 6 last giant scorpions were trying to escape, and the more than 20 die-hard Baroque Studio agents on the back were desperately trying to escape. A figure suddenly appeared in front of them. The faces of the agents changed immediately with fear and a bit of surprise. "Mr. One, sir, MS. 2 fingers. Sir, you are here to support us." Blocking the way in front of them were Mr. One and MS. 2 fingers, senior agents of Baroque Studio. The two are also the commanders of this battle. Previously, these agents of the Desert Scorpion Force thought that they could kill all the enemies as soon as they appeared on the scene. But now, these are the only ones who have been killed. In this case, the two finale big shots will naturally appear. However, these agents were both happy and frightened, but after seeing the faces of the two, their expressions froze. For example, MS.'s fingers are still relatively natural, but the expression of plainness and disdain for the people around her has become more serious. But Mr. 1 is different. Although he usually has a straight face, this time he has a murderous look on his face like the Lord of Hell. "You are defeated, right?" Mr. 1 said calmly. Although the tone was very calm, the agents of the Baroque studio were so frightened that they didn't dare to say anything. "Why don't you talk, Mr. 1's tone suddenly became extremely severe and he yelled angrily. "Mr. 1, sir, our enemy is too powerful. I believe you have seen it." Some agents began to speak hesitantly. Mr. 1, however, did not even look at these agents but glanced at his hands. The fingers of Mr. 1's two hands have turned into blades, and his arms as hard as steel are crossed in front of his chest. After seeing this scene, these defeated agents of Balalock Studio swallowed their throats and vomited. Not only the people felt fear, but also the giant scorpions below them felt the danger and murderous intent from their biological instincts and began to retreat back. Ultimate Dust slash Mr. 1 quickly spread his arms, and his 10 fingers cut through the huge sword energy like blades. The huge sword energy slashed at the 6 remaining giant scorpions and the more than 20 defeated Baroque studio agents on their backs. The net-like sword energy swept over their bodies. Then huge blood spurted from the bodies of the giant scorpions and the agents. The bodies of both the giant scorpions and the agents then turned into torn pieces of meat and scattered on the desert. These pieces of minced meat were cut neatly, as if they were neatly cut with a huge blade, and there were 5 knives horizontally and vertically, cutting them into pieces of minced meat. Mr. 1, who launched a powerful attack, calmly lowered his hands again. The large desert in front of me was covered with broken pieces of meat, whether it was the human flesh of those agents or the huge pieces of flesh of giant scorpions with carapace. There were also large traces of blood that were quickly evaporated by the hot, dry sand. These scenes of killing and cruelty made Mr. 1 not blink an eye at all. He seemed to be accustomed to these killings, and he didn't take much of them that were crueler than this. MS. On the side turned her head away after seeing this tragic scene with both fingers. "You are always so cruel with blood flying everywhere with your hands," MS. said calmly with her fingers. Mr. 1 glanced at her from the corner of his eye and said, "Maybe, but didn't you penetrate the prey into a net? That's what you're talking about. That happened in the past. Now I like to kill my prey with one strike," MS. said with her fingers. "The corpses of the agents and the huge scorpions on the desert are very fresh, and soon there will be a large number of vultures to eat them. There are even some human eye parts that have been chopped off from the top of the head. The body fragment closest to Mr. 1 and the others was the left half of an agent's head. The man's eyes were still looking at the 2 calm and composed senior agents. These deceased people did not understand why they died so miserably until they died. There is only one explanation for Mr. 1. Those who are defeated are garbage and need to be thrown away. The rules of Baroque Studio are cruel, but Mr. 1 is even more cruel. Mr. 1 and MS. looked forward with their fingers. In front, in addition to the desert agents and the corpses of giant scorpions, Rogge and the others also chased after them. On top of a giant pumpkin beast that is as big as a house, Rogge controls this giant beast. Luffy and Zoro also climbed on top of this huge monster. What's going on? Standing on the back of the giant pumpkin beast, Rogge looked at the corpses scattered everywhere in the desert. When Sauron saw these corpses, he observed them very carefully with his eyes. Judging from the edges of the wounds on these corpses, they were cut open by a strong attack with cutting power. Could he be a swordsman? Zoro said very suspiciously. Luffy looked at these corpses, especially after seeing the corpses of the huge scorpions. He was also a little surprised. How could they be cut open? Luffy said strangely. The huge scorpion that was still rampant in the desert not long ago has now turned into a huge scorpion corpse. Rogge looked forward, and there were indeed two figures in front of him. Could it be that they did it? Rogge said. The giant pumpkin beast at its feet continued to move forward, constantly approaching two powerful senior agents of Baroque Studio. Mr. 1 and MS also saw with their fingers that Rogge and the others were getting closer and closer to here. Finally, the giant pumpkin stopped, and Rogge and the others above also looked at each other with Mr. 1 and the others. "Oh, you are finally here," MS said in a sexy voice with her fingers. Rogge looked at this beauty with fluffy blue hair and knew that she must be an agent from Baroque Studio. But what makes people feel even more chilling is the tall man with a burly figure like a monk. "You are from Baroque Studio, right?" Rogge said. Mr. 1 glared at Rogge fiercely and said, "Exactly, MS." Two Fingers also continued. "Yes, I am MS. Two Fingers, a senior agent of Baroque Studio. Me, you can just call me Mr. 1. Mr. 1 said calmly, but his tone contained infinite momentum. After confirming the identities of the two people in front of them, Rogge and Sauron both became very serious. Now we really have to face a powerful enemy. Luffy, on the other hand, looked confused, observing the two of them strangely. "So these corpses are your masterpiece?" Rogge asked. "It should be said to be my masterpiece, Mr. 1 said coldly. Sauron looked at this strong man like a warrior monk and said, "Ruthless enough." After hearing this, Luffy also understood a little bit, but he had an unbelievable expression on his face. "Aren't you all from Baroque Studio? Why are you like this? You killed your companions," Luffy said in shock. Luffy questioned Mr. 1, but the strong man ignored him. Rogge looked at Mr. 1 and felt that this man must be a strong enemy. These people were killed so cruelly, yet the other party was still able to stand here steadily without changing his expression. It can be seen that the other party's psychological quality is very strong, and he has been tortured for a long time. He has even regarded killing and torture as a kind of spiritual practice. Zoro looked at Mr. 1. This strong man possessed an unimaginable aura. The other party didn't seem to be attacking with swords, so they must have killed these people with a powerful martial arts or other abilities. Sauron stared at the burly man intently. The opponent seemed very calm, but he was in a state of being able to make a move at all times. Rogge is always wary of the powerful Mr. 1, and at the same time, the beautiful pipe-smoking lady MS. S fingers are also uneasy. According to the information of Baroque Studio, M1 and MS, dual fingers have the strongest combat power under the boss crocodile in Baroque Studio. Now less than a day away from the rain, they finally made a move. On the one hand, it shows that his whereabouts were eventually discovered by the other party, and it also shows that Crocodile is quite afraid of his own side. "It's too much. You are so cruel, treating your companions like this." Luffy continued to angrily scold the two. Mr. 1 finally glanced at Luffy and then started to move his hands. Both Rogge and Sauron were on high alert. Iron arm slash Mr. 1 raised his right arm suddenly and then slashed forward from top to bottom. At this moment, his arm was like a blade made of fine steel, dividing everything in front of him into two from top to bottom. Naturally, this also includes the desert ahead and the giant pumpkin beast. The giant pumpkin beast was split into two by the huge killing power and split in the middle. Rogge and Zoro escaped in time, to the right of the pumpkin monster and Luffy to the left. "What a powerful slash," Zoro said in shock. "The giant pumpkin beast has been chopped open." Rogge looked at the giant pumpkin beast in shock. The giant pumpkin beast that he had spent an amazing amount of fruit energy to create, a behemoth that was 2 stories high and 15 meters wide, was actually chopped open like this. Became 2 halves. "Wow, that's awesome," Luffy shouted as he rolled onto the desert floor. Just now, the slash of Mr. 1's right arm cut the giant pumpkin beast in half, which could not even be damaged by cannonballs. The giant pumpkin beast that was cut in half lost its life, and the 2 huge wreckages lay motionless in the desert. Mr. 1, who had used the iron arm slash, moved his right arm and looked at Rogge and the others. "We don't have anything to say, I just need to kill you." Mr. One said coldly. MS took another puff on the pipe with both fingers, exhaled the smoke, and said, "Hey, leave that silly boy in the straw hat to me. Just what I want. I'll deal with those two people, mister." One said. Then mister. One took long strides and walked towards Rogge and Sauron. MS, on the other hand, put away the pipe with both fingers, twisted her hips seductively, and walked towards Luffy. Rogge looked at Mr. One, who kept walking in. His eyes were very serious. "Wait, Rogge. Leave him to me." Zoro stepped forward and said. Rogge looked at his opponent, then at Sauron, and said, "Okay, I'll leave it to you." Zoro took off the green turban on his arm and put it on his head, and then drew out the 3 katana swords from his waist, holding Zuzu in his mouth, Gitch in his left hand, and Hedao Yiziwan in his right hand. This time Zoro knew that his opponent was very strong, so he had to use all his strength to fight. Mister One looked at Zoro, who was coming up to him, and after seeing the opponent's posture, his attitude became slightly more correct. Now both of them are going to fight seriously. "Come on," Zoro said with the katana in his mouth. Mister One moved his arms and said, "Fight to your heart's content. You will get what you want." The strong man then spread his legs, waiting for Sauron's attack as if in a Zama step. Sauron looked at his opponent. This opponent seemed full of flaws, but he was so confident. Is he really indestructible? You have to be careful. Underestimating the enemy will have bad consequences. Sauron rushed over quickly. Mister One still maintains the Zama stance and does not move at all. The surrounding wind and sand blew on him heartily. Zoro flew all the way and finally folded his arms on his chest, and the katana crossed in reverse again. Ghost Slayer Zoro used his head-on frontal attack that had been tested in many battles, and he rushed to the front of Mister One like a ghost at extremely high speed. The 3 samurai swords in both hands and mouth cut 3 swords beautifully. But these 3 knives are all like cutting on metal or the best quality steel. 3 friction sparks burst out from Mister One's burly body. Zoro's body also rushed behind Mister One. After the beheading, Sauron's face showed some sweat, but it was quickly dried by the wind and sand. He stood up again and turned around, only to see that Mister One was still motionless. Mister One then stood up and turned around calmly to look at Zoro. Zoro looked at Mister One's body. The 3 swords just struck him on the neck and chest, but none of them caused any damage. And when I was beheading just now, the blade felt as hard as steel as it chopped into the opponent's body. The previous self-confidence of the person in front of him was not put on display. He was really indestructible. "Swordsman, use 3 swords. Your skills are good, but it's a pity that you met me. My body is as hard as steel. Speaking of which, I am also a devil fruit user. I am a quick slash fruit user. He is considered a blade man." Mister One said calmly. Sauron looked at the other party in surprise and said, "Blade man." Mister One continued, "Yes, my body is as hard as a steel blade that has been tempered for thousands of times. So your 3 katana swords are indeed of high quality, but they cannot cut my body. My body is not only steel but also steel, the best hardness in steel. So next I can let you attack as much as you want to make you believe that you can't defeat me." Sauron looked at Mister One. The strong man in front of him was really like a god trained in mythology. He was invulnerable and indestructible. Sauron then took a breath and said, "Okay, then I will break your indestructible body." Seeing Sauron's extraordinary aura, Mister One had some admiration for him. "Okay, come on." Mister One said, "Don't regret it." Sauron's fighting momentum quickly became fierce again. Sauron's footsteps trampled the sand below deeply, and then his whole body exploded again. Zoro stared at Mister One with his eyes and finally rushed to a position only 2 meters in front of Mister One. The characters Gitch and Hedao in Sauron's hand went into his mouth and stood up behind Zuzu. They were almost like mouse stripes. Tiger Hunt, the 2 knives in Sauron's hand, struck with great force. This blow struck Mister One on both shoulders, but there was still a burst of metal rubbing sound and strong sparks. Under the huge force, Mister One's body was pressed down a lot by the desert below. His feet were already sunk deeply into the sand. After the attack, Zoro also jumped behind Mister One. This time he didn't stop and used 3 swords together, spinning like a tornado. Tornado, The powerful force generated by Sauron's 3 knives formed a sword energy, which attacked the surroundings in a large area like a tornado. The huge sword energy cut off several small sand dunes around them. The attack also hit Mr. One on the back. Under this powerful attack, huge dust was raised. After the dust dissipated, Sauron looked. "It's not what I expected." Zorro saw Mr. One standing upright on the desert. The 2 consecutive fierce attacks just now failed to defeat him. If ordinary swordsmen can't resist at all, of course the opponent is not a swordsman. "You are very strong," Mr. One said. "Thank you for the compliment, but your body is really hard. What did you do before joining Baroque Studio?" Zorro looked at his opponent and asked. Mr. One was silent for a moment and said, "I am a killer, and I am the #1 killer in the West Sea." After hearing this, Sauron seemed to be enlightened and said, "Perhaps I can hand over your real name, the #1 killer in the West Sea. Your name is Daz Bonus, right?" Mr. One looked at Sauron and said, "You guessed it, you really have a lot of knowledge. I was indeed an excellent killer before, but that was many years ago." Sauron looked at Mr. One and said, "I have also heard about it before. Zihai is a killer who is feared by people. His body is invulnerable and he does not use weapons but kills people with his body." "Do you know why I don't use weapons?" Mr. One asked again. "Because your body is a weapon." Sauron said, "Yes, my body is a weapon. I am not only indestructible but also an indestructible weapon." The murderous aura on Mr. One's body suddenly increased. This strong man, like a monk, began to move his body more flexibly. "Okay, I've given you enough. Now I want to try my hand, but don't worry, I will let you do it." Mr. One moved his hands and started walking towards Zorro. Zorro looked at the opponent. This powerful and hard-to-beat opponent was the opponent he dreamed of. If Ikari could deal with the minions, Zorro would be eager to chop down steel. "Since you want to take action, then go ahead," Zorro said. Mr. One got closer and closer, and his hands began to make postures. His hands quickly turned into sharp blades, and his posture also changed into a tiger's claws. "To deal with you, I only need 2 hands." Mr. One body rushed over. Zorro responded with 3 samurai swords. The 2 knives in Zorro's hands slashed each other's neck and abdomen. Mr. One quickly blocked with both hands. Although the overall movements of this strong man are not as flexible as Sauron, but his hands are very fast, as if they were real tiger claws. Mr. One's claws accurately blocked Zorro's 2 samurai swords, and he really caught the blades with his bare hands. There was a piercing sound of metal friction, and sparks burst out. "My claws are fast enough. Don't think that using a katana means you are more flexible. My claws have sent countless swordsmen to the west." Mr. One blocked Sauron's attack with his claw, he said, while maintaining a stalemate. "It's special. I've always wanted to fight a real swordsman, but you can do it," Zorro said, and then he exerted his strength suddenly. It was bounced away under its own force. After this formal battle, Sauron was able to judge. Mr. One is very powerful and very flexible in melee combat, but running and chasing are not strong. Everyone has weaknesses, and now I will expose your weaknesses. Sauron worked hard again and then started to run. Zorro quickly rushed to the side of Mr. One. At the same time, pay attention to the opponent at all times. After all, the opponent can use powerful strength to form an attack similar to sword energy. Zorro put away the snow in his mouth while running, 2 swords in hand against the enemy. Zorro held Kaitsu and Wadu Yijiman tightly with both hands, first approached Mr. One, and then slashed around them with both swords. Rhinoceros Sauron's twin swords formed a blade storm. Although it was not as powerful as the tornado of the 3-sword style, the horizontal accuracy was very high. Both knives hit Mr. One's arm. Because of his high speed, even Mr. One failed to block it. This was not over yet. Zorro crossed his arms and held the 2 knives forward, stabbing Mr. One like 2 horns. Sauron's head was also lowered and his back was drooping, exactly like a bull trying to charge forward. Bull needled Zorro's 2 swords and his body rushed toward Mr. One again. The 2 samurai swords stabbed 8 times in a row in an instant. Mr. One tried his best to resist with both hands and blocked 3 of them. Another 5 stabs hit Mr. one on his forehead, neck, chest, left shoulder, and abdomen. After finishing the attack, Sauron slipped behind his opponent. Did it work? Zorro turned his head and looked at Mr. 1. In the battle just now, Zorro and Mr. 1 were both on the move. During the move, Mr. 1's body was stabbed in a vital part. It's such a pity that you attacked my vitals, and if I thought it right, you wanted to attack my vitals while I was moving. Mr. 1 turned around and said, Zorro just wanted to attack while Mr. 1 was moving. This way you might be able to defeat your opponent. There are many legends in the Grand Line and the Four Seas. Some masters have very hard bodies, but when they are in a static state, once they move, they are no different from ordinary bodies. That's why Sauron would rush to attack during mobile combat. Your body is really so hard. No matter it is moving or still, it is equally hard. Zorro looked at Mr. 1 and said, Mr. 1 looked at Zorro and said, it is true that some people with special abilities can become extremely hard, but that is when the body cannot move. But because of my mastery of the quick-cutting fruit ability, I so now even when moving or even running fast, my body is as good as steel. I see. You are really a perfect, indestructible body, but if I defeat you, I can also cut through steel, right? Sauron asked. Mr. 1 looked at Sauron and said, you can say that, but I also tell you that your idea is completely impossible, because people who have not seen me can cut my body open. Of course, you are one too. How will you know if you don't try? Zorro pulled out Zu's eye, who had just withdrawn the scabbard from his waist, and held it in his mouth again. This time Zorro rushed forward and slashed at Mr. 1's body with 3 blades. The blades sparked dazzling sparks, but Sauron's eyes were as unstoppable as a demon god from purgatory. Mr. 1 tried hard to block with both arms. Although his body was not afraid of Zorro's slashes, the strength and momentum of the attack forced him to fight. Chung! There was a harsh sound, and Mr. 1's arm struck violently with Zorro's katana. Mr. 1 looked at Sauron, who was persevering in front of him. He gritted his teeth, and then suddenly several ring-shaped blades popped out from his arms. Sauron looked at these ring-shaped blades. They were particularly conspicuous under the desert sunlight. Let you try what spiral cutting is, Mr. 1 said. The circular blades on his arms then began to spin around his arms like a chainsaw. What? Zorro looked at Mr. 1's terrifying arm in surprise. The ring-shaped blades on Mr. 1's arms collided fiercely with Sauron's swords as they rotated, causing countless sparks to burst out. It's really like cutting steel with a chainsaw, except that the Japanese characters and Anito and Sauron's hands are made of extremely hard steel. Even if they are cut like this, they just burst into sparks. Under Mr. 1's perverted attack, Zorro's body had to retreat. The ring-shaped blades on Mr. 1's arms are still rotating rapidly. The burly man stood up straight and looked at Zorro. Helix slashes like this. The fast steel blades rotating on both arms combined with my strength can smash most metal objects. That's what I am, indestructible. Mr. 1 said proudly. Sauron looked at this strong but arrogant guy and said, you are indeed strong, but you are more suitable for digging tunnels. The muscles on Mr. 1's calm face were twitching a bit, and the murderous look in his eyes became even stronger. Really? But compared to digging tunnels, I still like killing people. Mr. 1 then began to stride towards Zorro. The big man ran much faster than Sauron expected. Of course, Sauron still has more advantages in flexibility and speed. Mr. 1 rushed in front of Zorro and hit Zorro with his right arm. Sauron dodged quickly, and the opponent's right arm hit the desert where Sauron was just now. The desert was lifted up several meters, and a large hole was drilled into the desert. After this attack, Mr. 1 retracted his right arm and began to attack Zorro alternately with his left and right arms. Zorro dodged while blocking with his katana, but Sauron knew very well that he did not have the advantage in terms of strength in this kind of battle, so he mainly focused on guerrilla warfare and waiting for opportunities to find loopholes. Zorro just kept fighting with Mr. 1. Rogge had to wait because of his previous promise to Sauron, but once something happens to Sauron, Rogge will immediately go to deal a heavy blow to the enemy. On the other side of the desert, MS also dueled with Luffy with both fingers. Luffy, who looked like a fool, saw this beautiful woman swaying her hips from side to side walking towards him seductively. MS looked at Luffy with both fingers and eyes full of charm. "You seem to be a very simple person," MS said with both hands. Luffy looked at MS's fingers and then said, "Are you also a member of Baroque Studio? Of course, why do you think it's strange?" MS said with both hands, "Ah, you look like a big sister, you don't look like a bad person at all." Luffy said calmly. MS looked at Luffy with both hands coupled with Luffy's big round eyes and innocent face. She almost laughed. The opponent is really naive, she's a killer without blinking an eye. No matter how attractive the appearance is, it is still fatal and dangerous. The idiot in front of him was so speechless. "Really? Since you see it this way, I have nothing to say, but even so I will kill you because this is my mission," MS said with her fingers. Luffy looked at MS. He pointed his fingers and said, "Then let's start the fight." Luffy bumped his fists together, ready to fight. MS first opened her hands with her fingers, and then the fingers of her left and right hands shook each other. "You attack first," MS said with both hands. After hearing this, Luffy didn't say much. He slightly retracted his right fist and then punched it out. Rubber. Pistol. Luffy's right fist stretched out more than 10 meters and hit MS's fingers. MS did not dodge with her fingers at all, but used the index finger of her left hand to aim at Luffy's fist. Quickly, her index finger deformed and extended like a black spike. After Luffy saw it, his right arm could no longer be retracted. With a scream, Luffy's right fist hit the spikes on MS's left index finger. "Ah, it hurts." Luffy quickly retracted his fist and rolled on the desert. MS looked at Luffy leisurely with her fingers, then looked at her left index finger. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. "Ah, are you also a devil fruit user?" MS asked with both hands. Luffy stood up, tears still from the pain on his face. "Yeah, I'm a person with rubber fruit ability. I'm a rubber man," Luffy said with an ugly face. MS looked at Luffy with both hands and said, "No wonder it can be stretched and retracted at will like this. The rubber man is not afraid of fist blows or cannonballs and bullets, but you are afraid of spikes or sharp blades, isn't it?" Luffy's face immediately became surprised and said, "How do you know? Rubber is afraid of cuts and spikes. This is common sense," MS said with her fingers. Luffy was still a little confused, but he looked at MS and asked with both hands, "So what is your ability? Are you also a devil fruit user?" MS waved her slender fingers with both hands and said, "You should have seen it. My body can turn into spikes at will. I am a thorn fruit ability user." Luffy also recalled the time when the opponent's fingers turned into spikes. He nodded and said, "What a magical ability." MS also smiled with both hands and said, "Then which devil fruit do you think is not magical?" Luffy blew with his mouth on the part of his fist that was stabbed by the opponent's thorn just now and then said, "I'm going to knock you down. Okay, you know you are being restrained by me, but you still risk death. You are such a simple person, then I will help you," MS said with her fingers. MS's fingers then became more upright and she was obviously going to fight with all her strength. Luffy also rushed towards MS, with both hands this time as if he didn't care. Rubber. Machine gun. Luffy punched more than 10 times in a row in the blink of an eye, leaving MS's fingers vulnerable to attack. MS. The fingers of both hands can be turned into spikes, so these 10 punches only need to hit other parts of her. But Luffy thought it was too simple. Thorny hedgehog. MS. Quickly tuck your body into a ball with your fingers. Afterwards, many 1-meter-long spikes grew from the body, almost like a huge hedgehog, like a person. Luffy was dumbfounded, but then his fist hit the spikes. This time, the injury to Luffy's fist made him scream like a pig. "Ah, it hurts so much." Luffy was lying on the desert in great pain. His hands were already riddled with holes from sharp thorns and blood was everywhere. Luffy stood up again, tears streaming down his eyes. "Damn." Luffy saw that MS's fingers turned into hedgehog-like balls and then began to move instead of spreading out his body. MS. The thorny hedgehog turned into 2 fingers rolled over like a sphere. Luffy ran for his life after seeing the situation. Luffy ran wildly in the desert with MS behind him, chasing after him with both hands. but the running speed of Luffy's feet was far less than the rolling speed of the thorny hedgehog transformed into MS.'s fingers. If you want to escape from my hands, there is no way. MS chased Luffy with both hands. In the end, the thorny hedgehog she turned into jumped into the air more than 10 meters and smashed towards Luffy. Luffy was desperate at this moment, so he had to take a sharp breath. Rubber. Balloon Luffy quickly inflated into a huge balloon of 5 or 6 meters. This is the fighting method that Luffy uses to eject the opponent's attacking objects. Although the opponent is covered with spikes, there is no way now. Of course, it depends on how it is used. Luffy pointed his mouth at his feet. MS. The thorny hedgehog transformed from his fingers has already reached the top of his head. Luffy opened his mouth, and the gas in his stomach was ejected quickly, flying him out like a deflated balloon. But the thorny hedgehog hit the desert heavily. Luffy flew randomly in the air for a while like an out-of-air balloon before landing on the desert. MS. The thorny hedgehog that turned into 2 fingers started rolling again. He really has some unique ways of dealing with situations. MS said with her fingers. Luffy looks demented, but in fact there are many unexpected ways to reverse the unfavorable situation at critical moments. Luffy got up from the desert. Flying in the air for a while made him dizzy. It's so uncomfortable, it's like eating meat, Luffy said in pain. At this time, the thorny hedgehog transformed into MS.'s fingers rolled over again. Luffy started running desperately again. MS.'s fingers were chasing after him even more. This time he wanted to prick Luffy into a real hedgehog no matter what. Thorn Spear, MS, used a truly terrifying attack with both fingers, shooting a meter-long spike from her body towards Luffy. It was like a short spear stabbing at Luffy. At this time, Luffy suddenly found the danger behind him, and he avoided it urgently. But with a puff, Luffy's right leg was pierced. What? Luffy screamed and fell to the desert. I didn't expect that MS.'s 2 fingers could attack like this. MS.'s fingers were extremely happy to see Luffy fall. Straw Hat Boy, I'll send you to the west. The thorny hedgehog jumped more than 10 meters into the air and smashed towards Luffy. Luffy couldn't leave at all now, and his legs were in severe pain for a while. Once the opponent smashes it down, Luffy's body will be pricked into a hedgehog. At the moment when Luffy was full of anxiety, suddenly, a huge barrel-thick tree trunk hit the thorny hedgehog from the side. Under the tremendous force, the thorny hedgehog was sent flying. Luffy looked at the tree trunk and saw Rogge rushing towards him holding the tree trunk. Roger looked at Luffy and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately in time, Roger said. Luffy looked at Rogge and said, "You saved me, Rogge." Rogge nodded and said, "Well, Sauron didn't let me fight that Mr. 1. I had no choice but to agree, but you don't have to do it here, and I came to support at the right time." Luffy was about to say something, but his leg hurt for a while. Just now the short thorn spear shot by MS.'s 2 fingers severely penetrated his right leg. "Luffy, hurry up and find Chopper for treatment. I'll deal with her," Rogge said. Now Luffy's leg is badly injured and he's starting to lose blood constantly. Luffy said, "Thank you so much." Then he limped away and started walking towards the area where Chopper and the others were. Roger watched Luffy leave the desert. Fortunately, Roger arrived in time, otherwise Luffy would have died. Rogge turned his attention to the fingers of MS, who had been knocked away just now. Just now, MS.'s fingers were knocked off and fell into the nearby desert. MS.'s fingers and body also underwent changes and then expanded from the thorny hedgehog state again, transforming back into the original voluptuous beauty. Damn it, MS looked at Rogge with both hands. She was almost about to succeed just now, but Rogge suddenly shot her and flew her here. MS started walking towards Roger again with both fingers. Finally, it was only about 10 meters away from Rogge. The two looked at each other, and no matter who they were, they could feel that the other was not a fuel-efficient lamp. Rogge also dropped the tree with the thickness of the barrel he was holding. Look at each other. The tree just now used the plant's fruit ability to make a sapling grow rapidly. "Oh, you are quite strong and handsome," MS said in a seductive tone with her fingers. Rogge looked at the beauty and said, "There is no need to say more now. Since you are the elite of the Baroque studio, then we have to fight to the death." MS took out the pipe from his clothes with both fingers, took a deep puff, and then exhaled the smoke gently. "Oh, you seem to have some strength. You are definitely much harder to deal with than that silly boy just now. Also, you have controlled a huge pumpkin monster before. Is that what you created? Could it be that you also have some kind of devil fruit ability?" MS said with her fingers. "Exactly, I am a plant fruit ability user." "Then you are also a fruit ability user. You can tell by your ability." Rogge said. "I see, it's a plant fruit. I am a user with thorn fruit ability." MS said with both hands. Rogge continued to ask, "Does your ability mean that you have many spikes growing on your body?" "Yes, my whole body can be turned into spikes." MS said with her fingers. Rogge looked at the charming beauty with fluffy blue hair in front of him and pointed her fingers. Roses with thorns describe this kind of beauty. Don't look at the charming and enchanting appearance, but it can kill people with spikes. Your ability is definitely very strong, so I have to do my best." Rogge said. MS' hands were still calm and enchanting, but her eyes flashed with a cold light, and she said, "Then come." Rogge took out 5 leaves from his clothes, and then the plant fruit energy in his body began to be injected into these leaves. The leaves quickly become tougher and sharper, like a blade. Leaf knife. The 5 leaves in Rogge's hand were thrown towards MS' fingers. The 5 leaves flew towards MS' fingers like rotating flying knives. MS said with both hands, but her expression was very calm. She just waved her right hand naturally. Just when the 5 leaves were about to hit her from above, from the front, and from the side, the fingers of her right hand spread out, and at the same time, the 5 fingers stretched rapidly, turning into 5 spikes that reached 2 meters in length. The 5 leaves and sharp knives were all pierced by the sharp thorns that her fingers turned into. Rogge looked at the beauty who intercepted his attack and admired her ability in his heart. "You are really strong, being able to turn these leaves into such a powerful weapon. It's really amazing. Ordinary people would probably get a few pieces of flesh chopped off or be killed, but I can let these spikes block it successfully." "Them," MS said with both hands. Then MS shook the fingers of her right hand and flicked down the 5 pierced leaves. Then the 5 fingers quickly returned to their original positions. MS put away the pipe held in your left hand with both fingers, and then prepare for battle with all your strength. What an amazing skill. I really admire it. But I also need to use new weapons. Rogge then took out a slender bamboo from inside his clothes. This bamboo was purchased from Newport, the kingdom. It is not grown in Alabasta, and it is a foreign product. It is said to be a variety of Wano country, and it is sold as a special plant in various countries. In fact, Rogge had already transformed this bamboo before, and now injected more plant fruit energy into it to turn it into a truly powerful weapon. Rogge used the plant fruit energy in his body and injected a large amount of it into the bamboo. The bamboo quickly became longer and stronger. Although it still looked like bamboo on the surface, its texture was comparable to steel. Even the length of the bamboo has reached 3 meters. One end of the bamboo is as sharp as a bamboo spear. What is this? Seeing the change in the bamboo in Rogge's hand, even the usually calm expression of MS' fingers became a little surprised. Rogge grasped the 3-meter-long, extremely hard bamboo in his hand, rotated it degrees, and then flattened it. "Kyankun bamboo spear," Rogge said calmly and forcefully. The weapon transformed from the bamboo in Rogge's hands is a weapon that is more powerful than a steel spear. And because it can be combined with Rogge's plant fruit ability, it makes it even more powerful. It's such a powerful weapon in terms of momentum, and it's also a plant. Your ability is really strong. MS said with both hands. Rogge looked at the Kyankun bamboo spear in his hand and said, "No matter how powerful your ability is, it depends on how you use it." Rogge waved the Kyankun bamboo spear in his hand, and this kind of feel made people feel full of texture. It is not the wooden texture of ordinary bamboo, but the heavy texture of metal, full of power. Rogge pointed the 3-meter-long Kyankun bamboo spear forward and pointed his fingers at MS and said, "Come on." MS looked at Rogge with both hands and observed Rogge carefully. Rogge's momentum is now very different from before. Before, MS Xuangji thought that Rogge's fighting style was just to control the created plant monsters. Unexpectedly, now he seems to be able to compete head-to-head with no problem at all. Okay, you are much stronger than I thought. Then I will seriously scare you. MS. said with a cold tone with both hands. MS. Both fingers and arms were extended. They did not turn into spikes like when the fingers were separated before, but turned into a thick spike together. At the same time, the spikes on both arms continued to lengthen rapidly, and in the end they were as thick as arms and 3 meters long without the spikes. Thorn Spear. MS. Waved the spears transformed into 2 arms with both hands, and quickly transformed from a voluptuous beauty into a female devil. Rogge held the Kyankun bamboo spear and looked at MS. S 2 fingers. The opponent's arms turned into 2 sharp spikes 3 meters long, and even the aura on MS. S hands, fingers, and face has changed, now full of coldness and murderous intent. It seems that I will use a bamboo spear to deal with your 2 long spears, but I will definitely not lose. Rogge said firmly. MS. Looked at Rogge with both hands with a look of triumph and victory in her eyes. Well, you'll regret it soon, MS. said with her fingers. MS. Waved the thorn spears transformed into her arms with both hands and stabbed Rogge at the same time. Rogge swung the Kyankun bamboo spear in his hand and aimed at the 2 thorny spears stabbed by the opponent, and it was a blow. Chang, the Kyankun bamboo spear, which was as hard as steel, struck together with the sharp thorn spear. The huge force caused a harsh sound, but Rogge's power was still superior. At the same time, shoot away the 2 thorns on MS. S fingers. MS. Failed to take advantage of the first strike with both fingers, but she quickly attacked again. This time, 2 thorn spears stabbed Rogge's neck and abdomen respectively. At this time, Rogge desperately used the Kyankun bamboo spear to block a thorny spear piercing his neck, but his abdomen just dodged. But the flesh was still stabbed, and blood spurted onto the desert beside him. Rogge is also enduring the pain. As long as it is not fatal and does not hinder the battle, he must hold back and keep fighting. Look at me. Rogge also attacked hard, stabbing straight forward with the Kyankun spear in his hand. The front end of the bamboo spear pierced MS. S heart with both fingers. MS. The thorn spears on both hands were actually her arms, so they were extremely flexible. She quickly used the 2 thorn spears to block. 2 thorny spears were crossed in front of the chest. The huge force of Rogge's assassination made MS feel pain in both fingers of her arms, but she barely blocked Rogge's attack. MS clenched her teeth with her fingers, feeling extremely stressed. Rogge held the Kyankun bamboo spear like a spear that kept attacking, and although the thorn spears turned into by MS, S 2 fingers on her own arms are also very hard and powerful. Rogge's power is as unstoppable as a giant elephant wielding a steel spear. Rogge kept attacking with the Kyankun bamboo spear, one after another, knocking the opponent back continuously. Don't think that my weapon can only take one form. MS suddenly retracted the thorn spear turned into by her left arm with both fingers, and then stabbed Rogge with all her strength. Rogge immediately brandished the Kyankun bamboo spear to block in front of him, ready to meet the opponent's assassination of his vital parts. But suddenly, the thorn spears on MS. S left arm turned into 2 fingers and suddenly lengthened further, from a length of 3 meters to a length of 5 meters quickly. At this critical juncture, Rogge quickly turned sideways to avoid the attack. MS. The thorn spears pierced by both hands stabbed the side of Rogge's body. Rogge quickly distanced himself. MS. The thorns and spears just lengthened with both fingers almost hit Rogge. Rogge was now more than 10 meters away from MS. MS. With both fingers, he retracted the thorn spear that his left arm turned into. Then the thorny spear that turned into his right arm was also retracted. Then the 2 thorn spears became only 1 meter long. MS waved her arms and turned into thorn spears with both hands and said, "Actually, my thorn spears have no fixed length. I can adjust the length according to my needs, but I can't control it if it's too long, so it's usually just 3 meters is enough. Of course, it depends on the situation." Rogge looked at MS. S 2 fingers. This opponent's attack was not only very fast but also flexible. At this moment, MS was already attacking Rogge again with both fingers. The thorny spears that turned into the opponent's arms kept stabbing towards him. Moreover, the length is constantly changing, making it easier for Rogge to be disturbed when dealing with it. "I will assassinate you into a sponge," MS said with her fingers. Rogge tried his best to block with the Kyankun bamboo spear in his hand, but the opponent kept changing the length of the thorn spear, which really made him tired of coping. Suddenly, MS's fingers and chest suddenly became sharp. "Don't think that my thorn spear is just an arm," MS said with both hands. Two 2-meter-long thorn spears protruded from the chest of both hands. Adding the 2 on the arm, a total of 4 thorn spears came over. Rogge had to retreat continuously. The opponent is really a thorny rose, which really makes Rogge feel untouchable. "Don't think that I really can't deal with you. You think that my weapons can't be changed," Rogge said suddenly. The expression on her fingers changed, and she also had a bad premonition. However, she still maintains a strong attacking state. Kyankun bamboo spear. Bamboo sickle. Rogge held the Kyankun bamboo spear tightly with both hands, and at the same time injected a new wave of plant fruit energy into the bamboo spear. On the side of the front end of the Kyankun bamboo spear, a sharp sickle-like bamboo leaf grew out. This bamboo leaf quickly became bigger, and finally grew as huge as an adult's arm. At the front of the 3-meter Kyankun bamboo spear, there is such a huge sickle grown from bamboo leaves, which looks scary enough. Although it is made of bamboo leaves, its texture is as hard and sharp as steel. Now the Kyankun bamboo spear held in Rogge's hand has turned into a huge bamboo sickle. "What, MS?" Both hands were shocked when they saw this, and both of them backed away a little. Rogge clenched the bamboo sickle in his hand and ran towards the opponent. "To deal with those long weapons of yours, I will just use this bamboo sickle to cut them off," Rogge said. Rogge waved the bamboo sickle and chopped down the thorns on MS's arms and chest. An ordinary sickle can only cut off some very thin wooden poles and ropes, but what Rogge was wielding at this time was a huge bamboo sickle with a 3-meter-long handle and a 1-meter-long blade. "Chung," a harsh voice sounded. A total of 4 thorn spears protruding from both arms and chest were cut off by Rogge. MS shouted with both fingers and backed away quickly. Rogge looked at the enemy he had successfully slashed, and then turned his gaze to the huge bamboo sickle in his hand. "A weapon with a blade is powerful," Rogge said. "Now the bamboo sickle in my hand can naturally turn back into the Kyankun bamboo spear. But now it's better to fight in this state, so let's do it like this." MS regained her footing with her fingers. She was now meters away from Rogge and was always on guard. "Damn it, I cut off so many thorns and spears," MS said with lingering fear on her hands. Fortunately, because of these thorny spears, because they are long and threatening in battle, Rogge attacked them. Otherwise, if Rogge gets close, she will definitely die if Rogge scythes down. MS quickly retracted the remaining part of the chopped thorn spear back into the body with both fingers. After these thorn spears are cut off, they will not damage the parts of her body that were transformed into them before. Of course, they will consume a lot of physical strength. MS looked at Rogge again with her fingers panting. Now Rogge holds a huge bamboo sickle which can pose a fatal threat to her at any time. "Okay, that's awesome enough," MS said with her fingers. "Thank you for the compliment, but a generally sharp spiked weapon is still not as powerful as a wide blade," Rogge said. MS looked at Rogge with both hands now seriously. This resolute young man with brown hair was not so easy to deal with. Strong, this word is definitely suitable for Rogge. "However, you think you can defeat me completely by defeating me with just one move. I still have ways to deal with you," MS said with both hands. MS waved the thorn spears transformed into her arms with both hands and stabbed Rogge at the same time. Rogge swung the Kyankun bamboo spear in his hand and aimed at the 2 thorny spears stabbed by the opponent, and it was a blow. Chong! The Kyankun bamboo spear, which was as hard as steel, struck together with the sharp thorn spear. The huge force caused a harsh sound, but Rogge's power was still superior. At the same time, shoot away the two thorns on MS' fingers. MS failed to take advantage of the first strike with both fingers, but she quickly attacked again. This time, two thorn spears stabbed Rogge's neck and abdomen respectively. At this time, Rogge desperately used the Kyankan bamboo spear to block a thorny spear piercing his neck, but his abdomen just dodged. But the flesh was still stabbed, and blood spurted onto the desert beside him. Rogge is also enduring the pain. As long as it is not fatal and does not hinder the battle, he must hold back and keep fighting. Look at me. Rogge also attacked hard, stabbing straight forward with the Kyankan spear in his hand. The front end of the bamboo spear pierced MS' heart with both fingers. The thorn spears on both hands were actually her arms, so they were extremely flexible. She quickly used the two thorn spears to block. Two thorny spears were crossed in front of the chest. The huge force of Rogge's assassination made MS feel pain in both fingers of her arms, but she barely blocked Rogge's attack. MS clenched her teeth with her fingers, feeling extremely stressed. Rogge held the Kyankan bamboo spear like a spear that kept attacking, and although the thorn spears turned into by MS' two fingers on her own arms are also very hard and powerful, Rogge's power is as unstoppable as a giant elephant wielding a steel spear. Rogge kept attacking with the Kyankan bamboo spear, one after another, knocking the opponent back continuously. Don't think that my weapon can only take one form. MS suddenly retracted the thorn spear turned into by her left arm with both fingers, and then stabbed Rogge with all her strength. Rogge immediately brandished the Kyankan bamboo spear to block in front of him, ready to meet the opponent's assassination of his vital parts. But suddenly, the thorn spears on MS' left arm turned into two fingers and suddenly lengthened further, from a length of 3 meters to a length of 5 meters quickly. At this critical juncture, Rogge quickly turned sideways to avoid the attack. MS the thorn spears pierced by both hands stabbed the side of Rogge's body. Rogge quickly distanced himself. MS the thorns and spears just lengthened with both fingers almost hit Rogge. Rogge was now more than 10 meters away from MS. With both fingers, he retracted the thorn spear that his left arm turned into. Then the thorny spear that turned into his right arm was also retracted. Then the two thorn spears became only 1 meter long. MS waved her arms and turned into thorn spears with both hands and said, "Actually, my thorn spears have no fixed length. I can adjust the length according to my needs, but I can't control it if it's too long, so it's usually just 3 meters is enough. Of course, it depends on the situation." Rogge looked at MS' two fingers. This opponent's attack was not only very fast but also flexible. At this moment, MS was already attacking Rogge again with both fingers. The thorny spears that turned into the opponent's arms kept stabbing towards him. Moreover, the length is constantly changing, making it easier for Rogge to be disturbed when dealing with it. "I will assassinate you into a sponge," MS said with her fingers. Rogge tried his best to block with the Kyankan bamboo spear in his hand, but the opponent kept changing the length of the thorn spear, which really made him tired of coping. Suddenly, MS' fingers and chest suddenly became sharp. "Don't think that my thorn spear is just an arm," MS said with both hands. MS two 2-meter-long thorn spears protruded from the chest of both hands. Adding the two on the arm, a total of 4 thorn spears came over. Rogge had to retreat continuously. The opponent is really a thorny rose, which really makes Rogge feel untouchable. "Don't think that I really can't deal with you. You think that my weapons can't be changed," Rogge said suddenly. MS the expression on her fingers changed, and she also had a bad premonition. However, she still maintains a strong attacking state. Kyankan bamboo spear. Bamboo sickle. Rogge held the Kyankan bamboo spear tightly with both hands, and at the same time injected a new wave of plant fruit energy into the bamboo spear. On the side of the front end of the Kyankan bamboo spear, a sharp sickle-like bamboo leaf grew out. This bamboo leaf quickly became bigger, and finally grew as huge as an adult's arm. At the front of the 3-meter Kyankan bamboo spear, There is such a huge sickle grown from bamboo leaves, which looks scary enough. Although it is made of bamboo leaves, its texture is as hard and sharp as steel. Now the Kayankun bamboo spear held in Rogge's hand has turned into a huge bamboo sickle. What? MS. Both hands were shocked when they saw this, and both of them backed away a little. Rogge clenched the bamboo sickle in his hand and ran towards the opponent. To deal with those long weapons of yours, I will just use this bamboo sickle to cut them off, Rogge said. Rogge waved the bamboo sickle and chopped down the thorns on MS' arms and chest. An ordinary sickle can only cut off some very thin wooden poles and ropes, but what Rogge was wielding at this time was a huge bamboo sickle with a 3-meter-long handle and a 1-meter-long blade. Chong, a harsh voice sounded. MS. A total of 4 thorn spears protruding from both arms and chest were cut off by Rogge. MS. Shouted with both fingers and backed away quickly. Rogge looked at the enemy he had successfully slashed, and then turned his gaze to the huge bamboo sickle in his hand. A weapon with a blade is powerful, Rogge said. Now the bamboo sickle in my hand can naturally turn back into the Kayankun bamboo spear. But now it's better to fight in this state. So let's do it like this. MS regained her footing with her fingers. She was now meters away from Rogge and was always on guard. Damn it, I cut off so many thorns and spears, MS said with lingering fear on her hands. Fortunately, because of these thorny spears, because they are long and threatening in battle, Rogge attacked them. Otherwise, if Rogge gets close, she will definitely die if Rogge scythes down. MS quickly retracted the remaining part of the chopped thorn spear back into the body with both fingers. After these thorn spears are cut off, they will not damage the parts of her body that were transformed into them before. Of course, they will consume a lot of physical strength. MS looked at Rogge again with her fingers panting. Now Rogge holds a huge bamboo sickle which can pose a fatal threat to her at any time. Okay, that's awesome enough, MS said with her fingers. Thank you for the compliment, but a generally sharp spiked weapon is still not as powerful as a wide blade, Rogge said. MS looked at Rogge with both hands now seriously. This resolute young man with brown hair was not so easy to deal with. Strong, this word is definitely suitable for Rogge. However, you think you can defeat me completely by defeating me with just one move. I still have ways to deal with you, MS said with both hands. MS. Even though both hands were defeated by Rogge and suffered a loss, they were not completely at a disadvantage that could not make a comeback. As one of the top senior agents in Barrellock Studio, MS has many unimaginable abilities in her fingers. MS then clenched her fingers with both hands, and she used the power of the thorn fruit to change her body. This time, the front half of her left and right arms became 2 machine guns with triple holes. Rogge looked at MS' fingers and felt surprised for a while. The opponent was actually able to turn the front half of his arm into the shape of a machine gun. MS raised the machine guns turned into 2 front arms with both fingers and pointed them at Rogge. Haha, you didn't expect it. My arms can turn into these mechanical weapons. Of course, they are not real machines, but they can shoot sharp spikes like firearms. I call them thorn machine guns. MS was very proud of her fingers. Rogge clenched the bamboo sickle in his hand. The opponent had 2 weapons that could attack like a machine gun. He needed to be very careful. Try the power of the thorn machine gun, MS said with both hands. At the same time, the 2 thorn machine guns on her arms also began to rotate and shoot. Sharp spikes shot out from inside. They are all sharp spikes 10 centimeters long. The speed of these spikes is very fast, reaching the speed of bullets. And because most of the firearms now use round bullets, while the thorn machine gun shoots sharp spiked bullets, so the speed penetration is simply amazing. Rogge quickly dodged, and once the thorn machine guns on the opponent's arms aimed at him, he quickly fled. There were waves of sand and dust splashed on the surrounding desert that was hit. Do you think you can really hide? MS said with both hands. Rogge kept dodging while taking out a sapling from his clothes. Rapidly, the energy of the plant fruit in Rogge's body was continuously injected into the sapling. Then Rogge inserted the sapling into the sand, and the sapling grew rapidly until it was about 5 meters thick and over 1 meter thick. Rogge hid behind the tree, only to hear those sharp spiked bullets hitting the trunk of the tree with extremely high speed. The trunk was quickly hit like a hedgehog by those sharp spiked bullets. Moreover, many bullets almost sank into the tree trunk, showing the speed and force of the shooting. Roger pulled a spiked bullet from the tree trunk and held it in front of his eyes to watch. I saw that this spiked bullet was a full 10 centimeters long, and it was extremely sharp. It's so dangerous. If this shot hits the body, it will definitely penetrate through. Rogge also felt lingering fear when he saw this sharp bullet. Since MS has such powerful long-range attacks with both fingers, Rogge also needs more powerful melee protection. And with the intensive attack of MS's 2 fingers, even Rogge felt that the tree trunk on his back was about to be destroyed. Although 1 or 2 sharp spikes are not enough to penetrate, if these sharp spikes hit a certain extent, they will cause more and more cracks on the trunk, and sooner or later the tree will fall. It seems I have to use you. Rogge took out 3 walnuts from his clothes. It is 3 walnuts. Rogge has used various weapons modified with the ability of plant fruits in the past, and they are all powerful. But it was the first time that there were 3 walnut trees at the beginning. But these 3 small walnuts are enough to provide Rogge with strong protection. Okay, let's finish it. Walnut armor. Rogge injected a large amount of plant fruit energy into the 3 walnuts in his body. Quickly the 3 walnuts began to change. One of them quickly changed and covered Rogge's body, turning into a pair of thick upper body armor. But the texture was walnut. The second one changed rapidly and covered Rogge's lower body, turning into a thick lower body armor, also made of walnut. The last rapid change eventually covered Rogge's head, leaving only 2 eye holes for viewing. It becomes a helmet armor. Rogge is now wearing walnut armor that is comparable to a knight in heavy armor. Does it look good? It would be better to have a mirror to see the current state. Rogge moved the thick walnut armor on his body. Although it was thick, it was indeed very strong. Moreover, these have been modified by Rogge's plant fruit ability, and the real hardness is comparable to steel. Wearing such a pair of thick walnut armor to fight, it is enough to resist the opponent's attack. At this moment, the tree trunk that was originally used as a cover finally suffered astonishing damage and cracked. MS also stopped attacking with both fingers, and she looked towards the fallen tree trunk. After all, in this desert, Rogge couldn't escape at all, unless Rogge creates another tree as a cover. But now that she has a long-range attack, she is not afraid of Rogge's defense at all. But immediately she frowned and she saw a figure wearing strange things rushing over. And there will be no one else here, it must still be Rogge. What on earth did he do again? MS looked at Rogge with strange fingers. But then as Rogge approached, he saw Rogge rushing over wearing a knight-like heavy armor made of walnut texture. What? MS said with her fingers pointed in shock. During the battle, she also realized that Rogge could transform plants into weapons, but the sight in front of her still felt unimaginable. Rogge rushed towards her wearing Walnut Knight's heavy armor. Okay, it's my turn, Rogge, wearing heavy walnut armor, shouted. Now Rogge is wearing walnut heavy armor and holding a huge bamboo sickle tightly in both arms. He really looks like a mighty knight, and he is just short of riding a strong tall horse. How could? MS relied on her fighting instinct to raise the thorn machine guns on both arms. Accompanied by 2 gunshots, dense sharp spikes roared out. The sharp spikes hit the top of Rogge's walnut heavy armor. Some were bounced off, and some were successfully inserted into the armor due to the angle, but they only pierced very short and could not penetrate Rogge's body at all. Heavy walnut heavy armor. Good job. Now your attack is useless in front of my walnut armor, Rogge said. However, wearing this pair of walnut heavy armor also adds a lot of burden. After the transformation, this pair of walnut heavy armor is comparable to steel weighing tens of kilograms. Strength. It's really not working anymore. Then let's do this again. After seeing that the thorn machine gun was ineffective, MS quickly changed the front ends of her arms back to their original shape, and at the same time began to deform again. In the end, it turned into 2 3-meter-long thorn spears. The thorn therapy is not over yet, MS said with her fingers. MS clenched her teeth with her fingers. Her arms felt pain for a while and they swelled rapidly, and her whole body became much stronger. The originally slender beauty turned into a strong man. Rogge looked at MS' fingers and saw that the voluptuous beauty who had twerked sexy before had turned into a figure like a burly man. Of course, the face still had a charming temperament. Okay, let's die. MS. With both hands, he thrust the thorn spears on his arms toward Rogge in front of him, and at the same time he started running. The power of the same weapon is unimaginable under greater power. It's really exciting. Rogge waved the huge bamboo sickle held tightly in both arms and continued to charge. MS. The thorn spears in both arms approached Rogge first. The huge bamboo sickle in Rogge's hand was chopped down. Chong, Kara. The sound of the collision of sharp objects and the shattering of hard objects sounded at the same time. The huge bamboo sickle wielded by Rogge successfully cut off the thorn spears on MS' left arm. MS. The thorn spears on her right arm stabbed Rogge in the abdomen, causing cracks in the walnut-heavy armor for a while. I won, MS. said with both hands. Not yet. The huge bamboo sickle that Rogge had chopped down was pulled up again, and he pointed at the thorn spear on MS' right arm from below to above. There was a harsh sound, and the thorns and spears on MS' right arm were cut off. The severed part was also embedded in the belly of the Rogge and walnut-heavy armor. Rogge continued to swing the huge bamboo scythe towards MS' fingers. MS. When the two fingers saw this, they quickly retreated. But there was a squeak. Her right shoulder was struck by a scythe blade. However, because she evaded in time, there were only some flesh injuries and no injuries to the muscles and bones. But half a second later, her entire right shoulder and right arm would be cut off. Run quickly, MS. Run away with both fingers. She turned her back on Rogge and fled quickly. Unexpectedly, she was also very fast, and after strengthening her body with thorn therapy, her strength increased greatly, and she quickly ran 100 meters away. Rogge also stopped after defeating his opponent and did not pursue. In fact, Rogge can now turn the bamboo sickle in his hand back into the Kyankan bamboo spear and throw it like a javelin. But Roger didn't do that. Anyway, I won. Let her escape. Rogge stood the bamboo sickle in his hand on the desert and watched as MS continued to run away with her fingers. In addition to not necessarily being able to throw and kill, there is another point, that is, there is no need for Rogge to continue to kill and abuse a defeated general. Now it's all about winning. Rogge looked down at the walnut-heavy armor on his body again. After the battle, the walnut-heavy armor also had a lot of scars. In addition to the sharp spikes embedded in the armor, the front end of the thorn spear in the abdomen almost pierced the walnut-heavy armor. After all, in the blow just now, the opponent's body was strengthened, and his strength increased greatly, so it was natural to use this weapon to almost penetrate. Rogge pulled out the half of the thorn spear from his abdomen and threw it away. The sharp spikes embedded in the armor were also removed. Okay, now MS' two fingers have escaped, but there is another one that is more difficult to deal with. Rogge is also physically tired, but now he needs to keep going. Maybe Sauron is stronger than he imagined, but the opponent is an enemy with terrifying attack power. Rogge continued to gain energy and hurried towards Sauron. In a part of this desert, Sauron and Mr. One were still fighting fiercely. However, Sauron's body was already covered with scars, with blood left on his chest, back, and arms. The blood dripped and was quickly evaporated by the dry heat of the desert. Zorro endured the pain, clenched his two swords, and fought bravely. His mouth was still biting Zhu Zhao tightly. Mr. One was sweating profusely even though he had no physical injuries after the fierce battle. Well, I have to admit, you are really a difficult guy. Mr. One looked at Zorro and said. Sauron's eyes were a little bloodshot, but he still didn't admit defeat in the slightest. Continue, I will defeat you. I can cut through steel. Sauron said persistently. Mr. One's eyes became stern and he said, if you are so kind, then I will let you die soon. Let's see if you have this ability. Zorro quickly rushed towards Mr. One again. This time, Zoro stabbed the Onitoru and Hedao characters with both hands forward and diagonally downward like horns. The snow in his mouth still shone dazzlingly under the sunlight. Three swordsman style. Niu Jin, Soron rushed to the front of Mr. One and attacked with three swords. Bull needles can be used in both double and triple knife situations. In addition to the assassination of the two swords in the hands of the three-knife bull needle, the knife in the mouth can also provide a horizontal cut like a bull rush. Mr. One's body was stabbed 10 times in succession by Zoro this time, and he was also stabbed horizontally by Zoro. But after Zoro passed by Mr. One still had no physical damage. It was only because of the impact that the body half-kneeled. Okay, the closer you get to death, the crazier you become. Mr. One turned around and looked at Soron and said angrily. Soron looked at him with both eyes and said, "All swordsmen show their true interests between life and death." Mr. One looked at the man who made his life with the sword and said, "Okay, I will build a tombstone for you after I kill you. This is an unprecedented treatment. People I killed before were directly cut into pieces." Soron brandished the knives in both hands again, slashing two sword kai. Eagle wave, two eagle-like sword energy flew towards Mr. One. Mr. One crossed his arms to resist, and the impact was deflected and triggered countless sand and dust around him. Just as he was about to fight back, Soron was already close. Soron used three knives together to create a tornado. Larger dust surrounds Mr. One, but suddenly he felt a murderous aura coming from his back. When he wanted to turn around, it was already too late. Soron was lying behind him, and the three knives crossed towards him like crab claws. Crab ow! Soron pinched Mr. One with three swords like giant crab pincers, but this force is enough to force apart the 10,000 caddy boulder. Mr. One, who was attacked by a huge force, somersaulted and fell to the side. Zoro quickly approached, stabbing his vital joints for a while and continuing to stir up dust. I didn't expect him to hit in such a combo. Mr. One just got up but saw that although there was dust rising around him, his vision was blurred. But there is a whirlwind-like airflow ahead that blows away everything around. The whirlwind was nothing but the three blades of Soron. Yukiko, Kaitsu, and Wado Ikemen, the three samurai swords rotated together, blowing away the surrounding sand and dust like windmills. The secret of three sword styles. 3,000 worlds. Zoro's body was combined with the three blades, and they slashed towards Mr. One as if they were spinning. Mr. One has no way to dodge and can only see the opponent's attack coming right in front of him. Even he, who had always believed in his indestructible body, doubted for the first time whether he could withstand this blow. There was an astonishing sound, and Mr. One's body was struck hundreds of times by the three rotating samurai swords. Sparks were everywhere around him. Zoro's body fell behind Mr. One. Then Mr. One's body fell down. Soron panted heavily, feeling both pleasantly surprised and doubtful. When he turned his head, he saw Mr. One lying on the desert, and the surrounding sand and dust had dissipated. "Did you win?" Zoro said. "How was that possible?" Mr. One's voice suddenly sounded. Zoro saw Mr. One, who had been knocked down just now, standing up again. Mr. One regained his footing and shook the sand off his body. The burly man looked at Soron with admiration in his eyes. "Swordsman, I have to admit that you are indeed very strong, but it is still far from enough to truly defeat me," Mr. One said. Soron was trembling all over, not sure if it was from exhaustion or anger. "You are really difficult to destroy," Zoro said to Mr. One. In the blow just now, Zoro used all his strength, but he still couldn't kill Mr. One. This strong man like a monk can't be shaken at all, but Mr. One is now calm and composed again. This is the battle among masters. Once one party's momentum is shaken or exhausted, then the other party can feel that his chance to win has come. Mr. One squatted down halfway, then supported the ground with one hand. Moat dust-cutting speed knife. The soles of Mr. One's feet turned into blades, and his fingers and palms also turned into blades. Then his feet actually started to slide on the desert floor like skates. There was a moment of dust flying behind him, and Mr. One slid towards Zoro with great speed. Zoro reacted immediately. He quickly crossed his arms and focused his eyes on Mr. One in front of him. Ghost Slayer Zoro's three katana struck out. Mr. One's hands struck out at the same time and his feet continued to accelerate. A burst of piercing sparks splashed out together with a spurt of blood. Zoro fell behind Mr. One. A large hole was opened on his left arm and blood continued to gush out. Damn it! Zoro endured the pain and stood up, seeing Mr. One rushing over again. This time, while gliding, Mr. One raised his right arm high and turned into a big knife. Iron arm slash. Mr. One's right arm was slashed with a broadsword and it was slashed with great force. Sauron quickly dodged to the side, and a 2-meter deep gully had been cut in the straight line just now. Fortunately, Mr. One's iron arm slash was powerful, but its flexibility was poor, allowing Zoro to dodge. Mr. One continued to rush to the front of Sauron and quickly approached Sauron. This time he folded his hands between his wrists and lunged at Sauron. Foaming chrysanthemum chop. Mr. One grabbed Zoro with both hands with a powerful and swift attack. Sauron quickly crossed his swords to block the opponent's attack. However, the power of this attack was astonishing. The attack power of Mr. One's hands was blocked by Sauron's blade. The huge force spread to the surroundings, leaving countless traces and dust on the desert. Zoro was also bounced by this huge force. Fly. After Sauron was ejected, he landed heavily on a desert dozens of meters away. Mr. One began to rush towards Zoro quickly again. Sauron was injured in the chest by the blow just now, and there were many wounds on the chest. Although it was not fatal, it also brought a lot of inconvenience and slowness in movement. Damn it! Zoro gritted his teeth and forced himself to stand up. Now that my body is injured, I feel that my actions and reactions are sluggish. Mr. One rushed over quickly again. This time he was faster than before. That's enough. I'll give you a fatal blow, Mr. One said. His hands were ready again. Zoro felt that if he had to endure it again this time, even he might not be able to bear it. At this moment, a spear thrown suddenly hit Mr. One in the chest. The huge force almost knocked Mr. One out of balance. The spear still did not penetrate his body, but was bounced to the side of the desert and stuck in the sand. Mr. One received this impact and quickly stopped sprinting and looked around. Zoro was also shocked. He and Mr. One only saw a man wearing an armor that seemed to be made of walnuts rushing over. Could it be that? Zoro said. It's that kid, Mr. One said angrily. Rogge rushed over wearing walnut-heavy armor. He rushed to the front of the long spear that was just thrown, that is, the Kyankun bamboo spear, and pulled out the Kyankun bamboo spear in his hand. Rogge looked at Sauron and said, "Fortunately, I caught up." Zoro, on the other hand, still looked like a very tough guy on the surface. He asked Rogge, "Where is Luffy and how are the 2 fingers of MS?" Rogge said, "Luffy was injured and he quickly went to Chopper for treatment. MS. I knocked away both of his fingers." At this time, Mr. One's face became ugly. He immediately shouted loudly, "What MS? 2 fingers escape." Rogge turned his head to look at him again. Although his face was covered by walnut armor, his eyes were very sharp. "Yes, your partner was beaten away by me," Roger said. "What an unreliable woman, Mr. One said angrily. But then he shook his hands, looked at Rogge and said, "You actually put on such a strange armor. I don't know how you did it, but you may also be a devil fruit user. But I will cut you into pieces. I can kill you all by myself." Zoro still clenched his samurai sword tightly. Although the pain in his chest and arms was unbearable, he held on and asked Rogge, "I'll continue to kill him, just take a good look at it." Rogge looked at Sauron, who was clearly holding on, and said, "You have actually defeated him." "What?" Sauron said suspiciously. "Look, he's already very tired. You've exhausted his fuel for fighting. In fact, you've already won. I just want to give him the last blow. That's okay," said Rogge. Zoro looked at Mr. One and then gradually put down the knife. "Okay, I'll give you this chance." Sauron said, "Okay, you go to Luffy and the others first. If there is still trouble there, I still need you." Rogge said. Zoro put the samurai sword back into its sheath, turned and walked away. "Then I'll leave it to you," Sauron said. Rogge felt relieved when he saw Sauron leaving. Zoro always likes to hold on, but if he continues to fight in this situation, Zoro will definitely die. With Rogge saying this, it was inconvenient for Sauron to continue to hold on. Now Rogge looked at Mr. One again. Although this strong man was covered in sweat, he still had that powerful aura that swept everything. After the fierce battle before, Zoro was almost unable to hold on, but Mr. One seemed to have just undergone intense exercise. You have to fight me, but I tell you it's too late to regret now. Mr. One looked at Rogge with a strong aura and said. Rogge was wearing heavy walnut armor and holding the Kaienkan bamboo spear tightly in his hand. When he was almost here, Rogge saw that something was wrong, so he quickly transformed the bamboo sickle back into the Kaienkan bamboo spear and threw it out. In the end, it still hit Mr. One. You are very strong. You fought Sauron for so long just now, but you didn't have a single scar. If I want to defeat you, I must do my best. Rogge said firmly. Then let me see how capable you are, Mr. One said. Mr. One quickly popped out a group of circular blades from his arms. I want to test your strength first, so try my spiral slash first. The circular blades on Mr. One's arms quickly rotated around the arms like a dense group of chainsaws. Rogge held the Kaienkan bamboo spear tightly and was protected by thick walnut-heavy armor and assumed an assassination fighting posture. My Kaienkan bamboo spear really wants to fight you. Although Rogge only had 2 eyes exposed under the armor, he still showed a strong spirit. Mr. One waved his arms, hitting Rogge like 2 rows of electric saws. Mr. One used his arm to attack Rogge fiercely, and Rogge stabbed the opponent with the Kaienkan bamboo spear. Although Mr. One's arms are very strong and his body is tall, making his arms very long, Rogge's Kaienkan bamboo spear reaches 3 meters. This made Mr. One have to block Rogge's shot with both arms. Chong, there was a piercing sound of a sharp weapon and sparks flew everywhere. The Kaienkan bamboo spear in Rogge's hand is very hard, comparable to high-hardness steel. The Mr. One arms can saw through almost anything. The stone would have been sawed off long ago. But now the spiral chop of Mr. One's arms can only arouse a lot of sparks. It's really hard, Mr. One also sighed. Thank you for the compliment. Rogge withdrew the Kaienkan bamboo spear. Rogge wielded the Kaienkan bamboo spear and stabbed Mr. One again. Mr. One quickly blocked, followed by a burst of sparks. In this way, Rogge kept using the Kaienkan bamboo spear to assassinate him, but Mr. One blocked them with both arms. Mr. One and Roger Khan fought fiercely in this desert. In terms of strength, Mr. One still has the upper hand, and Rogge is wearing heavy walnut armor, so the burden is even heavier. What Mr. One struck hard at once, using the huge force of his arm to knock Rogge away. Rogge landed on the desert more than 10 meters away and then worked hard to get up. Moat dust-cutting speed knife the soles of Mr. One's feet turned into blades and they really slid towards Rogge like roller skates. Roger hurriedly avoided, but it was already too late. With a harsh sound, Mr. One's hand hit Rogge's chest armor. Rogge rolled out again. When Rogge stood up again, he found some cracks on the chest walnut armor. It's really strong, no matter how sharp it is, its strength and speed are not bad. Rogge said. Originally, according to Rogge's judgment, Mr. One had great physical strength but poor speed. But now Mr. One has this skating-like move that makes him very fast. Coupled with the strength, it is no less than a yak collision. HMPH. You really think you can defeat me and my speed will surprise you? Mr. One said while skating rapidly in the desert, kicking up sand and dust as if skating on a desert. After Rogge stood firm, he carefully observed the opponent. Mr. One rushed over again. This time Mr. One raised his right arm high. Rogge had seen this move of his before. Mr. One had previously cut the giant pumpkin beast in half with one blow as a welcome gift to everyone. Iron arm slash Mr. One's right arm gathered enough strength and then slashed forward. The huge force cut into a ravine in the desert within a straight line of more than meters in front. Roger dodged aside urgently. The blow just now was powerful. If the walnut-heavy armor on his body is hit, it will also be severely damaged. What an evil, destructive power, but now is my chance. Rogge seized the opportunity. After using huge force, Mr. One, who had just used the iron arm slash, also slowed down his whole body. Rogge took the opportunity to hold the Kayankun bamboo spear tightly and throw it from the left side of Mr. 1. Chong. There was a harsh metal rubbing sound. Mr. 1 was hit by the Kayankun bamboo gun. He was in a sliding state, lost his balance, and fell down quickly. The Kayankun bamboo spear was also thrown into the desert more than 10 meters away. Rogge rushed over and quickly picked up the Kayankun bamboo spear. Mr. 1 also stood up again. The strong man's body is still intact. You are really good at finding opportunities, but you can't even think of destroying my body, Mr. 1 said. Mr. 1 continued to use the dust speed knife and quickly slid towards Rogge. Rogge is now exhausted after a period of fierce fighting. In addition to consuming a large amount of plant fruit energy many times before, he has been fighting for so long. The opponent is an enemy who is very resistant to fighting and consumption. Now we need to end the battle as soon as possible, but you need to find the opponent's weaknesses. Let's try it like this first. Rogge once again poured the plant fruit energy into the Kayankun bamboo spear in his hand. A bamboo leaf quickly grew from the front end of the Kayankun bamboo spear, which quickly turned into a 1-meter-long blade. Now the Kayankun bamboo spear has become a bamboo sickle again. Rogge raised the huge bamboo sickle high with concentrated strength in both arms. Mr. 1 is also close at hand. This time Mr. 1 crossed his arms over his chest. Destroying crack, Mr. 1 slashed forward Rogge with both hands and also slashed the bamboo sickle raised in Rogge's hand. The loud sound shook the surrounding desert, and the sparks were everywhere around the two of them. Rogge's bamboo sickle and Rogge's whole body were bounced off. The heavy walnut armor struck by the Mai Hui on Rogge left 7 or 8 horizontal cracks. The impact stirred up huge clouds of dust in the surrounding desert. Rogge flew more than 10 meters away under the huge impact. Rogge fell heavily to the desert, trying to stand up again. What a powerful attack! Rogge staggered to his feet and said, "The body is also aching for a while." Although the walnut-heavy armor successfully resisted most of the damage, some shocks could still kill Rogge. It's amazing. Rogge looked at Mr. 1 not far away. Now Mr. 1 is moving his arms and body. The battle just now also consumed him a bit, however this still did not hinder his fighting as a whole. You are so tenacious. Mr. 1 said. Rogge remained silent, looking at Mr. 1 with his eyes not covered by the walnut armor. Now Mr. 1 is really like an unshakable King Kong statue, making people feel powerless. Rogge even thought that his walnut-heavy armor would be destroyed first if he continued to wear it like this. It is impossible to have an enemy that cannot be defeated, but sometimes it is necessary to stabilize the situation first, and then find a way to defeat the opponent. Rogge looked at the huge bamboo sickle in his hand again. The battle just now caused some cracks to appear on the blade of the bamboo sickle. Moreover, after a long period of fierce fighting, even the bamboo spear suffered some damage, but it was still usable as a whole. Although the texture of the bamboo sickle is comparable to steel, the attack of Mr. 1 seems to be superior. Now it's time for me to use a new weapon. Otherwise, I won't be able to get out of the predicament at all. Rogge said. Since head-to-head weapons can't work, Rogge also has weapons with special functions that can deal with enemies. Now the whole body is covered with walnut-heavy armor, so it is not convenient to dig out things. Rogge temporarily used his fruit ability to remove the heavy armor on his body first. After removing the walnut armor, Rogge quickly took out a sapling from his clothes. The sapling is brown and looks like a plant that grows in arid regions. Fortunately, I bought this alabaster gum tree in Kingdom Newport. Rogge said, looking at the brown sapling in his hand. When he was in Kingdom Newport, Rogge paid attention to some alabaster plants in the local area. Among them, Rogge purchased this alabaster gum tree. Alabaster gum tree can secrete a large amount of high-quality gum, which can be widely used in food, medicine, ink, pigment, textile, and other fields. This kind of gum has good viscosity and sealing properties and can be formulated into special preparations. Rogge has also modified this alabaster gum tree before. Now Rogge once again gathered the plant fruit energy in his body and injected it into this sapling. After being injected with a large amount of green plant fruit energy, Rogge inserted the alabaster gum tree sapling into the desert. After inserting it into the desert, the alabaster gum tree began to grow rapidly and become larger. Finally, it reached a height of more than 2 meters. Mr. One carefully observed Rogge's behavior throughout the whole process. This is your skill. It turns out that you can transform plants by letting them grow like this. Mr. One said to Rogge. After Rogge successfully grew the alabaster gum tree, he then looked at Mr. One and said, "You will see the power of this tree soon. Let me tell you first, this is what I have done: an alabaster gum tree modified with plant fruit abilities." Alabaster gum tree. Mr. One is a little confused. Rogge continued to hold the grown alabaster gum tree. The alabaster gum tree has an opening in the front like a nozzle. Mr. One, now is the time for you to feel uncomfortable. Rogge said. Mr. One looked doubtfully at the alabaster gum tree created by Rogge. Lunch, super gum, Rogge said. The nozzle in front of this alabaster gum tree shoots out a very viscous liquid. Mr. One waved his right arm to block. This viscous liquid stuck to his arm. Mr. One takes back his right arm. This is, Mr. One said strangely when he saw the sticky gum in the palm of his right hand. These sticky gums are extremely sticky, sticking tightly to his hands and arms. If you want to shake it off, you can't shake it off. Mr. One also rubbed his hands in the sand but was unable to get rid of the sticky gum, and the gum even stuck a lot of sand to his hands. Damn it, why is this happening? I can't even get rid of it, Mr. One said in surprise. Rogge looked at Mr. One, and sure enough, his modified alabaster gum tree was now able to spray super strong gum. Don't bother yourself. What you just hit was the super gum that I transformed from the alabaster gum tree. The super gum is extremely adhesive and it won't solidify, and it will last for a long time. It sticks like this. You can't shake it off even if you want to, so you will be greatly hindered because of these super strong gums. Rogge said. Mr. One looked at Rogge and the alabaster gum tree controlled by Rogge. Asshole, you actually used this method to deal with me, Mr. One said angrily. Rogge's expression remained unchanged and he said to Mr. One, to deal with the enemy, victory is everything. Of course, this is nothing to me. After all, my attack is to attack you head on. Is there any conspiracy or trickery used in my attack? Rogge's words also made Mr. One speechless. After all, Rogge attacked in person. Okay, then you have a taste of my true anger. Mr. One quickly turned the bottom of his foot into a blade. Mr. One once again used his powerful attack, the dust-cutting blade. Mr. One's body rushed towards Rogge at extremely high speed. Roger quickly put the walnut armor on board again. At the same time, he hugged the alabaster gum tree with both hands. Okay, super strong gum. Rogge manipulated the nozzle of the alabaster gum tree to shoot out a thick gum liquid. Mr. One quickly dodged and continued to resist part of the gum liquid with his right arm. Roger quickly hugged the alabaster gum tree and fled. While running, he also shoots super strong gum from the nozzle in front of this tree. Mr. One kept dodging during the action, but the super strong gum still hit him multiple times. Hateful Mr. One raises his left arm above his head. At the same time, he began to have luck hitting him physically. The eyes prejudged Rogge's traveling route. Iron arm slash Mr. One's left arm waved down. An astonishing force slashed straight ahead. The huge force cut open a ravine more than 1 meter deep in the straight desert more than meters ahead. Rogge was hurt a little in the end. The huge impact threw Rogge away. Rogge fell heavily onto the desert, clinging tightly to the alabaster gum tree in his chest. Fortunately, I didn't get hit directly. I only have one alabaster gum tree. Rogge said without any danger. The alabaster gum tree in your hand is a magic weapon. If it is destroyed, the loss will be immeasurable. I don't even have a way to deal with Mr. One in front of me. Rogge didn't dare to be sloppy at all and quickly stood up and continued to run while shooting super strong gum with the nozzle of the tree in his hand. Launch, super strong gum, concentrated attack. After the exhausting battle, Mr. One's body was covered with a large amount of super strong gum. These super strong gums severely limit the combat capabilities of the Mr. 1. Mr. 1's feet and legs are covered with super strong gum, and he can no longer freely use the dust speed sword. Before, the bottom of his feet became like a knife blade, so it can glide smoothly like roller skates. But now, even if it has become a blade, it is because of the super strong gum that it is quickly covered with sand, which makes the resistance huge, and it is impossible to move fast. Mr. 1's torso and arms are covered with super strong glue. Although he can move now, he is very awkward. It is simply unable to display its combat strength normally. Damn it, these damn gums. Mr. 1 angrily tried to get rid of the super strong gums on his body, but he couldn't get rid of them no matter what. At this moment, Rogge hugged the alabaster gum tree tightly and rushed towards Mr. 1. The nozzles of the trees are already facing Mr. 1. Mr. 1 looked at Rogge angrily. Rogge aimed the tree nozzle at Mr. 1's head. Super strong gum all launched this time. A very fast and powerful super gum liquid was shot at Mr. 1. Mr. 1's head was accurately hit by super gum, and other parts of his upper body were also covered more by super gum. Now Mr. 1 says that there is no place on his body that is not covered with super strong gum. Mr. 1 became like this, and he flew into a rage. Asshole Mr. 1 rushed towards Rogge suddenly. Now the distance between the two is less than 10 meters. Although the body is severely disturbed by the super strong gum, Mr. 1 is still able to fight to a certain extent. Spiral slash, many circle-shaped blades popped up from Mr. 1's arms, and they spun rapidly. Some of the super strong gum on it was also thrown off. Mr. 1 slashed at Rogge with both arms like a spiral chainsaw. The alabaster gum tree in Rogge's hand was sawed into a pile of pieces. Rogge quickly retreated, but Mr. 1 hit him with his right fist. This punch was comparable to a heavy artillery shell, and Rogge flew several meters away. No matter what, you can't beat me. Rogge stood up again and said, although Mr. 1 is now able to fight, he seems very awkward. In this way, he can't exert his full strength. At this moment, near the desert where the two were fighting, a burst of shouting and killing resounded through the sky and the earth. Rogge turned his head to look over there and saw Vers, Usopp, Chopper, Luffy, and Sauron all rushing over. There are also a large number of surviving officers and soldiers of Drum Kingdom rushing to kill together. Come on, kill that burly guy, Vers shouted while riding on a strong horse. The lackey of Baroque Studio, have a taste of my power. Usopp was on top of a carriage, and he aimed his slingshot at Mr. 1. Must kill, rotten egg star. Usopp shot a rotten egg, hitting Mr. 1 on the head accurately. The foul-smelling rotten egg liquid flowed out. At the same time, the smell of rotten eggs spread all around. Because of the super strong gum in the past, these rotten egg liquids were simply bonded with the super strong gum, causing Mr. 1 to now have a stinky smell on his head that cannot be removed. After Usopp succeeded in one blow, he took out 3 more rotten eggs. Must kill 3 consecutive rotten eggs. Usopp shot 3 rotten eggs in a row, all of which hit Mr. 1's body. Now Mr. 1 seems to have come out of a garbage dump, and it smells extremely bad. Standing on the carriage, Usopp was very happy to see all the hits and said, "It's really good. My shooting is really good." Also on this carriage like Usopp were Chopper, Luffy, and Zoro. You're really handsome. Chopper looked at Usopp with eyes full of reverence. Usopp pointed at himself with a thumbs up and said, "That's right, Captain Usopp's shooting ability is unparalleled in the world. Not only did he kill countless giant scorpions and Baroque Studio agents today, now he is also giving Rogge support. The only one who can do this is Captain Usopp." Chopper continued to look at him adoringly. Zoro, who was also on the horse, still had a serious expression. He was thinking about why he could not defeat Mr. 1 today. Now Mr. 1 and Rogge from the front came into view. But obviously Rogge can't defeat Mr. 1. Chopper looked at Rogge and Mr. 1 and said, "Is he the super powerful enemy you said is difficult to deal with?" "That's him." Sauron said, although Mr. 1 is now in a very embarrassed state due to Rogge's super strong gum and the rotten eggs that Usopp just shot. His tall figure and his momentum can still impress those who see him. Feel the fear inside. Zoro looked at this monk-like man, thinking that he must defeat him next time. Luffy also looked at Rogge and Mr. 1. Fortunately, Rogge is fine. Sauron is injured like that, which shows that the other party is very powerful. Luffy said, Mr. 1 and Rogge both looked at each other after looking at the supporting troops. This strong man with an indestructible body looked at Rogge with cold and murderous eyes. I'm tired today too. That's it, but next time I will kill every one of you I see. Mr. 1 said coldly. Rogge also looked straight at the opponent and said, okay, let's fight another day. In today's battle, both sides fought in embarrassment. Overall, Mr. 1 had the upper hand, suppressing Sauron and forcing Rogge to use special weapons to deal with him. But even in this case, Mr. 1 is difficult to continue to consume. It was so difficult to deal with one by one before. If we continue to fight on wheels, maybe something unexpected will happen to him in the end. It's better to take advantage of this time to stop now and then end the battle decently. Mr. 1 raised his right arm again, but this time his right arm was not aimed at Rogge or the supporting Vers. That's it for today. Mr. 1's right arm waved down. The huge force cut a ravine more than meters long and 1 meter deep in the desert. A large amount of dust was raised. This spectacular sight was so shocking that Vers and his soldiers from the Sigu Kingdom were so frightened that they stopped their pursuit. How did this happen? Such a powerful attack power, Vers said in shock. Oh my God, Usopp's eyes were so scared that they almost popped out of his head after seeing it. What a terrifying power. Chopper was trembling all over. So cool. Luffy was also shocked and looked towards the ravine. Only Zoro still looked calm. The officers and soldiers of Magnetic Drum Kingdom were also so frightened that they hurriedly said to stop, not daring to continue chasing. Rogge saw Mr. 1 turn around and leave. Others also watched this powerful and amazing man go away. After a long battle, it is now time for the sun to set. Mr. 1's figure slowly disappeared into the desert. Roger knew very well that this was just a preview of a more terrible battle. After Mr. 1 disappeared, everyone finally relaxed. This is the end of today's fierce battle. Rogge removed his walnut-heavy armor. I really didn't expect that this armor saved my life, Rogge said to himself. Roger, Vers, and the others quickly walked to Rogge's side. Allah, you are all fine, that's good, Rogge said. It's good that you're fine. Such a guy, you actually kept fighting, so does Sauron. Usopp said in surprise. He is really powerful. You and Sauron are both godlike people. You can fight against such a powerful opponent. Chopper said reverently. Luffy rushed to Rogge's side and asked, MS, 2 fingers, that is the woman who can turn into a hedgehog. Where is she? Rogge looked at Luffy and said, Her, I beat her away. Roger looked at Luffy's leg again, and sure enough, Chopper had already healed the injury. Sauron also underwent treatment with bandages wrapped around his arms, chest, and abdomen. Vers walked up to Rogge again and asked, Rogge, it's getting late now, we need to rest. Yes, but it's definitely not possible here, so quickly take the wounded and go to the nearby area, Rogge said. Vers nodded and said, Yes, there is a small town on the map near here in the southern part of the Rainland. Let's go there. Okay, Roger said. Vers then gave orders to his subordinates and hurried to the nearest small town.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.